No matter where in the world, we love Guyana. What are your colors? How do you represent? I love Guyana. Order yours today. We ship worldwide. Delta 9 Media.
One love, one people, the mission complete. One love, one flag, one nation, right? Under the stars, divine presence in the sky. Unity, no war, let the children thrive. Power to the people, we keep hope alive.
Today, we resume with consideration of the estimates. And before we start, just some guidance for first-timers or first-time members of Parliament. So this is the process where the entire Assembly go into committee to consider the estimates of expenditure for financial year 2026, line by line. What I will do is to allow people to move laterally. So if, for example, the Honorable Member David Hines need to get some guidance from the Honorable Mahi Paul, he can step to the chair closer to Mahi Paul, the Honorable Member. So the rule is you have to speak from your seat. So just move your name tag over to the seat and I will allow that. But you won't be able to move behind or in front. But you could move to your left or right. I'll allow that. Good? Okay, so the House will resolve itself into the committee so we can start the consideration of the estimates. Please bear with me for 1 minute. Somehow my computer is giving me some amount of worries and the 2024 schedule appears instead of 26. So let me reload this. In the meanwhile, we ask you to turn to pages 36 and 37 of the estimates. This book, volume 1. And what we will do, we will consider all of the estimates on the current for a particular head, and then we will do the capital. And once we dispose of that agency, we move to the next one. So the first agency is Office of the President. And if anyone requires, your fingers will get a bit smooth. Sponges, let us know so we can provide you with those. And what we do here, honorable members, is first we propose the expenditure. And when I propose, persons with questions can stand, press your microphone. I will recognize the lights and call you as I recognize them. And you can ask your question of the minister. And when we dispose of the questions, then I will put the question that the amount stated stands part of the estimates, and then we vote. But we don't have unlimited time. The time for every agency is detailed in the schedule before you. And once that time is exhausted, I put all the remaining heads. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Member, Mr. Mahi Paul.
Thank you, sir. Sir, would you be kind enough to consider us remain seating whilst asking the questions as opposed to getting up and down continuously?
Yes, we have allowed that in the past
Thank you.
because when you stand, you are a little bit higher than the microphone and we don't always hear you. So you can ask your questions seated. Similarly, the ministers can remain seated and answer the question. I need to get a copy of the estimates digitally. They sent it, but when I loaded it, and it said as 24 came up, right? It was actually here. Okay. I'll do this again when we are back in the full assembly, but we have the bill for the celebrations this evening uh, are going to be borne by the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, the Honorable Ashni Singh, and our Honorable Member, Ms. Sheila Veerasamy, both of whom are celebrating their birthdays today. Happy birthday, Honorable Members. So, Honorable Members, it's now 2:20. And I propose the question, we're on pages 36 and 37, that the sum stated for Agency 1, Office of the President, 011, Administration, current expenditure, stands part.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question comes from line items, well, the whole 6111 to 6117. Mr. Speaker, permit me to state that Appendix Q, where it's on page 597 and 598, tells us that 57 positions were approved by the Ministry of the Public Service for this program. But when you look at the number of staff, we're at 98. So our first question is whether the Honorable Minister can please state whether any of the administrative, senior technical, and other technical and craft skill persons are now employed on contract.
No, Mike?
No, that's not the question she asking. Honorable Member, the 6116, under this item, Program 011 Administration, is strictly contracted employees that are 82, and that they are not persons who have changed from fixed establishment to contract. All are contract people originally and still are.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. Thank you. Can the Honorable Member, Minister, please state whether the contracted employees that are filling those positions are positions that are approved by the public service? And are they being paid above the scale approved by the public service?
These are approved positions under the Public Service Ministry, and they're being paid at the GS scales that are approved by the Public Service Ministry.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, under 6111, last year we paid two staff members a yearly sum of $14,876,000. And this year we are looking to pay one staff member $13,626,000. May I ask what is the designation of this one staff that will be receiving a monthly salary of $1,135,500?
Honorable Minister.
The one staff you're referring to, Honorable Member, is the Permanent Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, 6284 with your permission. Other, may I ask the honorable member if under this sum there is an amount that will be going towards the administrative aspect of the Men on Mission program? And what is that sum?
Honorable Minister.
Under this heading 6284, it includes the consultancy fees as well as Men on Men, which is 2.5, you said? 2.5 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I ask the Honorable Minister follow-up? This program, Men on Mission, do we still have 3 staff members that are looking at the administrative aspect that is covered by 2 clerks and the 1 coordinator?
Honorable Minister.
The 3 you refer to plus 1, they have a new additional staff.
And the additional is coming from
It's an admin assistant.
coming from Office of the President or from the Guyana Defense Force?
No, from Office of the President.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we were promised the report for the Men on Mission program. Last year, we were told we would have gotten the 2024 report, and in 2024, we were told we were going to get the 2023 report. Would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to, at least I'm refreshing our memory here, for the 2023, 2024, and 2025 report for the Men on Mission program?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, unfortunately, it was an error on my part. But I did read out, when we met the last time under estimates, I did read out what they had done and what they were going to do in the relevant years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I ask the Honorable Minister, thank you very much for the submission of the report in the future, Honorable Minister. May I ask the Honorable Minister, the work that Men on Mission was to do or began, the whole concept of the idea of Men on Mission was really to improve society, especially men in society, and all the other issues that were faced in society by men, like being more responsible fathers, reduction in gender-based violence, and mentorship of young men and inmates. May I ask the Honorable Minister, what is the progress in terms of the hard data to show that the 2023 status versus the 2026 now? What improvement, what measurable data is available to show that they are achieving their objectives?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, let's see what you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, and Honorable Member, it takes a long time to change people's culture and habits. It doesn't happen overnight. The culture of abuse and the acceptance and tolerance of our society for abuse and domestic violence, it takes a long time to change. This is focused on changing men's attitudes towards women, towards children, and playing a role as change agents, in particular in their communities. And so a lot of the focus, they've had workshops, they've had community meetings, but they've also focused on dealing with the very poor in terms of their housing, providing better houses for them. And so, but they have had those, but it takes time. And I believe right now, generally with what the government is doing, both through the Ministry of Human Services and education, and Office of the President with men on men, that there is a slow turn in the society to do with not tolerating the level of violence that we used to have before. So although domestic violence continues, there's less tolerance as expressed in the media and expressed in the judiciary in terms of dealing with cases and the protection of the victims.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you. Just to go back quickly to the contracted employee, 6116. What I would like the Honorable Minister to please indicate to this House is whether or not any of the contracted staff currently employed have job descriptions that would align with senior technical or other technical and craft staff at the ministry.
These are
Honourable
basically
Minister.
sorry, Honourable Member, these are mainly persons involved in administration, the clerks, the social monitoring unit, senior special project officer, cooks, gardeners, handymen, household service workers, drivers, systems analysts, and so on. So these are more persons involved in the administrative areas, not necessarily in the technical areas. Right, so these like chief accountants, clerks, those kind of persons are under this heading. And they do receive the salaries that are required by the Public Service Ministry.
Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn to 6281. Just can the Honorable Ministers indicate whether there's a security firm contracted under this particular line item?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, there are 3 security firms who are contracted under this head. And these are security coverage to provide it for staff, both at the office locations and the official residences. There will be a new security service required for the Gaming Authority, which accounts for the variation in the allocation.
Can the Honorable Minister, thank you, Minister, can the Honorable Minister state the names of those security firms that will be contracted under this line item, or are contracted?
Minister.
Yeah, I've got them here. There are 3 of them: Queensway Security, Caliber Security, and Elite Security. They're all contracted by the Office of the President.
Mr. Speaker and Honorable Minister, returning to line item 6284, I agree with you that culture changes slowly, but I heard nothing to the effect that we're doing anything to measure it. I come from a philosophical background and a worldview that says what you measure, you improve. And I've heard nothing that there is any actual measurement. I heard you say that there's a slow turn and so on. Can you confirm that there are no actual measurements taking place in relation to the objectives of the men on the MOM mission?
I would not be able to say that, but there are measurements to do with domestic violence and sexual violence under the Ministry of Human Services. There are indicators there that could provide data. But this is, as I said, I continue to say, whilst you may have an indicator, what kind of indicators do you mean? Is there a reduction in domestic violence among the members of the men on mission, or is it, how are you going to measure it? We have not determined what measurements, because you can't measure it against the whole society. You're going to measure it amongst the persons who are members of it or who are participating in the program, which is not everyone, all males in Guyana. So one would have to be very clear on your indicators you wish to develop. And so that has not been developed thus far.
Thank you.
Honourable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The question on the same line item 62804. Minister, is there a particular allocation here, same men on mission? I know you did mention that housing is provided on the men on mission for people who are less fortunate. Is there a specific projection in 2026 for that aspect?
Yes, Mr. Duncan, under capital, When we get to capital, we'll give the breakdown. There are projections for the entire year of 2026 to continue that program as well as other activities.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. The other question I have, if I have a quick follow-up, is there a connection to the housing program that is done by, on this line item here, for men on mission, is there a connection to this housing program to the formal Ministry of Housing?
No, there isn't, as far as I know. These are persons who are really in dire straits and who can't afford to build a house, in most cases, elderly single parents. And so the men who are part of MOM identify some of these cases, and then those are responded to by the organization. They inspect it, check it, do the assessment, etc. So these are not persons that are captured in the applications to CHMPA.
Thank you, Minister.
How,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Speaker, if I can, a quick follow-up. How are you certain of that? That's the very thing I'm asking there. Whether there is how are we rationalizing that they might not have received the house on the CHMPA or perhaps through the First Lady's office? How are you?
There is that the CHMPA have records, and so they can, and I believe they do if there are any doubts, or if someone says to them that, look, this person, has a house lot already, that they would then check with CHMPA records to make sure there's no duplication, that a person is benefiting twice under the system, under the two systems.
But it's not an automatic system where you check.
Yeah. There would be normal checks. Is the property they're on, is it theirs? The land is theirs? They have to own the land they're on, or we can't build houses on land that's squatted on. So there has to be checks, and that they would be checking then with different records that the government has, including CHMPA.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 1, Program 011, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated will now stand part of the estimates. Please turn to pages 38 and 39. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 1, Program 012, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, 6321, the Guyana Technical Training College. There's a budgeted sum here of $78 million. I did read in the press that the college is expected to be fully functioning from January. May I ask the Honorable Minister if they were successful in terms of the 8 instructors that they were seeking to have to train the students there from this allocated sum?
Line
6321.
6321.
The 78 million that is in this head, included in this head, that is, because the head also, Honorable Member, includes Youth Council, the Presidential Youth Council, Advisory Youth Council, the Gaming Authority, Lands and Surveys, Commissioner of Information, and First Lady, as well as GTTC.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So 78 million is for the college. And to answer your question, 70 million of this will be for consultancies aimed to develop and deliver an advanced diploma in building and construction at the institute, 5.5 million for the general operation expenses of the secretariat, and 2.5 million for the rental of the professor's residence. So these are more in terms of development of the diploma program and with the institute itself.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, so the 8 follow-up. So the 8 instructors that were supposed to be hired under this program, the Guyana Technical and Training College, they will not be receiving their salaries from this sum.
No, they're not at this moment, no. The 8 consultants have not been awarded as yet, they're in the interview process.
Okay. Mr.
But they
Chair,
have to make allowances for their salaries, assuming that they're hired.
and that's coming from this sum or from another sum?
Ministry of Finance will provide the funds for that.
Okay. Sir, may I turn to the Guyana Lands and Survey Commission?
Go ahead.
Sir, may I ask from this 400 million, which is the subsidy and contribution to the Guyana Lands and Survey Commission, and when I also look at page 683 that gives the breakdown under Appendix T, I see that the wages and salary, the emolument cost or the employment cost is $1,036,242,000. And the income or the revenue that the operations of Guyana Lands and Survey Commission have is $956,168,000, as in the expenditure for employment costs. Honorable Minister, what is the salary of the highest paid staff at the Guyana Lands and Survey? If I'm correct to say that that is the Commissioner of Lands and Survey.
Well, can I answer you first? And you're talking about on the T appendix T, you have the total budget for 2026 at 1.4 billion. And you also have the cost of expenditure, recurrent expenditure of 1.3 billion. Please note that the subsidy from the government, central government, is 400 million and 100 million for subsidy or grant from the government. Therefore, they get an additional 500 million in addition to the revenue they make. So what I interpreted as your question was there would seem to be a shortfall between what they earn and what they're spending. In relation to the staffing, what you asked about, you only, the highest paid, just give me a second, please. Out of the 400? Yeah. The commissioner and the deputy commissioner are paid from Office of the President directly and not from the subsidy. It's not from the subvention that is here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Just to answer your question, I'm just getting a lot of papers. The highest paid person is not the commissioner under this heading. So the commissioner is not under here, but the highest person is the head of the legal division, which gets 1,114,537 plus benefits.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of the answer, may I have a follow-up? May I ask what is the salary and other benefits of the commissioner that is paid under Office of the President? And I'm guessing it's under the same program, 012, where Lands and Survey falls.
Minister?
Yeah, the commissioner is under 6116. The director, Commissioner of GLSC, 1,462,088, and the Deputy Commissioner of Lands and Surveys is 1,023,462.
Is that their salary alone, Mr. Chairman, or they have other benefits that come with that salary?
That's their basic salary.
And what are the other benefits that come with the salary?
It would be normally in these cases, duty allowance, electricity, telephone, not electricity. Duty and telephone. You give me the thing quick, how much it is? What is the duty?
Sir, may I ask a follow-up?
ahead.
In terms of Guyana Lands and Survey Commission and these various surveys that have to be done when allocating state lands,
Yes.
may I ask what is the sum of money that is budgeted specifically for that, and what is the cost per survey based on the land that is allocated? Is there a sum per acre, and that's how Lands and Survey come up with the total that is going for each individual that is allocated land?
Minister?
What line are you referring to?
The very line 6321 that has Guyana Lands and Survey Commission.
Yeah, but we're going by 63, yeah, okay. They don't give a cost per acre. What is it?
Mr. Chairman,
No,
with-
but I just want to have clear from you, honorable member. You're asking about what is this, if there's a standard fee asked for different surveys and so on?
if I may be clearer, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair,
could
with
you be
your
clearer?
permission,
Go ahead, Honorable.
when an individual applies to Guyana Lands and Survey Commission for state land for whatever purpose and they're approved, the individual has to pay Guyana Lands and Survey to conduct the survey. Whether it's whatever kind of survey you call it, cadastral or whatever. And they're given a sum, 78,000, 200,000, I don't know what's the amount, for whatever amount of acreage they were allocated. I'm asking if that cost, if it's calculated per acre, so if somebody gets 10 acre and it's $10,000 per acre, it will be 100,000. Or if somebody gets 20 acre, if it's still calculated on the 10,000 per acre. And how is that sum arrived at? What I'm trying to establish, Mr. Speaker, trying to ascertain, is that I'm noticing that the operation revenue of Guyana Lands and Survey is lower than the operation expense. The expense to administer Guyana Lands and Survey is more costly than what they're actually bringing in as revenue. So I want to know if it's a subsidized cost or is it an actual cost that was arrived at?
Minister?
Different size, like residential, private.
And that's publicized?
It's in
No, I'm talking about publicized. Is it on your website? Is it on- How do people know?
when they come in, we give them.
And that's not good enough. The people, I'm advised, honorable member, that people can choose to go to a private surveyor and pay for those fees privately. They can also come to the lands and surveys and pay them. They have standard fees that they have at their commission for different services that are offered. And I asked if that was put on their website. I don't think so. My own view, it should be publicized on their website, and I would recommend that to lands and surveys. The issue too is that, as I understand it, that from year to year, sometimes the revenue changes based on activities that are going on, economic activity. So it is seen in, in 2024, it was 752 million, and that it has gone up to 920 for 2025, and it's holding the recommendation for 2026. In projection of the fees that would be received would be 956. So that they also receive rents and royalties, is that right? Yeah? Yeah. So they just have to manage their money.
Thank you.
But I would suggest that if you take into consideration the 500 million that government gives as a subvention and the labor costs, which include, which do not include the commissioner and the deputy commissioner. Therefore, that's covered by OP.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in terms of its staff complement at the Guyana Lands and Survey Commission, may I ask how many surveyors are in the employ of the Guyana Lands and Survey Commission that actually do the surveying work?
Honorable Minister.
In terms of the surveyors, I have 20 surveyors. Yeah, they also, as I said, according to the Lands and Surveys Commission, that a number of scholarships have been given for training more members of staff in the diploma in land servicing to beef that up, as well as there are staff that are hired that also do additionally surveying to boost that 20 dedicated surveyors.
So when we, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, so when we do additional survey work that the 20 may not be able to handle because of they're occupied, we normally will outsource for the other surveyors, or they just do it?
No, the Lands and Surveys does not outsource.
Okay.
Does not outsource to anybody else to do the surveying.
Oh, the
But
private person will have
private
to
can go
pay for
to
that.
and go to a private surveyor
I understand.
and pay those fees.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, the 20 surveyors that we have at Guyana Lands and Survey Commission, can the Honourable Minister disaggregate in terms of which region they are located? Because I think Lands and Survey has branches across the country. Region 3, I know, has an office.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, just give me a minute, please.
In every region, except 5 and 8.
There. So of the 253 staff that they have here, they have a senior officer in all the regions, one in each region as a surveyor, except Region 5 and Region 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, may I go to the Youth Advisory Council?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sir, the Youth Advisory Council has a budgeted sum here of $75 million. Last year, they spent $20 million from their budgeted sum of $75 million. May I ask the Honorable Minister to indicate, with the several initiatives that were highlighted last year while we were examining these estimates, what measurable indicators or baseline data is available for us to know that they're achieving the positive results expected? And would the minister be kind enough to lay those reports over to this National Assembly for perusal?
Honorable Minister.
For the President's Youth Advisory Council, as you can see, they have 75 million, which is what they got in 2025. So do you want the activity, what they did or what they're going to do?
No, I was asking if there is a report on the progressive work they would have done, given that they have expended 20 million from the 75 last year, and with this 75 this year, if there is a sum there to print the report, circulate it, and make it public for us to know what is it that the Youth Advisory Council is engaged in, and if it's bearing results as expected.
Honorable Minister.
Nobody's asking if there's a report. Yeah. No, I know. As far as I'm aware, if I understand you by saying one report, there's no report, a formal annual report of the council. There is a document we have in terms of how they use the money in 2025 with stipends, grants to schools for boosting agriculture, operational expenses of 700,000. The grants to schools for boosting agriculture was 2.5 million. And money is allocated to stipends, 13.9. They also have, this is last year I'm dealing with, 2025. Their focus has been on institutional building of the council, policy engagement, and national consultations. So they plan in this year to have a number of youth consultations and also develop a youth cloud database that's established or will be established.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, we do have a follow-up, please. We do
Um,
have
Go
a
ahead.
good way of managing the financial aspect of the allocation. But how do we manage the performance aspect of the Youth Advisory Council so as to know if they're meeting their objective? Yes, they're going into school and do what they have to do and all the other things. How do you measure that they're actually making an impact with the duties they're performing?
Honorable Minister.
I mean, the focus is on partnerships and volunteerism. They have I believe that they've held their youth consultations with various organizations across multiple regions. They've engaged with students, youth groups, and community leaders on issues gathered on education, employment, mental health, and civic participation in 2025. Because there was low expenditure in terms of the venues were provided by schools, community centers, and partner ministries so that they didn't have to spend that quantity of money. Council members themselves were participating in the consultations with young people and schools. They also, I think we need a bigger table. I need a bigger table for this. Um, they also conducted youth consultations using, as I said, existing public facilities. And they have looked at policy advice briefings submitted to the president on a number of issues that concern them or what they've come across in their community and outreach programs, including they have fulfilled their core advisory function, because remember, it's an advisory function, through policy briefs and consultations. The third area of accomplishment is regular engagement with ministries responsible for education, health, culture, youth and sport, human services, to try to ensure that youth priorities are mainstreamed into existing programs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I haven't finished. You wanted to know what they're doing.
I want to know how we're measuring what they're doing if it has an impact.
Well, again, this is an organization that's relatively new. So I don't know if they've set baselines of what they're going to achieve by 5 years' time or not. But they have been active in having activities, national forums, launches, and consultations. They've also had a focus on representation and input, stakeholder mapping and youth network building, in the identification of youth organizations, schools, and community groups, and in creating an informal national youth network. Improve ability to mobilize youth quickly. And so they have been rather frugal with the use of their funds and been able to rely on government agencies or, as I said, NGO, community centers, schools to hold their activities. They had a small-scale pilot initiative on test engagements on healthy eating, lifestyle choices campaign in schools, healthy recipe book competition, agriculture hinterland project, constitutional reform, public relations, reading and math program. And this is done, as you may or may not know, honorable member, at the One Guyana place in National Youth Consultation on trying to reach as many youth across the country. And so they have not developed a measure, what do you call it, measures or indicators.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for all those measures, Minister. Mr. Chairman, may I ask the Honorable Minister if the council members are in receipt of a salary or a stipend, and if so, what is the amount?
Honorable Minister.
They receive a stipend of 20,000 per month. And then the 3 persons, how many people are staff? Yeah, how much staff you have? Yeah, so they have 2 staff and the council members themselves. They each receive a whopping 20,000 US,
The staff
20,000
too?
Guyana per month.
Mr. Chairman,
20,000 Guyana per month.
the staff also gets 20,000 or they get
No,
more?
they get a public service salary.
Thank
But,
you.
But this is part of being on the council. If they do travel to different regions, then those areas of accommodation or travel, aircraft or boat, etc., would be covered by the program itself.
Thank you,
But the
Mr.
actual
Chairman.
stipend is 20,000 G.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, could I get 2 follow-up questions?
I can't.
With the honourable
put it
member?
on permanently.
On the same line item, same subject matter, the Youth Advisory Council,
Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
I want to ask perhaps the inverse of that question. As against 60% of this budget not having been spent, what didn't get done over the last year? I think I barely heard
I'm
you
sorry,
mention-
Mr. Duncan, I got distracted. Could you repeat, please?
No, I wanted to ask, with 60% of this budget not spent, what did not get done from the program?
Which, you mean
The Youth Advisory Council,
Advisory
yeah.
Council? Based on the report, they saved a lot of money. I just had it, oh yeah. They saved quite a lot of money based on, as I said, using the government agencies, community places, and schools for their meetings. So in terms of rental, for those purposes, as well as their travel costs were reduced as well.
Thank you very much,
And what?
Madam Minister. The other question I wanted to ask, the average young person might be listening in today and they wanted to be part of this organization, this advisory council. Where might they find the office? Is there a website? Is there a Facebook page that tracks these activities? Yeah, if you go to the President's webpage, you'll find the information on the council. It's an advisory body to the President. And that also, if a young person is interested, they can call the Secretariat office at the Office of the President. No, I'm not talking about that. To my location. So that if any young person is interested in what it does, would like to participate, it goes to for the men who would like to join MOM, that they can call the Office of the President, make contact with the Secretariat staff, and find out more about what they do and what areas they'd like to be involved in. We want to include more and more youth and more men in particular in those 2 programs. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
A quick follow-up. In whether they might have been an independent, I've been on the President's the website and so on, but it's not specific to PYRG in terms of the day-to-day or even month-to-month activities that it might be doing. I was just wondering if there might be an independent website or Facebook page concerning that. And then I want a quick follow-up on lands and surveys.
Minister?
Yeah, just give me a second. I'm trying to get
Sure.
the email address of the council and for Mr. Duncan. You can just give us a minute, please. Yeah, it's pyac.gy@gmail.com. So for those persons who are listening on the live stream, as well as you, Mr. Duncan, pyac.gy@gmail.com. So
Mr. Chair, before you go to land and survey, just a follow-up on, can the Honourable Minister please confirm whether 13 million of the 20 million was spent in stipends? Did I get that accurately?
Honorable Minister?
Yeah, that's what you have on. Yes, 29 members of the council. 29 times 20, times 12.
Okay. Would it be possible, I would like to ask you to lay over.
Lay over what?
I'm getting to
What would
it.
you like me to lay over? Everything I've said?
Whether or not you'd be willing to lay over the groups or schools that were engaged over the year, or they intend to engage this year as well, if they have that as well.
Yeah, that would have to be in their program for 2026, yes.
Yes, no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you. As we go back to lands and surveys.
Well,
Yeah, let me-
The honorable member, Mr. Duncan, was
I just have a
before
quick-
you on lands and
Sure.
I just have a quick follow-up to the Youth Advisory Council before we go to land and surveys. Just wanted to know, I'm grateful for the savings to the people of this country based on this program, but I just was wondering, with all of that said, what do we envisage for this new year, this new fiscal year, that would attract this same 75? And I'm asking this $75 million. I'm asking that from the background, Mr. Chair. I remember, I think it was 2023, we were here with, I think, a $50 million allocation, and the honorable member did say that the council were now getting their feet wet and all of that. And again, the budget was not expended. And again, we are here now, and again, there's a small portion of the budget was actually expended outside of the stipends. What additional work that might attract this $75 million over the next year?
I had read, Mr. Duncan, what were some of the things you're going to plan. So the digital program that I talked about, the virtual academic lessons, healthy eating lifestyle, digital youth engagement platform is 4 million. Youth cloud database, 2 million. National youth consultations, 8 million. Training workshops for youth, 10 million. National Healthy Eating and Lifestyle Choices Campaign, 14 million. Recipe book, focus on culturally and geographically suitable recipes, 7 million. Agriculture competition, sustainable agriculture practices in the hinterland, 12 million. National youth consultations, regional engagements, 3 million. Training workshops for youth, 7 million. Media campaigns, I read out what those were: anti-vaping, family planning, drug abuse, domestic violence, mental health, health vulnerabilities, HIV/AIDS is 8 million. So that brings us to the 75 million.
Thank you,
very much, Mr.
Minister.
Chair.
Ms. Halley, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're back to lands and surveys. For the 2026 work program, can the honorable minister state how many lands, if any, lands and surveys intends to, I don't know how you say it, if you hand it over, you sell it, what you do to CH&PA? I don't want to use the wrong term, but is it part of the work program for lands and surveys to give any lands over to CH&PA this year in their expanded work program?
Honorable Minister.
I can't say how much, but it will be, because we keep expanding agriculture and housing. But it would have to be dependent on how long it takes to do the surveys to be able to complete them. Just let me. Do you have that? Where's your thing for this year? What things did you plan to do this year? 2025. I have 2020. No. Just give me. We're on the Capitol. Would be on the Capitol, would it? Huh? Yeah, but the number of surveys, etc., that you plan in your capital, I can't turn it off. Yeah, let's, for the honorable member who asked a question, no, don't take my things. Where are you taking my things to go? You're bringing another desk now? You can't take my files away. get possessive, hold on to them. The, they have a number of cadastral surveys that they have been working on, but just to clarify for the honourable member that the CHNPA programs and what they're going to be doing is not planned by Lands and Surveys. When the request goes through Cabinet, Cabinet approves, then it would go to Lands and Surveys. So they can't predict that. But however, we would know from the presentation in the budget that there will be lands both for housing and agriculture that will be on the program for this year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the minister indicate where they're actually doing the current survey so we get a sense of exactly where the lands may open up once they receive the request from CHNPA?
Honourable Minister.
No, generally. For this 2025 comment, I want to. Just give us a minute, please. Could you give us a few minutes, please? I'm sorry. It's not in the file. Is it on the capital? You can always get back your time. Maybe. Yeah, but this is a specific question. You have to be prepared when you come to these things. 2025. Where's 2026? What I have in 2026 from the capital, not from current Miss Honorable Member Sarah Boyhali, is that they have budgeted for cadastral and occupational surveys of 12 point. Okay, here we are. This is not capital, right? So they have here cadastral and occupational surveys compiling to open up new to open up new lands for agricultural purposes, total 190,266,075. This includes precise leveling Supanam to Anna Regina to establish national vertical controls, precise leveling on Wakenan Island, precise leveling on Georgetown Network, precise leveling from Georgetown to Timeri. It also includes Wauna, Sugar Hill, approximately 200 acres, agri and residential, 40 lots at 5 acres each is a cadastral survey. Central Wauna, approximately 30 acres, resurvey of the area because the plots are not corresponding with what is on the ground. Cadastral survey based on plan number 14532. Regularization of Mabaruma settlement, Quarry Hill, 40 acres residential lots of 0.5 of an acre. These are occupation and cadastral surveys. There's another one listed for Golden Fleece to Underneming, approximately 100 acres to be subdivided into 5-acre plots. Cadastral survey for realization of Namrik of 1,075 acres to be subdivided into 70 12-acre plots and 94 2.5-acre plots. In the rear of Laluni Agriculture to open new lands in the first approximately 400 acres to be subdivided into 80 5-acre plots at 84,500 per plot. Then you go to Yarracabra to open up lands approximately 1,600 acres to be divided into 235-acre plots. Lou Creek, so a number of these are on the Suicide Corridor. Lou Creek to open the new lands, approximately 900 acres to be subdivided into 9-tier 10-acre plots. Maritrait and new Maritrait cadastral survey of 1,000 acres into 2.5 acres for agri purposes. Surveys in the rear, one Bartica Road, Pataro. Cadastral survey approximately 1,300 acres into 10 acres at Manari, Iowa for small-scale agriculture. Cadastral survey for regularization of Prosville, Block 22, approximately 60 acres. Approval is granted for a number of applicants in the area. Resources required for block and occupation survey at Plantation Friendship, East Bank, Demerara, Phase 1. Resources required for block and occupation survey at Calcutta. And it gives a plot number, Zora, East Coast, Demerara. So the total of the surveys is 190 million in the budget, and that's the breakdown of what they plan to work on in 2026. So you can see in here there's land that has been assigned for agriculture, land that's been assigned for some for house lots, etc., but for homesteads.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a follow-up on what you just said. Thank you for the information. Based on what you said, my understanding is these are new lands. They're now doing the surveys. Have any of those lands been given out to anyone as yet? Have anybody gotten any leases on any of those lands that you just mentioned?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, all these are new lands except Prosville, which I mentioned, that is a regularization. But the others are all new lands being opened up and surveyed.
So nothing has been.
No.
Thank you.
And as I said, Prosville is where you have people living there, but you're regularizing the area.
Thank you. Honorable
Mr.
Member,
Chair.
Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, I noticed in one of the small budgeted amounts of 40 million for the Commissioner of Information's office. As far as I'm aware, that office is supposed to send an annual report to Parliament, and it's never been done. Could the Honorable Minister state what actions will be taken in relation to that office and its failure to operate in accordance with its mandate?
Honorable Minister.
What action are you thinking of, Mr. Clarence Campbell? The commissioner himself is a judge, a former judge. I'm sure he's aware of the act. I can't right now say exactly what the act says, but that I'm sure he's aware of it and he's expected to produce a report.
Just a follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Honorable Minister, I think it's over 10 years of reports that have not been presented to Parliament, and this is way beyond the pale. The government has the excellent advice of the Attorney General behind, who I'm sure could provide guidance as to how the situation can be addressed. But I think it's ridiculous for us to come year after year here to Parliament and budget $40 million for this office with no visible output.
Honorable Minister.
The point has been taken.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Ms. Walton Lizio.
Mr. Chair, I had a follow-on to Mrs. Sarabuhali on the regularization, but you did not, you didn't see my mic.
You can still raise it. We're still on
Yes,
the...
thank you. Honorable Member, you spoke about the regularization of Prosville. I am curious as to when you anticipated that exercise will be commenced.
Honorable Minister.
Wait, when we switch sides, we have to switch back people, you know. So I would like to ask Mrs. Speaker, just to help me a bit, is that, or help us a bit here, is that if we're dealing with lands and surveys, let's deal with that, then go to the next agency. Otherwise, we have to keep switching the representative of those agencies. So just now, it was one person.
Yeah,
now
Honorable
it's-
Minister, as
Wherever
she said,
possible, if it can be done.
I didn't notice her microphone on when we were on that particular agency.
Oh. Hmm? Me?
No, you can answer.
I'm advised, Honorable Member, that the program that is designed for 2026, as with all years, go into action once the budget has been approved, in case their budget is cut or reduced or changed, so that all the agencies wait until basically their budgets are approved in this House, and then Ministry of Finance kicks in all the releases that are required for them to do their work. Is there anything else you want me to add? Mr. Maniz, do you have any idea where you're starting? To start what? Start these? And the Prosper one, when will you start that? I'm advised that they will start the Prosper one before June, and that a number of the other cadastral surveys will start before June.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan, is it on lands and survey? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The question is whether these programs you've outlined here and these surveys, whether they are emanating from perhaps requests from 2025, for instance, or maybe earlier. One, are there a backlog of such requests? And second question I want to ask is whether there is what is the backlog on applications for state lands?
Honorable Minister.
I can only say that in 2025, under the surveys that were listed to be done in regularization, that all were completed 100%. So that there are, in the 2025, there were 11 cadastral surveys, occupational and cadastral surveys, as well as leveling and others, one on block occupation and subdivision survey. These were all completed 100%. I'm not aware that there are any outstanding ones that are still from 2025, I'm to be advised. And so once these are what is coming up for the lands and surveys to look at based on the statements by the Cabinet and President of what lands we want to open up for agriculture, for example, the promise of 1,000 acres for agriculture and other areas.
And the question on the...
And there may be requests coming from different, like Ministry of Agriculture or another ministry that would go through Cabinet, and once Cabinet issues that approval, would then go to the Lands and Surveys Commission for the survey to be done.
And on the question of any backlog for general applications?
We don't keep backlog applications, so we let the interest. We will. So we have over 30,000 letter interest.
This is housing or agriculture or both? Okay, well, I'm advised that the area where there's the largest letters of interest, not applications, but letters of interest, mainly are at Region 4, and there are 30,500 odd such requests. These are letters of interest, not applications. Letters of interest. They are working on the other regions, and therefore It doesn't appear to be a backlog in the other regions, but Region 4 is one of the larger regions with the largest population. One would expect to have quite a lot of demands on the lands and surveys.
Thank you, Minister.
A follow-up, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Honorable Member Mr. Duncan.
On the same subject matter, I noted in the recent past there was requests for some housing schemes and so on, and the sense was that they had to approach your entity, Lands and Surveys, for surveying of those areas. I was just wondering whether there is, from the Lands and Survey end, perhaps in the process, a national housing audit of lands that are available, or maybe a housing inventory might be the best way to put it. Since we seem to be going in this direction over the next few years, is it being done on a case-by-case basis? The Ministry of Housing wants to open a new housing scheme, and then they approach your entity, Lands and Surveys, for surveying of this specific area here.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah. Agencies may request land, for example, agriculture or even education or health for schools and/or CHMPA. Once those are approved, the requests are there, and it's requested through Cabinet, then it would go to the Lands and Surveys to look for land. Because some cases you have to look for land. You may not have land where you want it. For example, even an example of the hospitals that are being built, one has to look for, in some cases, new land and has to be assigned for that purpose. So the Lands and Surveys assist ministries in looking for available land for some of their projects. And I'm using the case of health and education.
Mr. Speaker? Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Before I have the Honorable Member, Ms. Dawn Hastings-Williams,
Okay.
and I have the Honorable Member, Ms. Fernandez. If they are on Lands and Surveys, Honorable MPs, yes. If not, we'll move on. Dawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard earlier that the Guyana Lands and Surveys have plans to regularize some lands like in Mabruma. We have some persons living for many years on lands, either it's for residential or business in places like Camarang, Landin, Imbamadai. Do you have any plans, as to regularize these lands? The disadvantage comes when the persons want to use that land as collateral if they're going to take a loan, but it cannot be used because it's only a permit. So I would like the Honorable Minister to say if there is any intentions or any plans to regularize those lands. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah. The specific area of Camarang that you raise, the lands is under the mining district and under the GGMC, not under Lands and Surveys. So it is Lands and Surveys that gives permits to people to occupy and to live there. There's not been any, nothing I'm aware of right now of, one would have to change that designation of that mining district land, which is not just Cameron, but the surrounding areas, excluding the Amerindian Village Council and their title land. So one would have to examine that in terms of the designation as a mining district and also in terms of people living on what is mining area.
Thank you. So am I to understand that if the residents decide to request or to, is there a procedure that if the village council or the Upper Masonry District Council decide, to make a request to Lands and Surveys, if the permits can be regularized into either leases or titles, is it possible or not possible?
The Amerindian Village Council that exists at Warweta and Cameron King, they have their title land. If they want an extension of their land, they can request that. But the state land is at Cameron administration. And therefore that goes through a different procedure than under the Amerindian Act. And so the UDMC, as you know, is not legal. So they will, if they request, it would not be accepted because they're not a legal organization. They have not gone through the procedures as required by the Amerindian Act to be able to legitimately represent the villages of the Upper Mazaruni, so that the homesteads or houses or shops that are in Camarang that are coastlanders as well as indigenous people, can look to a request for that, but it will be complicated because the GGMC, that's state land, designated for mining, and therefore it would not be seen as state land that could be just given out like that. It would need to whole change in the area, the designation of the area as a mining district. And that's not right now, as far as I know, on the books.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For you, sir, could the Honorable Minister say whether or not there was any exercise conducted by Lands and Survey to assess what lands can be repurposed from agricultural purpose to residential purpose?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, you may or may not know that, Honorable Member, that the Lands and Surveys, they have the areas zoned. What is for agriculture, what is for residents, what's for mining, what's for whatever, and what is areas to be kept free, what are state lands to be kept free, etc. So it would have to fit into the zone, what that area is zoned for.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow up.
Go ahead.
Can the Honorable Ministers say whether or not a land was given permission for repurpose, say for example, on the Linden-Suicide Highway?
Can you explain more on that? I didn't quite understand your question.
I did understand your response that says there are various zones.
Yeah.
However, I'm asking if any land was given documentations for repurposing on the Linden-Suicide Highway from agriculture to residential.
Okay.
Minister.
Yeah. According to the Commissioner, he can't specify if there's any specific request for the Linden-Suicide Highway at this point. But as I said, there are areas in what I read out of areas that are going into agriculture. There also, they also have areas that have been used in residential areas that may be converted if nobody's there or if they're squatting into another activity. But that depends if people have leases or not. People have leases, there's a different arrangement. One can't just take it away and give it to something else.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to give a little bit more of clarity and context, previously at the level of the Economic Services Committee, when questioning the Minister of Housing, Colin Crowell, he did submit a document outlaying the process in which somebody can have their land repurposed from an agricultural land to that of a residential land. And it was noted that a land on the Linden-Suicide Highway, for example, the Splashman, that bit of real estate there was one such that was given that reallocation, repurposing documentation. So my question is for other persons that would like to have their lands repurposed, any part of Guyana that was officially given by zoning for agricultural purposes, what is the process they have to undertake for it to be repurposed to residential purposes?
First of all, if there is such a request, it would go to Lands and Surveys and they would then ask CHMPA for their views and opinion on it. However, Splashman has existed for a long time. It has been area for what you call swimming and recreation for a long, long time. And that was given out, I think, 20 years ago or more. So that it was not agriculture. There are several what were called tourist destinations or along this Linden-Susag Highway that existed 10, 20, 25 years ago that were basically for people to go swim and have recreation and barbecue and stuff like that. And they advertised themselves as that. And so those weren't agricultural land. So I'm not sure which land you're talking about. But Splashman, as far as I know, existed long ago, and it was specifically for the purposes of developing a recreational hotel, etc. From the very beginning, it just took a while to get to that point.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. And my final question on this matter is, based on the response given, I'm understanding that it is not, this zoning is not written in stone, and there can be consideration given from the level of lands and survey. And I would like the minister to just identify if any other person has been given leeway or given the go-ahead to have any repurposing done, and if so, what is the application process looking like for persons that do want to go in that direction? And I'm asking this question on the backdrop of we have housing developments like Silica City being advanced in the area. So definitely we are seeing government acting in a direction of repurposing. Well, we're looking at the various zoning as it would have been done previously. So what is the current posturing or the steps to be taken if somebody that has land, any part of the Linden-Susag Highway that wants to go in the direction of applying for repurposing of the use?
All right, Minister.
I'm not aware of any new requests, but as far as I know, if you're referring to one of the areas, Splashman, that there were always what you call cabanas, if you call them cabanas, and even they'd set up rooms that people could overnight long ago. So that I don't know why you're cutting a lance over this. However, the Silica City is a state land that was designated for agriculture, and that cabinet has taken a position of creating a new modern city, and therefore the cabinet took that decision, and that decision is then being implemented by the lands and surveys in terms of the surveying and the layout of the land, so that the cabinet can make that change because these are all state lands, they're not private lands. Once they're state lands, the state can make a decision on its use and even make a change in its designation. In terms of a private person who may have a agricultural land and wants to change it to residential, they have to go through a process with the lands and surveys to get approval for that. So it's on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Honorable
Not on
Member.
lands and surveys, we're moving on if possible.
You're moving on from lands and surveys?
From lands and surveys.
Okay, so we've exhausted lands and surveys, and we can move on to any line item on.
Yes, I'm going back to
39.
6116.
We're still on program 12, is that right?
Yes, we're still on program 12.
Right.
So how can the Honourable Minister state how many persons are currently engaged as presidential advisors or special advisors or similar designations within the Office of the President in this particular program?
Honourable Minister.
There are 3 presidential advisors and 1 national security advisor. 4.
4. Can the Honourable Minister state if any of these persons served as in the ministerial parliamentary capacity before?
I don't think so. No.
Thank you. Final on this particular question. Can the Honorable Minister state what is the compensation or remuneration of these advisors?
Minister?
They're different range, they're different salaries. One receives 1,194,905 per month. Another receives 1,023,462. The third presidential advisor receives 600,000, and the national security advisor receives 1,023,462. So two receive the same salary, and the other two have different salaries.
Thank you. Can the minister please indicate the JDs of those advisors, like the presidential advisors, what exactly they're supposed to be advising him on?
There's no JD for an advisor. Presidential advisor is appointed at the pleasure of the president and what he needs. And that has been the practice in this government since independence, whenever they've had when we had presidencies. The president says, I need an advisor to do with X. This is supposed to be an expert that brings a certain level of capacity that can advise him. And so it is his discretion. He decides, or he or she decides what would be their terms of reference, what would they be assigned to. So there's no JD, a standard JD for an advisor, a presidential advisor.
I understand that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, can the Honourable Minister indicate the different advisors what exactly they're advising him on? So is there an advisor for a particular sector? What is that? What are those three advisors advising the president on?
And what's this? Government, yeah. One advisor is on health.
Okay.
Specialist in health. One is on youth empowerment and community empowerment. One is on education, and the national security advisor, as you know, is dealing with security.
Thank you, Mr.
Honourable
Chair.
Member, Ms. Halley.
6321, back to Office of the First Lady. Can the Honourable Minister state why there is a 62% increase in the allocation to the Office of the First Lady this year?
Honourable Minister.
What accounts for it? As the minister is speaking, I'll do the follow-up to the same thing at the same time. Can the Honourable Minister...
She would need time to listen to you.
Sure, no problem. It was just to help her out, but fine.
Yeah, thank you. The 2026 program, there is comes up to 79,300,000. The question you're asking, that we expect to spend that in the fiscal year 2026. 50 million is allocated for projects, and of which 44 million is allocated for projects and programs, and that the shortfall of 34.3 million, which will be funded through fundraising events by the Office of the First Lady. To give you an idea of what are some of the things that are on the cards for 2026, one is adopt an orphanage, and this includes orphanage that benefit from this program are Rooney Girls Home, a Sanctuary Children's Home, Rheinbelt Children's Home and Care Center, Bless the Children Home, Hope Children's Home, Joshua House Children's Home, Prabhu Sharan Orphanage, Red Cross Convalescent Home, Shahid's Girls Orphanage, Shahid Boys Orphanage, St. John's Bosco, and Bal Nivas. So the budget for that is 5.5 million. The Menstrual Hygiene Initiative, which you know was started over 2 years ago, distributing sanitary pads to girls in high schools in all 10 regions. They cost, as I said, 12 million, including 2 million for transportation. There are also workshops for sexual and reproductive health going on in various communities, that's 3 million, a total of 15.2 under that. Inclusability.
62.
This is a project dealing with persons with disabilities, and they receive counseling services which will be administered through the Guyana Council of Organization for Persons with Disabilities. 100 persons with disabilities are expected to benefit from these services. It's mainly guidance counseling. In addition, skills training for persons with disabilities. This is 5 million that has been earmarked for that at the Center for Equity, Opportunity and Innovation at the Empower Guyana building, Palmyra, Berbice. 120 persons with disabilities are targeted for training through this year, through this program for this year. And training will be provided by the Carnegie School of Home Economics, Board of Industrial Training, Small Business Bureau, and private instructors. There'll also be donations to persons with disabilities, such as assistive aids, devices, wheelchairs, hearing aids, canes, etc. You have the National Beautification Project, which has 35 million assigned to it, budgeted. These include parks under construction, play sets, bins, and you may have seen some of the children's parks that have been done. They're very lovely in many areas. You may have passed them and seen them. At Denamstel, Okum Beach, Leguan, Region 3, Sans Souci, Wakenham, Diamond Grove, East Bank, Bath Settlement, Region 5, Bushlot, Region 5, number 63, Beach, Region 6, Cato, Region 8, Wismar, Linden, Region 10, Spikeland, Linden also. General repairs and maintenance will also be done on all the existing public parks that have been set up, children's parks set up in Region 2, 3, 4, and 6. They will also be providing financial assistance to Guyanese in vulnerable situations with assistance in terms of backpacks, supplies, children's toys, hampers, etc. So that the budget that they will be getting is 78 million, but the actual cost, and this is the projection for the cost under the budget, their budget, but this will probably cost much more than that, and therefore, that's why I said there will be a 34, is expected, there's a 35.3 million shortfall, which will be funded by the different fundraising activities hosted by the First Lady, these dinners and stuff like that she hosts, to supplement the subvention from the government.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, permit me to take you back to the Office of the Commissioner of Information. Sir, in 2021, a sum of $30 million was there for the Commission of Information. 2022, 40 million. 2023, 40 million. 2024, 40 million. 2025, 40 million. A sum total of $190 million. And here we are requesting an additional $40 million. Sir, in view of the answer provided earlier by the Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, Gail Teixeira, and taking note of the Commission of Information not satisfying what is expected, that is no report for over 10 years, nothing to Parliament for scrutiny, no proof of any work being done, would the Honorable Minister and her side support a reduction in the allocation of the sum to the Office of the Commissioner of Information to $1?
Well, I'm trying to be good today, but
Me
sometimes Mr. Mayapal tempts me badly, and Mr. Duncan, but Mr. Duncan's behaving very good today, so far. So that the issue is that having experienced when the budget was cut by 90 billion in 2012 by our colleagues who were in opposition, and we were a minority government, I would hate to cut anybody's budget. And therefore, I would not support you in any way of cutting the Commission of Information's budget to $1. However, I do think you need to know that the Commission works under the Freedom of Information Act, the Access to Information Act. And it clearly states what his role is and what people can do and what they can't ask and what they can. And so I've seen a lot in the media a lot of issues being raised which are publicly available. So the number one rule is that once information is publicly available on any site, the Commissioner of Information doesn't have to do anything about it. It's available. In fact, you're really not supposed to ask. On average, according to the Commissioner of Information, there are about six requests per month, and he says all have been addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Mr.
Minister.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
may I ask the Honorable Minister, since she is not in support of a reduction of his budget, given that there's no report to Parliament, nothing for scrutiny, no proof, and so on, what measure will the minister who's answering for the expenditure requested, what measure will she take to ensure that the Parliament, the National Assembly, is afforded at least a report of the 2025, the most recent year, 2025 work of the Commission of Information?
I will do what I do.
Honorable Minister, just allow me to give a response. Just be careful how you're linking, because remember you said since there is no this, since there is no that, and the minister is not willing to reduce. Just be careful, right? Because once you start down that road, minister is free now to give a long essay in response, and your time will run. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
I will do what I do all the time since the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance was set up, is I write all the constitutional bodies, all the statutory bodies, and ministries, reminding them of what they have to submit to Parliament. And you may have noticed in the indicators, which are in volume 2, that all the indicators, including for the constitutional bodies, have increased in the last year. We've actually surpassed our target of the number of agencies that we had targeted to submit annual reports and audited financial statements in this House. There are still agencies that have not completed. Their audit is going on in some cases, and so we're trying to bring all those up to date so that the Parliament will receive all the documents they should have. So we continue to write the agencies, and some are making great efforts to comply, as you've seen in the last year.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman, and staying on the subject of the Office of the Commission of Information, would the Honorable Minister be able to give us a breakdown of that 40 million? How much is salary, how much is rent, etc.? I'm specifically concerned about those two items, but you can give me additional details if possible.
Who's in the secretary?
Honorable Minister.
Okay. Yeah, this 40 million includes the Commissioner of Information's salary, as well as his vacation allowance, gratuity, chauffeur allowance, and NIS. And the total of that comes to 33,561,430. There is 6,438,570 to bring it up to 40 million, which relates to the Secretariat. He has one staff and the Secretariat costs, administrative costs for the Secretariat.
Mr. Chairman, would you permit me a
Go ahead.
follow-up, sir?
Follow-up.
Honorable Minister, is there a rent being paid for the Office of the Commission of Information, maybe outside of this budget?
No.
Thank you.
There's no rent being paid.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 1, Program 012, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 40 and 41. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 013 on the Agency 1 stands part of the estimates.
Please put this one, sir. Sir, I don't think any of us have questions on this program.
Honorable members, I now put a question for agency. Bond program 013, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let's turn to the next two pages, pages 42 and 43. And I propose a question that the sum stated herein on the current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, 6321, Guyana Office for Investment, Go Invest, a sum of $453,639,000. May I ask the Honorable Minister, what is the salary and benefits of the CEO of Go Invest? That is decked out in a lovely green there.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, hasn't our time run out?
Honorable Minister.
I'm not the timekeeper, but I've just been advised that the time has run out. We
Yes, the
started at
time for this
2:20.
head,
We
but
started- we
there
started
will
at
be no
2:20.
questions under the Guyana Defense Force. So I'm
I'm
just
not aware
giving
of
some
that.
flexibility. I am.
You are? You're
Yes.
privy to such information?
Okay.
Cooperation and collaboration.
Not with me.
No surprise.
But is that, therefore, you're saying that arbitrarily you've decided that we keep going and use up the 30 minutes of the GDF?
Not arbitrarily. We're offering some flexibility.
So what time are we to go to on this one? Please give me the revised time.
We will finish this at about in the next 10 minutes.
So this is, okay, so where are we now? Okay,
356.
program 4, right?
Yes.
Program 4. Yeah, I'd like to hear the question again. It's 6241, is that?
6321, the salaries and benefits
6321.
of the CEO of Go Invest, who's decked out in that lovely green and is serving in our National Assembly.
What you want to know about him? You know him.
His salaries and benefits, the country needs to know that.
Ah, Lord, y'all going to make me go blind with this font. Mr. Speaker, you don't know what it's like to be here. My lovely support staff from all these wonderful agencies believe that I have telescopic eyes. I cannot see a font 8 and a font 7, really. But anyway, I will try. I will plod on. Yeah, the Chief Executive Officer, his basic salary is $1,901,000. Next time I'm going to walk with my magnifying glass.
Doing well, ma'am.
$1,901,000. Then gratuity, for the year is 2 times, $5,323,000. Vacation is $1,901,000, and traveling and other allowances is $117,000. And so that's it.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr.
Sir,
Maipol.
are there allowances attached to that? I didn't hear the Honorable Minister speak to
Yeah,
the allowances.
117,000 total for the year.
Total, okay.
Yeah.
Sir, a second question, in terms of like when Go Invest grants concession to companies and individuals and agencies that may want to invest and so on, and they get special consideration and concession, should they fail at their investment, how does that relate in terms of are they asked to leave their whatever concession they may have been given, whether it's vehicles, duty free, whatever concession, are they asked to at least give back to the state, or is that left as it is and they can dispose at their own maritime?
Honorable Minister.
And this is should they fail in their investment, sir.
But on other aspects of that they complied with the agreement. Oh, okay. I'm advised that where such situations occur, and because many of the concessions are taxation, that there would be GRA that would be called in to take a position on that and to address that issue of the company who's been given concessions not complying.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, but I would assume that would Go Invest would alert them that there are inconsistencies or in the performance and so on.
So GRA, Go Investor would officially write to GRA to notify that XYZ are not compliant, and then it's left into GRA's hand to take the necessary action, if I'm hearing the minister correctly?
As far as I understand, but GRA itself independently could also do an investigation on their own and decide that the company is not complying with the concessions and the agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could the Honorable Minister, well, let me preface this. The long-term stability and development of our country depends on our non-oil economy. It depends on us diversifying beyond oil. As I am not seeing reports coming out of Go Invest on regular reports on the level of foreign direct investment.
Could you say what line item you're on, sir?
6321.
6321.
Go Invest, yes. So I'm asking through you, Honorable Minister, through the Chairman to you, Honorable Minister, why aren't we getting reports on non-oil foreign direct investment into Guyana, disaggregated reports?
Honorable Minister.
It's in the annual report for the Go Invest 2025, for example. You have agriculture of over 1,081,211,945. Forestry 376 million. ICT 1.7 billion, for example. Light manufacturing 6.9 billion, mining 52.8 billion, tourism 93.2 billion, energy 0, services 814,154,294. So this is you can find all the approved projects in the annual report of the Go Invest.
Mr. Chairman, may I proceed?
Broken down by each investment, is that so?
Mr. Chairman, may I proceed with a follow-up?
Go ahead, Honorable.
Those numbers, do they represent foreign direct investment or investment facilitated by Go Invest?
Honorable Minister.
157 billion. These are foreign, of which is the total amount of investment. I just read the projects to you. The foreign direct investment is $86 billion, of course, Guyana dollars. Local is 64 billion, and joint ventures 5.9 billion.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
These are, by the way, those that come to Go Invest. There may be others that do not come to Go Invest.
So let me put this question squarely. In 2025, can the Honorable Minister tell me what was the figure for foreign direct investment in Guyana and what was the figure for non-oil foreign investment, direct investment into Guyana?
I just gave that. You asked for foreign direct investment. I said 86 billion.
And the non-oil figure, disaggregated.
I gave the disaggregation here.
Yeah, so let me hear the figure.
Of agriculture, 1.08 billion. Forestry, 376 million. ICT, 1.7 billion. Light manufacturing, 6.9 billion. Mining, 52.8 billion. Tourism, 93.2 billion. And there's nothing here on this energy. So 0 for energy, which I assume would include non-oil, would it be gas and oil? Services, 814 million, coming to 157.0 billion dollars. So this figure is the 157 billion is the non-oil investments, of which for foreign direct investment, 86 billion, local is 64 billion, and joint ventures, 5.9 billion. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Right? So this is only dealing with non-oil, right?
Honorable members, the Honorable Minister is right. I technically don't have any authority to move minutes from one head and bring it up. But what is saved from a previous head could apply to the following head. I'm now 15 minutes into or over the agency one. So I now have to put all of the other programs on the agency one. You got through halfway. And you know what happens to people who stand in the middle? They get run over or blows from both sides. So, honorable members, let me read out the agencies which I put. For agency one, I put the programs 015 current, 016 current, 011 capital, 012 capital, 013 capital, 014 capital, 015 capital, 016 capital. And I put the question that the sum stated for all of these programs on the agency one stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated herein under all of these programs, agency one, now stand part of the estimates. Thank you, Minister, and all of your staff for taking us through agency one. We will now take a break and come back and deal with the next head, which is Agency 7, Parliamentary Office. Thank you very much. We return at 5:07.
Sir, but you'll have to put GDF so that before we go to Parliament, you'll
Yes, I will
put
have to.
it.
Yes, I will have to.
One Love Delta 9 travelers. Who's in the live right now? Who is in the comment section? Let me jump into the chat and see who's live with me. How many travelers do we have? Almost 400 travelers in the live with us. Faye, thanks for tuning in and being a part of this live presentation. Before we move forward, listen, if you can hear me and hear me clearly, drop a 9 into the comment section for me. So I know that I'm coming through and I'm coming through clearly. Drop a 9, sound check. Give me a 9 in the comment section as long as I'm coming through and I'm coming through clearly, Team Delta. Welcome into the chat. Welcome into the live. The numbers, all the numbers are being tallied up, and a lot of back and forth as we analyze what's really going on with the money. Hey, yeah, I hear the 75 million, they only use 20 million, but they're coming for 75 million again, and they don't really have no real documentation as to certain ways how this funds is being spent. I'm telling you, a lot of loopholes, a lot of things going on, and so many other headlines that we're going to update one another with as we get into some of what went down recently with the leader of the opposition and a number of other things. We're going to get into some of the hot headlines from the parliamentary debates. So many things we got to update one another with on this special episode. Welcome into the live. If you can take a couple of seconds yet, take a couple of seconds, Team Delta, take a couple of seconds, hit that thumbs up button and support independent media, support Delta 9 Media, all right? Because these are some of the more trending headlines, the headlines that we're going to update one another with right now, because we need to get this information coming directly from the attorneys, because they were recently in court again, and we're going to get into some of these details right now and right here.
Today went in this particular matter? It seems like the days are dragging on too, but how do you think today went?
Well, the questioning has been extensive. Some of it repetitive, but we are pressing along. The evidence that supports the request has been in since yesterday. And we have dates next week for continuation. So we're hoping that this will be completed and we can move on to another one soon.
Are you worried though that the magistrate admitted or allowed questioning with respect to political linkages or efforts between Guyana and the United States against Mr. Mohammed and his father?
An extradition has political and judicial aspects. Every extradition, because for there to be an extradition, there needs to be concord between the requesting and requested states, and so it's not surprising. And
oh, that's my bad. That's my bad. Thanks for dropping that into the comment section for me. Cheryl, I didn't do the necessaries as far as my audio go, but nonetheless, let's continue to get into some of these headlines coming in from the court, and then we're going to get into some other ones, even more recent than these, just bringing ourselves up to speed with all the things that are trending, all the headlines going down in Guyana. Where are you tuned in from? I'm coming to you live right now from the very cold, freezing cold, nonetheless beautiful Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. All right.
we're not concerned.
But in terms of political motivation in the line of questioning to establish that there was in fact some sort of political coordination between Guyana and the United States, aren't you concerned about that?
Every extradition is politically motivated by the fact that both states have agreed to a treaty to support the criminal laws of another state by bringing fugitives from the requested state to the requesting state. And there's a discretion in every extradition that is on the political directorate. So that is not surprising. Perhaps in this case, it has become a big issue because of the nature of the persons involved in the request. But every extradition has political and judicial issues involved in it.
Are you disappointed that the magistrate did not set a time limit for cross-examination?
I don't, I'm never disappointed by any decision made by the court. I accept them and I move on. All right?
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
Very much, Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir. There's a phone.
How did you think today went?
It's an ongoing process. We're going through the motions of cross-examination. We return next week to continue asking the questions we ought to ask.
Mr. Jean, you've linked, in an attempt to establish political motive, you've now kind of implicated the U.S. With regards to that political motive. Could you explain that a bit for us?
Well, all of what I've said in court is nothing new. There are things that have been circulating in the media over the course of the last year. I think the case is clear where a government uses the juggernaut of government, the almighty government, uses the very machinery of state to try to send away its political opponents, spends hundreds of thousands of US dollars, hires the finest lobbyists that money could buy to achieve its aim. The government can achieve its aim. So we're only highlighting these things to put them on the record for the court's benefit.
But 2 years ago, Mr. Mohammed was not a political opponent.
No. 2 years ago, the US government did not seek his extradition as yet. The extradition request came October.
The magistrate spoke today about a post-mortem. What do you say to critics who would suggest that you are arguing on what the Chief Justice has already ruled on in the High Court?
Well, when the magistrate said we're not endeavoring on a post-mortem, that was more directed towards Jamaican counsel, Mr. Herbert Mackenzie, who sought to resurrect the ruling of the Chief Justice earlier this week as a basis to justify us being shutting out from raising new bias arguments afresh in this court.
Two questions. Go ahead, Dennis.
Councillor, in your line of questioning concerning political motives by the Guyana government, and of course given the decision taken by the U.S. To seek an extradition, are you questioning the integrity of the U.S. justice system?
In effect, we are making such suggestions, yes, in a sense. This will not be the first time, it will not be the last time.
What do you make of Ms. Rupchand's statement this morning that another extradition request was received on November 27th? Does that allude to a new extradition that involves somebody else? And what do you seek as a legal team here to add Mr. Hussein, senior counsel from Trinidad and Tobago, who was a lawyer for Jack Warner, to your team?
The revelation about the request, another request being requested by the U.S. government, is a bombshell revelation. Today in court, when I asked Ms. Rupchand, was this the first extradition request he received? She said yes. This is pertaining to the Mohammeds. After she received, according to her testimony in court, she received the Mohammeds' extradition request on the during the night hours of the Thursday night on the 30th of October. The very next very next day, as you know, the Mohammeds were arrested and brought to court right away on the 31st of October. Of course, we know that Parliament was scheduled for the very next working day. Today, Ms. Rupchan admitted in court that as long ago as the 26th of November, she also received another extradition request from the U.S. government. To date, we are unaware of any defendant being brought to court from then to now on a fresh extradition request for the United States government. We wish that this government would pursue treat all of its citizens equally. If you're going to pursue Mohammed within 12 hours of an extradition request, you're going to bring him to court, do it with everyone. But that is not the case here.
And Mr. Hussein's joining your legal team. What does he bring to this legal team at this time?
Mr. Hussein, we're thankful for his addition. He is a celebrated senior counsel of decades at the bar, and he is well respected in the Privy Council, where he's done, I think, over 20 cases, as well as locally. So we look forward to working with him and his team to join forces in these cases.
What are you hoping to capitalize on his expertise on extradition matters, given, the work on the Jack Warner case?
Yes, of course. I'm sure you'll bring to bear much experience.
So, how confident are you that this argument about political motivation?
I don't want to spend too much time talking about what happened in court. We return next week. We have 3 days fixed. And thank you for your time. You guys have a good weekend.
Thank you.
You too. Today went in this particular matter. It seems like the days are dragging on too. But how do you think today went?
Well, the questioning has been extensive. Some of it repetitive.
Is the adjournment something that is fair at this time, given what was reported this morning? What did you hear?
We wish Nazar Mohammed well. We wish him a speedy recovery. These things happen. I think we can do it.
And I know you mentioned about the strain on the taxpayers' purse and all of that. There is a cost every time this matter is adjourned.
Always, there's a cost. Even the court has to mobilize itself from a different jurisdiction to be here. Prosecutors have to be here.
Are you open to having Mr. Nazar Mohammed appearing via virtually?
Very. I think the law allows for that. And I think that is a very good solution. If he needs to rest, I think that can be accommodated like that by the court, and I would ask for that to happen.
Did you see documentation this morning on his illness, and that satisfied
the documentation didn't say he was hospitalized, but we understand that he is worsened today. And we understand the circumstances.
Mr. Conman, for public record, is it necessary for Mr. Nazar to be present in court at this stage of the proceedings?
That's a very good question. Extradition proceedings are unique and procedures are carefully set out. However, in July 2024, normal preliminary inquiries were abolished, and now all these types of matters have to be done by way of paper committal. Under the Paper Committal Act, there is an allowance for the absence of an accused person for the proceedings. Previously, during normal PIs, the accused had to be present, because when depositions are taken, they have to witness it. They have to witness the person signing the deposition. But under the new regime in Guyana, if someone is sick and if that person consents to the accused representing him in his absence, then the lawyer being present in court, the matters can go ahead. I don't think that the lawyer for Mr. Mohammed may have been able to get his consent to appear for him today in his absence, but it would be helpful if that lawyer requests that consent
in time for the next set of proceedings.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good day. Your client, we heard in the court, is ill and there's an adjournment. Are you prepared, or is the court, based on what happened this morning, prepared to have Mr. Mohammed appeared virtually?
No, no. At least if he feels much better, he will come on the next occasion. But as of now, I don't think the magistrate is willing to entertain too much virtual appearances. Because even counsel for the USA asked to appear virtually on the next occasion, and that was resisted.
Okay, what about the case in which we were just told that the defendant could sign or could agree to have the procedures observed by the defense attorney, and so it's not necessary for him to be here?
We don't believe that that's a correct statement of law. And in any event, there is no such consent. All right?
Thank you.
Have a good day.
We understand this morning in court that your father is ill. What can you tell us at this time?
Yes, he got a heart complication, a pressure issue, diabetes. I guess it's age. I'm 73 years of age. And this is really taking a toll on him. Maybe she must be recovered.
Have you been able to talk to him? Does he have any concerns?
Yes, but I got dropped into the hospital. I just came.
So he's at the doctor in and out or something?
Yes, he's at the hospital.
Okay.
He's not hospitalized.
Yes, he is. 1 second. Yes, he's there.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. Is the adjournment something that is...
Oh. Yeah, I got a chance to be updated right there by the Honorable Mr. Mohammed himself, right? Speedy recovery and the best of health to his father. I know that these situations definitely can cause him a lot of stress, and stress is a thing that can wear your body down. You know what I'm saying? And cause a lot of your functions to start to malfunction. So, speedy recovery and best of health to Mr. Mohammed, right? And nonetheless, the Honorable Opposition Leader is out and about, and he's about to highlight certain things about allegedly corruption that's going on. Certain levels of corruption that's taking place right now, allegedly. You hear directly from the Honorable Opposition Leader.
This is what corruption looks like under the PPP government. The home behind me, purchased for over $100 million, is one of many that belongs to the Minister of Amerindian Affairs, Sarah Brown, who assumed office in September 2025. Prior to her appointment as minister, Ms. Brown spent approximately 5 years serving as a parliamentary secretary, earning less than $300,000 per month. Guyanese will remember that last week, Win MP Mr. Deon La Cruz rose in the parliament and stated that indigenous people should no longer be born and die in truly houses.
As we always said in Guyana, we born in truly house, but we never dead in truly house. Chance too, like the honorable ministers on the other side.
Mr. La Cruz's remarks were framed as a call for improved living standards of indigenous people. Sarah speaks from the comfort of her fully air-conditioned, newly constructed home with modern amenities including a swimming pool, a fully tiled yard and pool area, a gazebo with outdoor kitchen and a carport. She also has not one, but 4 black tanks, as well as a generator and not a truly leaf in sight. Minister Sarah's contemporary style home features window walls, an open concept design, hardwood floors, modern finishes, a spacious kitchen with a central island and granite countertops, an adjoining bar area, modern lighting and high ceilings. It is unbelievable that families in hinterland communities, especially in regions 1, 7, 8, and 9, continue to live without reliable electricity, internet access, potable water, proper roads, adequately funded schools, and functional health care. Children are forced to walk long distances to schools that lack basic resources.
This is how children travel from Klaimalu to Philippi to school.
Patients are forced to travel hours, sometimes days, to access medical care. Communities remain isolated by chronic underinvestment and neglect.
Isolated by neglect. A lot of regions, region number 10 as well, a lot of them situations faced by persons all over Guyana, and we highlighting it right here on Delta 9 Media. Thumbs up the live, boost it into the algorithm so that everybody can see what's taking place in our beautiful nation. Vibort, we're going on, buddy. Welcome into the live. Vibort is saying good afternoon, Delta 9 Media, and all the viewers watching from East Bank. Demarara, big up to everybody in Guyana right now enjoying that tropical sun. Hey, you see how good you are there? You see how good you are there? Enjoy the sun. Yeah, check and see the temperature right now is in the teens. In the teens, it's freezing cold right now in Pennsylvania. One people, one nation, one destiny. Definitely all the time. That's the motto. No filter, boss. It's a Woody update on the case. The update is that it's adjourned for now. Certain proceedings are adjourned for now because of the ill health of Mr. Mohammed's father. All right. Marcia, thanks for being a part of the live. I'm living in Region 8. Mahaika, I need a house and a job. Telling you. Persons highlighting it. Right
in Upper Mazaruni, residents often have as little as 4 hours of electricity a day. When I visited the Amerindian hostel and saw the deplorable conditions the indigenous people are forced to live under, it was so sad. Sarah, these people would like to live comfortably too, in a house like yours. Minister Sarah told me that if her husband wants a contract, why can't he get one? Minister Sarah's husband, Fiaz Shadiq, is the recipient of hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts. And one such is the road project in Waramuri, Region 1, which is far behind schedule. This is the blatant corruption that continues to plague the PPP government. Friends, family, and favorites. Minister Sarah's husband was fired while working as an engineer at the Ministry of Public Works for soliciting bribes from an overseas-based PPP benefactor.
Wow. Telling you, hey, all levels of corruption, right? So many levels of corruption and so much going on right now. That's why we got to analyze the budget and make sure that we pay attention as persons that are involved in what's going on in the country. It's very important, very, very important. When you hear them level of things, what's going on there. Humi, thanks for being a part of the live. One of our very insightful moderators here in this live presentation with us. So that hostel is an embarrassment. Yeah, it's very embarrassing when you look at just the way that some of these places are maintained. It's not like if we ain't got any money. It's not like the 90s when you could say, Guyana ain't got the money. We got the money. What's going on? What is going on? Right? Cheryl is saying, not so cute house. She is the only one. Love it. Let's hear some more of what Mr. Mohammed is highlighting.
Antarnarine. This PPP comrade who received billions of dollars in government contracts had Sarah Brown's husband removed from the Ministry of Public Works because of his corruption and bribery during his tenure as an engineer. Despite this, he was later allowed to form a private company and awarded multi-million-dollar government contracts yearly. Additionally, There are many allegations involving business associates and party comrades who stated he accepted bribes, facilitated approvals, and benefited across Region 1 and various ministries. So while a minister responsible for indigenous communities defends the deplorable living standards as acceptable, her husband benefits from state-funded projects in those same regions. The people have a right to ask. Were conflicts of interest declared? Were procurement rules strictly followed? Were all contractors given equal and fair opportunity? Can the Honorable Minister reveal to the public under which sector her husband received allocations and their respective amounts?
That's a real good question. That's a great question. A question that a lot of persons are going to be asking, because as these things get highlighted and you analyze just what's going on with persons that is under these ministries and looking forward to the benefits that should be coming to them. It's rough, buddy. It is rough. The 3 Fs will always get contracts no matter what they did. The 3 Fs, I'm pretty sure, being friends, family, and favorites. Big up yourself to Humi, and thanks for dropping insightful commentary in the comment section. Honorable Attorney General. Not Attorney General, what I said. I gotta pull up some information on the Attorney General, but we're getting some information coming in right now from the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Our sources say that he received contracts from public works, housing, under the regions, and other sectors. Indigenous people in this country have contributed to our national identity and safeguard our forests and lands, the very basis for carbon credits and revenue that Guyana now earns. Those revenues should translate into real improvements for our indigenous people. For example, electricity, clean water, roads, healthcare, education, and housing. So while the PPP government speaks of putting the people first, they certainly haven't put the indigenous people first. I wonder how much Sarah's husband is getting in this year's budget. I wish to ask the Useless Integrity Commission to publish all submissions over the years. This will show if you're really serious about fighting corruption.
Are they really serious, or is it just a big game? Well, recently, the Attorney General sat down for an interview highlighting certain details about what's going on with the case. He had this to say.
Submit these documents, and that leading to the postponement of the case in November 24. Where does that come from?
So that allegation of ill-preparedness is a fabrication and a contrivance of the Mohammeds. This bundle was given to them. This is what we received, and this was handed to them. So where is the contrivance? I would have thought that the Mohammeds would be worried and would try to get their lawyers to sit down and start to prepare. Instead, there is a public commentary there that is intended to deflect from this serious criminal process and to bring in all sorts of irrelevance, which I'm going to deal with.
Telling you. Well, the proceedings with all the delays coming in from them waiting so long to swear in the leader of the opposition, the speaker is here, the speaker is there, all kind of different distractions and delays caused by that process. Well, guess what? One person, they're saying that Honorable Amansa get left seat, this, that, and the third, but she's one of the strongest persons as far as the debate presentation, and she had this to say as well. She had these details to highlight about what's going on presently with the budget, among other things. Let's hear.
The minister is wrong, and I am not sure where he has received such advice. I suspect that because Article 3 of the Chicago Convention says that the Civil Aviation Convention does not apply to military or state aircraft, that the minister may have taken that on face value without
Because a lot of us might have forgotten, you know, a lot of us might have forgotten about the fallen heroes, about those brothers that would have lost their life. Rise in power to them, and condolences to their family members that more than likely are still grieving their passing. Honorable Amansa is raising some very strong points about what's going on, because up to now, we didn't get no information about the findings from the black box. None of that information was made public so that persons can scrutinize and really get down to the bottom of what really took place. And Honorable Amansa is highlighting these details right here because she understands the legal ramifications. Because you don't know, the sister's a scholar. Let's see what's going on right now.
understanding how these articles interact with each other. So let's start off by the fact, and I want to make this point very clearly, this government is dishonest. They lie. Because if you recall, and I recall that accident vividly because it happened on my birthday, December 6th. You recall that they had a 45-minute press conference explicating the route and where the aircraft was and where it fell. And you remember, I vividly recall Bishop Edgell, the then minister with responsibility for aviation, giving an undertaking that the report would be released. He did so at least twice. And he was correct, because there is a legal obligation to release the report. Why do I say that? Let's look at this, because precision matters. This government believes too much in obfuscating what the facts are. They lied about releasing this accident report because it is now apparent that they had no intention of releasing it all along.
Paulette, thanks for tuning in, Paulette, and for being a part of this live presentation. Paulette is saying good afternoon, Delta 9 family and all viewers. Big up yourself, Paulette. Corruption at its best. I'm telling you, when you can't even get down to the bottom of what's going on with an 11-year-old child, you can't even get down to the bottom of what's going on with persons that were unalive while they were doing a drill or they were doing a procedure with a team of law enforcement persons, right? You can't even get down to the bottom of persons that are serving again law enforcement, and then they met into an accident or whatever, went down for that chopper to crash, right? And for them to really go out in such a tragic manner and still nothing. What's really going on in Guyana when you think about it, you know? It's real crazy when you analyze it, you know? It seems like certain things you never get to the bottom of what really took place. Corruption at its best, like Paulette is highlighting right there. Tell me who else was asked to be extradited, Honorable SC MP, to the United States? That's a big question, a powerful question right there. I'm pretty sure we're going to hear more about that very soon and very shortly.
Why do you think government may be reluctant? I don't want to speculate, but I want to address why is it that Deodat Indar is incorrect. Now, let's look at the airspace. We're going to break this down bit by bit. Let's look at the airspace. Guyana does not have military airspace. There is no carve out for military operations. That's the first thing that you have to know. The second thing that you have to know is that the aircraft was a civilian registered aircraft. There's nothing like military aviation in Guyana. And so a civilian aircraft falls squarely within the parameters and under the authority of the Guyana Civil Aviation Authority. It is registered on our register as such. So no military airspace. It is a civilly registered aircraft. There is no special carve out in terms of military operations. So Annex 13 applies. Now, what Indar is trying to say is that they were on a military mission. That is of no effect in this case. Why is that so? If you are a civil registered aircraft flying in civil administered airspace, then you trigger the provisions of Annex 13. What does Annex 13 require? Annex 13 requires that as long as an investigation is commenced, 1, an interim report must be released, and 2, a final report must be released. So they have triggered an investigation under Annex 13, so they can't turn back now. Why is that important? Because as a contracting ICAO state, we have a legal obligation to provide to other contracting states any safety recommendations, any findings, etc., that will improve safety. The other point to note is this: the aircraft itself, the Bell aircraft, is not a military aircraft per se. It is an aircraft that is used in civilian applications, whether it's search and rescue, whether it's to transport people offshore. And so the safety findings, if there are any safety findings relative to the particular type of equipment or aircraft, rather, you have to release the safety findings because it may have implications for civil aviation, because the Bell is used in non-military civil applications. So the minister clearly does not understand. He clearly does not understand, or he was ill-advised.
Telling you. ZD don't understand or he was ill-advised. But either way, if we analyze it, that kind of would make we look bad on the international scale, you know, because, you know, it's just weird. It's weird. Like, how come everything always in a contrary manner just be going down in Guyana seemingly, right? And we ask ourselves, how long could it take for you to salvage the information from a black box? How long could it really take for you to salvage that information? It can't be taking so long, man. It gotta seem as if somebody's willingly delaying this process. But nonetheless, big things went down in Linden, and we got to update you with it right here on Delta 9 Media. Yeah, big things. The stadium was recently open, and guess what? Persons are over there sharing some of these details. Let me see what's going on.
I've never done this before. I've never come into a facility and so impressed by the washrooms. I want to show the washrooms at the Erupts Stadium. This is the washroom facility.
Look proper, looking proper.
This is the
Looking
washroom
proper.
facility at the stadium. Nice WPC wall panels.
The thing is this though, buddy. Hey, let me care it now. Let me make sure we keep it clean now. Let me make sure we got running water and all the necessary toiletries that we would need for the facility so that it could stay in this nice state at least for as long as possible, right? With the right maintenance. Cause it look good. It look good. What y'all think about it? What y'all think about it? Let me see some more of what's going on at the stadium from the Honorable Mr. Bond.
Wow, look at this. Look at this. Turn out this thing. This is quality. This is what we're doing for people. This is dignity. Clean. Beautiful. This is the male washroom, by the way. Full body mirror. And you got members of parliament in the last budget, the last set of debates, they're saying, what are you doing? How are you spending money? Look, opposition. This is the washroom facility, the male.
Greetings, Andre. Thanks for being a part of the live. He's saying Bun should show the airport washroom, etc. I'm telling you, Mr. Bunning getting no slack. Say, hey, show what's going on at the airport. You're playing a game. Thanks for being a part of the live. Christopher is saying with 2 more to come very soon and very shortly. There's the type of things we want to see. Progress in the country, you know what I'm saying? This stadium take a while for Kondo, to be honest. But nothing ever is late. Always right on divine time. And let's hope that persons are able to take full advantage. We know that they got a lot of celebrations coming up soon. Tongue Week and all of them things. So I'm glad that, you know, they got the ability to now enjoy the brand new stadium. Right? Paulette is saying, oh, she's speaking with someone else. Stanley is saying, still you won't get no minister position. You never know. You never know, Stanley. I tell you, 2031 is a good amount of time from now. You never know. It's operation minister position going on right now, but hey, you don't see what's going on. You better, hey, operation minister position. This is the new 007 mission that's going on right now. Operation minister position. Because Stanley's saying he might never, but I think he might eventually. Paulette is saying, remember to thumbs up the live. Thanks for putting that into the comment section for me. If you haven't already, ladies and gentlemen, take a couple of seconds, please, and thank you. Thumbs up the live, because when we come off of the live, it's going to have tens of thousands of views, right? Usually, check and see the budget videos. That's the kind of viewership that it gets. But I know sometimes persons get so caught up in what's being shared and what's going on the screen that they forget sometimes to hit the thumbs up button and to make sure that you're subscribed. It costs you nothing. It costs you nothing at all to hit the thumbs up or to subscribe. But it will keep you connected with every single thing. So if you're watching us in the rewind in the future, or you're with us live right now traveling, thumbs up the live and subscribe. All right? Let's hope it doesn't fall apart in a few months. Well, I really hope that's not the case. I really hope that's not the situation. I hope that Lindeners and everybody visiting Linden and them things get some type of national pride and take care of these facilities, you know, because even I hope one of the places that they establish into a facility like this is that same Durban Park, that large area, that area right next to one of the more prominent tourist destinations. When persons come to the country for the first time, they want to come and see the monument, they want to come and see coffee, they want to go to the zoo, and then you got that ISO right there. Come on, we could fix stuff. We got money, buddy. We got the money to do it. We could get stadiums and all types of beautification projects going on all over the country so that persons can, you know, enjoy the benefits of these facilities, right? Vibert is saying Bond is a complete idiot. I tell you, oh my God, oh. You want to give it Bond a chance. Christopher is saying, wait till you see the Mackenzie Sports Ground. Telling you, progress and more progress. Big up yourself, Christopher. Thanks for being a part of the live and dropping insightful commentary in the comment section.
Mushroom here in Beirut. Beautiful. This is granite. Granite counters. This is granite. I ain't even got granite in my bathroom. I don't have granite in my bathroom. Kudos, Minister Ramson, Ministry of Culture to Sport. Kudos, Minister Jacobs, and everybody. Kudos, Government of Guyana, His Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Refanari. We see how the money is being spent. We see it. We see how you spend the money on the people. Hey, we're going on, boy. It's a minute. This is President's College right here.
Respect. Yeah. I got flash machine. How much years now, boy?
Yeah.
Oh, scrap.
We call William to the stand here at the stand for the starting line. Please be absolutely quiet in the stands.
Some slight sceneries coming in from the new stadium in Linden. Navjo, one of our loyal supporters and channel members, is saying this government doesn't need to be hiding anything from the family of the Guyanese people. What can the GDF been conducting that required such secrecy, nuclear secrecy? I'm telling you. Very powerful question. Tricia is saying, as a black person in the government, let's see what Ban will do for his people. For many of them don't do nothing. Big up yourself, Tricia, and thanks for dropping the insight into the comment section. Let me see what will be the outcome and what he will be able to do for persons, you know. If anything, as we get into some more insights, as we get into some more headlines, you know, persons that live overseas, we all got this vision and this idea. We say, all right, good. We come over to these parts of the country, these parts of the world, right? And we looking to raise money because we know the exchange rate is going to give us an advantage. And we find opportunities in different parts of the world, and we try to do all that we can do to make sure at some point we find ourselves back home, probably establishing a business or something so that we can enjoy Guyana. Because at the end of the day, we all love Guyana. We love where we're from. We love the fresh food, the air, the people, the familiar faces and places, right? But guess what? When situations like what I'm about to highlight to you is going on, how safe could you feel investing your money? How safe could you feel, right? Being a part of a process right now that is being promoted by a lot of people in power. They're saying it's time to come back home and invest. It's time to come back home and be a part of the growth in the country. But if we don't see things like this being righted, if we don't see our brother Mr. Best getting back in license, right? And getting back an opportunity to earn, because all the charges that were put up against him, none were proven. If we can't see that a person with this capability that was making billions with a B, right? Now can't make nothing and getting a whole lot of backlash because of their political perspectives, among other things, then what hope is it for me and you, the regular person who's going to start smaller businesses or who's looking to start large businesses like Mr. Best as well? Let's hear some of Mr. Best's story while we analyze and realize what's going on the ground in Guyana. You know, it's a serious thing, and this is the thing was keeping a lot of persons in different parts of the world. And then people are complaining about brain drain, about heavy migration, this, that, and the third. But these are some of the situations that cause it. Let's get into these headlines right now. It's very important. And big up yourself to Mr. Best, wherever you are. You know what I'm saying? A very kind-hearted brother, a brother that does a lot of work for the people.
Please tell me what you would have done
were you in my shoes? I came back to this country 2014. I started a petroleum company in 2015. I did not have all the money, so I went and I borrowed some, whether it was from a bank or a person. But in this case, it was a person. A gentleman by the name of Anand Sanasi, of Indian descent. As you can see, I'm Afro-Guyanese and black. Please listen to the story, because I would like for you to tell me where did I go wrong. This company, Anand Sanasi made it very clear, this is new and I don't want my money to be at risk. So I am not interested in shares. I'm interested in lending you my money for a profit. We agreed. I collected that money and I invested it in this company. 2016, right after the election. I didn't even vote because I was just returning to Guyana. The only identification I had was the American passport. So I couldn't vote. I wasn't registered. So I had no part of politics. I came here as a returning Guyanese looking for business, like the government is asking for now people to come home from the diaspora. Tell me what you would have done here. That money that I borrowed was able to grow this company to a company that paid yearly over $1 billion in taxes. Yes, over $1 billion. Hired people, every walk of life, Indian, black, whoever wanted a job, we never discriminated. I challenge anyone to say we did. In 2020, this Indian business partner, and I'm not racist, I'm telling you the story, reached out to me and said, you know, we're going to have a change of regime. I said, everyone is seeing that. Well, he was instructed, this is what he alleged, that he was sent by the president, and the only way I could keep this company is if we change the face. So I said, I don't mind changing the face. I'm thinking he needs to be the CEO to front the company. He said, no. He brought documentations to me, which I can present, which is all over the internet, but I can make them available again. For me to sign over 85% of my company to him. And that was my only option of staying in business. And as a father, as a businessman, as a son, every father that I know wants to do one good thing, leave their legacy behind for their children. Sometimes we just be sweet by, so we might have a couple of girlfriends, whatever the case is. But I know for me, I wanted to make sure I leave that legacy for my kids. So I said no. Was I wrong for saying no? Was I wrong for saying this company is mine? And not because the government is going to change, I should give up 85% of my company that I would have sacrificed. It was my dream. This is what I wanted to do. This was my dream. This is my brainchild. No one else was behind this but me. Mind you guys, when I started this company, the only person that brought fuel into this country in the history of Guyana was Guy Oil, Salt, and Rubis. I broke that.
You're not wrong for saying no. You're not wrong for saying no. Of course, you must want something to pass on as your legacy to your children. You're not wrong for saying no. You understand, man? And Christopher, I know you Christopher's be asking where the good fathers and persons that are setting examples, right, Christopher? Remember you be asking that question? One of them is on the screen right now. Honorable Mr. Best, right? And that's some of his story that we're listening to right there. That's some of the things that he got to face. That's some of the hurdles that he got to jump, right? Chris is saying Durban Park will be a national museum, and the Guyana Football Association is building a small soccer stadium there that will accommodate 3,000 seats, 2 stands, 2 fields, 1 field for the community. Definitely that'll be a great project, and that I love to see that, you know what I'm saying, for real. So that's a great development, and let's hope that that's definitely something that the government is able to execute as soon as possible. You know, bring some beautification to that area, buddy. Because when persons come from all over the world and then they come down, you know, you want to see certain sites. You want, you know, looking at a place with a set of trash, you know, nah, we don't need that. We're too wealthy for that, man. Guyana is too wealthy for that. Victoria Grant is saying, check and see if it's the spot that they're giving to Elon Musk. I'm telling you, I hope they didn't take away Mr. Best Thing for give it away. But we got some more updates because persons went down to the site. Persons went down to the site where Mr. Best used to do his operations and brought updates. And we're going to give you those updates right here on Delta 9 Media on this live. Right now, we're going to show some of it. And then we're going to come back to some of what Mr. Best is saying. You understand? So we understand that this is a real thing. These is proceedings that's going on the ground right now. Persons are being victimized.
Mr. Best's storage facility. This is just one. Now, I want you to pay attention to the development and how much had to be invested to develop this place to the level that it's at. Just pay attention. There's an office over there. The office alone, just from the looks of it, you guys can guess how much you believe that office costs in Guyana today. I want you to look. That is a big office. The windows are better windows than I have on my house right now. And it's left there to rot. I want you to look at the tanks, the storage. Look at how many tanks there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tanks. 7 tanks there. Now all these tanks have to be built, welded, constructed by welders. Ask yourself how much money was invested into erecting those tanks. And then you look at the platform that the tanks are on. That's a concrete, solid platform that those tanks are on. This is what I want you to ask yourself. How much money is being left there to rot? And this is what I want you guys to understand. This is not the only facility of this magnitude that Darwin Best owns. The man owned more than one facility like this. So the last that this man faced on this facility, this is just a percentile of the last, because there are many other facilities just like this. You see the trucks they're rotting? How much for one of those trucks, brothers and sisters? Ask yourself.
But here what no. Here what to Darwin. Darwin is a smart black youth operating in an Indian economy. Here why? Here what I tell you. You see them Indian man? Once they see shine thing by you dangling in front of them telling money, they're jumping head to shoulder to foot. Here? Alec, me want nothing. I still have black. Me? When you doing a business in the black man, you tell you, hey, I give you $5,000. You understand? Do you look fun thing? India man, if the 5,000 crispy, here we thinking, this 5,000 have to come out from when more 5,000 there, with the rest there. If it didn't rample up like it been by itself, I kid you not. The India, if you get India man money, make sure you crumble it up. Anytime.
Oh my God.
He know that come out from a wad of money when more dead. Bye. You'll never see the day life.
This is one of Mr. Best's storage facilities. This is just one. Now I want you to pay attention to the development and how much had to be invested to develop this place to the level that it's at. Just pay attention. There's an office over there.
Change that. I flew to Trinidad and got a registration directly at the refinery. So this was my baby. And the only way for me to stay in business after the 2020 election is the instruction was, and I'm going to say this publicly, that's why I want you guys to share this message, because I don't know if the president of this country knows this side of the story. So I'm going to use this opportunity to make sure. So now I know he knows my side of the story, because I've tried on numerous occasions to meet with him and to have this conversation privately, but I'll have to send it publicly. I still don't believe the president sent Mr. Sanasi. I believe Sanasi realized he's of Indian descent, the president is Indian, and I'm going to buy into this narrative. So I said no. Do you know what followed that? I got arrested. I spent 20 hours at the Brigdan police station after my house was surrounded with police officers. They arrested me saying, I am wanted, listen to this, for alleging an allegation that I paid someone $10 million to kill this business partner that was my best friend for the last 5 years. We never had an issue, never. We ate together, we drink together, we party together. It was a company of love. What would change that for me to want to kill him? I am not trying to get 85%. He is trying to get 85%. So why would I want to kill him? After 20 hours in custody, if you look on my page, you'll see me in shackles. Do you know what was my offer to leave that police station? Why don't you settle with the man? So there wasn't a payment to kill this business partner. It was the police was being used to get me to sign over my company. What would you have done, people? Would you have signed over your company? Or would you have stand your grounds like I did? But standing your grounds sometimes is not easy. Because following that, the same business partner challenged me, say, I'm not paying him. I owe him all these millions of dollars. Let us assume that I did, or I still do. Let's just assume. They found me in contempt and sent me to jail for 30 days.
30 days in a Georgetown jail. I'm telling you, that's trauma. That is trauma. That's the level of trauma persons got to go through to do business in Guyana. As a young, smart, black man, you just hear what critics said. And we can clearly see that our brother was doing business. Persons on the ground showing you the facilities. What's going on? What is going on? Tricia is saying this: slavery has never been abolished. It has only been re-established, and our people need to know dressing like them, sharing their space, don't mean you are placed on a pinnacle. You are still a slave. Insightful commentary coming in from Tricia. Thanks for being a part of the live. Thanks for dropping insightful comments in the comment section. Vibert is saying there is nothing that idiot could do. His limits has already been handed. His limit has already been handed to him. If Mark Phillips, who is by far higher than him, can't do anything for his people, who is born? I'm telling you. Powerful point, Vibert. But maybe there's a difference in character that may bring a difference in political approach. You know, there's always hope, you know, you always give that possibility, you give space for change. You know what I mean? Let me see what's gonna happen, man. Let me give it some time. You never know. But Vibert to say, hey, man can't do nothing but it. The operation minister might never be successful. Big up yourself, Vibert. Thanks for dropping insights in the comment section. Hysen, one of our loyal channel members. A blessed Monday to Delta and crew. Bless up. Pick up yourself, Hysen. Thanks for tuning in and being a part of this live presentation. Let's get back to some of what Mr. Best is highlighting.
This is the kind of this is what black Guyanese is facing in this country.
I'm telling you.
And that's why I want to ask this question publicly. Is this a racist government? I would not like to believe that. And this is why I'm trying to tell my side of the story publicly. Because you remember, as far as I'm concerned, the Indians, as they say, nobody can touch them once Irfan Ali is president. And you never get a chance to tell your side. So please help me get my story out there. I did those 30 days, my first time ever behind bar. 30 days going from a successful businessman to not wanting to sign over my company to spending 20 hours in a lockup, now 30 days in prison. You think it ended there?
Wow.
I brought in a shipment of fuel in this country because I still got bills to pay. Sold it to BMSO, $160 million. Within that 30 days that I was locked up, BMSO took my money and give it to someone else without my permission. And I've decided he's not going to pay me. And said to me, nobody can do me nothing once Irfan is president. I went to the police and made a report at CID headquarters. It was in Aguilera at the time. The police officer said they were going to arrest him, but he's out the country for fraudulent conversion. 3 months I'm running to the police station. I'm not getting any answers. Would you believe if I tell you the story that I'm telling you, that this man still to this day owes me $160 million? I was a wanted man. Say I tried to extort $150,000 from that man with three reporters. Guess why he told that story? I asked.
A multi-millionaire who paid billions in tax trying to extort 150,000 with 2 other people. This $50,000 move. What kind of what kind of craziness you listening to here, man? What kind of trumped up? The song like a trump card and a trump charge. I'm telling you. Nav Joe is saying this gentleman is right. That sounds like the corrupt PPP and the police force that they control. Allegedly. I'm telling you. Nav Joe, some rough times in Guyana. Let's hear it directly from our brother, Mr. Best.
A reporter to write a story saying the police is not, businessman made a report and police refused to investigate. And whatever else the story said. He told the reporter, give me 50,000. You'll give him 50,000 to write a counter story so he looks good. Pay the man $50,000. I hope I'm making sense to you. And then charge him for extortion and say, I conspired with the reporter. Now let's use our common sense here, people. A man owes me $150 million. I will conspire with a reporter for 50,000 Guyana dollars. I would conspire with a reporter to extort $50,000 from the same person that owes me $150 million. There was a wanted bulletin for me for that $50,000. 3 years, that case was in court. I had no passport to travel. I spent 72 hours in jail. This is the 3rd time I'm spending in jail now, if you follow. 72 hours in jail and 3 years going to court to find out 3 years later that the state have no evidence.
Hey, y'all, we're going on there. And let's not forget, Mr. Best is a multi-millionaire and an American citizen. And that's what they're able to do to him. And they're telling you, come back home and invest. They could set me up. Yeah, could set me up and make I got years and years of stress and headache and them. No. You can't set me up, buddy. Not until things change. Not until I could see some amount of change. When things like this is still going on the ground. How persons could feel comfortable investing in that kind of environment there? You got to pay this person under the table. This person want 85% of your business. This person is another cutthroat one trying to underhand you. Your facility lock up and rotted. Hey, 30 days. And you're going through all kind of unnecessaries only to find out they don't have no evidence. Them man got your passport. US passport, might I add. And you can't travel. And you got business for go and do. And then 3 years down the line, them man say, hey, they ain't had no evidence. How safe of a business environment is that? Because we hearing about it, we hear about it for a while, things like this. things like this is going down.
What I do know for sure is that there is some bias. There is some bias in some of the institutions. There is some bias in some of the organizations whereby you see a proliferation of other ethnicities. So you, for example, look, and I know you have an issue with the banking institutions, but for Afro-Guyanese to set up businesses and for them to get available funding, there are greater hurdles that they face.
Greater hurdles that we got to face when we're doing business in Guyana. Black History Month, you know, says important that we highlight these hurdles that we face in 400 years. Right? 400 years. And it's the same thing. Same thing going on. You're trying to provide for you and yours, and you got to go through all kind of thing unnecessarily because he's not doing illegal business. Or is it illegal for him to have that size of business because of his ethnicity? Let's hope not. Let's hope not.
They have decided to drop the charge. So 20 hours in a lockup, 30 days in jail, 72 hours in a lockup. This is what I faced in this country. And do you know who has the fuel license now? Azadine was one of the people that had one.
Okay.
Albert on the west side has one.
Okay, let me hear that give emphasis.
That case was in court. I had.
Who got the license now? Let me hear one of the persons them that got the license. Let me hear. Neutral presentation over here at Delta 9 Media. No, we're on no side. We're on the side of progress. We're on the side of Guyana. We're on the side of the people at every single pressing moment. Let's see what's going on.
Passport to travel. I spent 72 hours in jail. This is the third time I'm spending in jail now, if you follow. 72 hours in jail and 3 years going to court to find out 3 years later that the state have no evidence. They have decided to drop the charge. So 20 hours in a lockup, 30 days in jail, 72 hours in a lockup. This is what I faced in this country. And do you know who has the fuel license now?
Who got the fuel license now? Who got the fuel license now? Who was so good with them that they could take away you thing and say, hey, you hold up. And they know that they're victimizing you and they still accept it? Or didn't they know? Because you would need to investigate on a big multi-million-dollar venture like that. You would want to have some type of back information so you could guarantee return on your investment. Let me hear what's going on right there.
Azadine was one of the people that had one.
Wow.
Albert on the west side has one. Beer has one. Those licenses are shelf. Check the record. They're not even being used. But the person who pioneered it, the person who designed it, the person who built it, the person who made it a possibility, have to sit at home and watch and read and comment, because all of my asset to this day is in the petroleum industry. So what do? I have been begging, I have been pleading, give me an opportunity to feed my children again. And all of it has been falling on deaf ears. So I ask of you Guyanese, I'm pleading with you, help me so I know I'm not going crazy to be sitting here this evening, decided to continue to fight for what's rightfully mine. I posted I wrote a letter to the government a few days ago. People are saying that's the only reason I'm getting into politics. From what I just said to you people, wasn't that license mine before politics? I entered into politics about 7 months ago. Wasn't it mine before politics? Isn't it still mine? What is wrong with me having what's mine? It was taken from me wrongfully. What is wrong with me standing up for what's mine? We've all seen, we used to laugh so the president, the vice president don't have kids. We've seen the president too beautiful, son. Is this the legacy that we want to leave? Is this the legacy that Guyana wants to go down has? A government that once you as a businessman ethnicity doesn't align with the president, you lose what you have? So when they become older, if there's an Amerindian president, they can't be businessman? Or when there's a black president, the Indian can't be business? No, that is wrong. So
Guyanese brothers and sisters living and working abroad to come home to Guyana, saying that it's safe for them to come home to Guyana. And it made me talk to my brother Darwin Best. Now, this brother here was one of the first Afro-Guyanese in this country to have a license to import and retail fuel in this country. The brother made billions of dollars and paid billions of dollars in taxes. Now, in 2020, now Mr. Best was in partnership with one Anand Sanansky. Anand Sanansky was the head of the Guyana Cricket Board at the time. When
you listen to this story, I'm telling you, look, there's a lot. When you listen to what Mr. Best had to go through right there, there's a lot of them type of thing that could drive persons to all kind of activities, because you're talking about millions and millions of dollars in assets, millions in losses because you can't get into no business and you're just watching everything wither away. To be honest with you, but I think, and this is why I think they know good and well what's going on. You understand? And does the way that they would rather see it. That's why I think. Because I can't see how a big venture like that could be going down, or something could change hands, you being one of the first persons to have those abilities to bring in fuel, and the company change hands or shut down, and persons in authority don't know what's going on. That would be very weird in a new isle earning country, in a country as small as Guyana. So there's so much complications, right? Oshani is saying, good afternoon, bro, listening from Guyana. Just keep up bringing us up to date. Good work. God continue to bless you out. Big up yourself. Thanks for tuning in, Oshani, and being a part of this live presentation. Big up to everybody once again in GT, enjoying that beautiful tropical weather. See how y'all lucky? Y'all lucky right now. It's brick in New York, brick in PA, brick in Jersey. Whole lot of cold weather right now. Soon done though. Hysen is saying this is some sick stuff. Yeah, and that's why we highlighting it over here at Delta 9 Media. And we're asking persons to share the live. Share the live, it don't cost you nothing. You'll be highlighting and helping persons to understand certain implications that they might face if they're coming to do business in Guyana and they of a particular ethnicity, right? Because you don't want people end up in situations like this. Because look at what's going on right here. Look at what's going on right here. Is the man 109,000 Afro-Guyanese in Linden voted for his party because they love his money. Who me? Stanley is saying, where you come from? Oh, Stanley talking to somebody else in the live. Big up yourself, Stanley, nonetheless. Wumi is saying the people who tell you that is some of the very same people who voted for Win. Listen, it's time we stop victimizing one another as Guyanese in that small amount of population in that big wealthy country, you know, and start living and enjoying life in a real way. Because as long as we keep doing this, the country could never reach its full potential, its greatest potential. one people, one nation with one destiny, right? A country with many different races, everybody embracing their individual culture and able to be open-minded enough, able to be forward-thinking enough to appreciate and embrace that of others. This is how you got to live. This is what Guyana is about. It's not about we fighting down one another. Oh, you from this party, you from that party. Da, 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 da. Nah. At the bottom and the end of the day, we are from the same place, and ultimately we are human beings having this experience, you know. Whom is saying if he had known he was borrowing from a crook, I'm telling you. Ian, big up yourself. Thanks for being a part of the live. This government wicked and don't have no shame if they want to prove that they are not racial. Give back Mr. Best his license. There's a real thing. If I see them do that, then I know there's hope for persons to be able to do business in Guyana of a particular ethnicity. Right? If not, and you see this continue right here, it's the same thing. Why I think people continue to migrate. Right now, persons are all over the world experiencing some of the coldest weather because the country can't get to its greatest potential because a large number of persons in the country are being oppressed. So if you got a large number of your population, your most important resource, your human resource, right, being kept uneducated, being kept cut off from the internet because you ain't giving them no unlimited plans in the country, no availability to income to where they could have systems in place to where every person would have unlimited access to high-speed internet, right? So persons can really take advantage of AI and advance themselves. What happened to different things that's supposed to be implemented in the country to facilitate so much for persons? You know, it's a lot. And we are here to highlight it. And we're saying to you, make sure that you take a couple of seconds, if you haven't, to thumbs up this live. Because this live is highlighting something that's very, very important. Because these are some of the things that persons is faced, that persons is see other people face into, and say, buddy, it's best I try to see if I could go here or go there or do this or do that in a different place. Because being able to deal with this kind of oppression that person got facing there, you know. The year we're going on.
Sinansky came into business with Dorwin Best. Sinansky told Best, and this is all this information I saw before, so I don't have to say allegedly here. And then Sinansky said he wanted profit sharing from the fuel. He didn't want to be a partner because he didn't want any liabilities if the business failed. Now, Mr. Sinansky and Dorwin Best would have been doing business for about 4 to 5 years. No problem, you know. Mr. Sinansky invested a large amount of money into the SBF Petroleum. And as a result, Mr. Best would have been repaying Anand Sinansky. Would have been repaying him $50,000 every month. And I've seen the receipts to these payments. Now, when 2020 August came, and the government changed office, and the People's Progressive Party, Civic, headed by the same Excellency Mohammed Ifran Ali, came into office, Mr. Sinansky had a change of heart. He no longer wanted to be profit-sharing partners. He now approached Mr. Best and told Mr. Best that the big man said, it's time to change the face of the company. And there are videos in the public domain that shows the entire story. But why, as soon as the People's Progressive Party, Civic, got into office, even though Mr. Sinansky and Mr. Best would have been working and collaborating as a team for years, did Mr. Sinansky have this change of heart and all of a sudden wanted to push Dorwin Best out of SBF Petroleum so that he can own 85% of the company and Mr. Best should only take 15%. And let me tell you some brothers and sisters, Mr. Best went from being a billionaire, earning millions of dollars, hundreds and tens of millions of dollars every single day in this country, paying billions of dollars in taxes, to being placed on a wanted bulletin. The first thing that occurred, Mr. Sinansky, after he came to Mr. Best, and told Mr. Best it's time to change the face of the company, and Mr. Best said no. Mind you, Mr. Sinansky already had a contract drafted up, that Mr. Best was supposed to sign over the company to him as soon as President Ali took office. The same President Ali that issued a diaspora call to our brothers and sisters working in foreign countries to come home, that it's safe to invest. As soon as Mr. President came into office, Mr. Best was pushed out of the business. Now, I'm not saying that President Ali had anything to do with it. What I'm saying, President Ali did nothing about it. Mr. Best wrote several letters. Mr. Best was caught up in court for years, paid millions of dollars in legal fees. And up until today, even though the man has been found guilty of no charge in the courts, the DPP found no charges. The major investigations and investigators found no charges. Still, Mr. Best's license is still seized. Mr. Mahindra Sharma, who was then the head of the GEA, still did not restore Mr. Best's license. So when I hear the president issuing this call for the diaspora to come home and invest, what happened to Mr. Best, Mr. President? When I heard the president issue this call for Guyanese working abroad to come home and invest, it made me wonder, why not restore Mr. Best's license? Just imagine, Mr. Best went from paying billions in taxes with handcuff on his handcuff on his feet, and they're doing 30 years in prison because Mr. Sinansky all of a sudden had an issue that Mr. Best wasn't paying him, even though, like I said, I saw the receipts that Mr. Best was paying him $50,000, 10 million Guyana dollars every single month. Allegations were raised that Mr. Best all of a sudden didn't want to pay him, even though the receipts there to show that Mr. Best paid him, Then allegations were later raised that Mr. Best was conspiring to commit harm to Mr. Sinansky, and Best was placed on 30 days in prison for that, under the same PPP administration. Now, to my brothers and sisters in the diaspora, I ask you, why do you believe as soon as President Ali and the PPP took office, Mr. Best was locked out of the industry that he helped to build? Because, like I said, Mr. Best was one of the first Afro-Guyanese to have a license to retail and import fuel in this country, and the man was doing great business. Mr. Best knows the business. He's a savvy businessman, and I'm telling you, the man has a good heart. Look at what he did for Mr. Quincy Jillian, taking him out from that yard out and taking him on to live at his home. You can't say this man is a wicked man and he does these things. Look at how Mr. Best is fighting for the people. Well, Mr. Best doesn't want to speak about the fact that his license is still seized or cancelled or still revoked, but
So we will go back into committee to consider our consideration of the estimates. It's now 5:37. We are not going to have a formal break for dinner. We will go through, but there will be dinner at the appropriate time ready. In the event that there is a vote to be taken on any item, we will ring the bell and give about 5 minutes to people to get back in here. So in the event that there is that need to vote in a division, you will get notice. So Honorable Chief Whip for the opposition.
If it's possible, sir. We were looking at the time that we went through earlier and the fact that we were unable to get to the capital items. And we were wondering whether it would be possible for us to do current and capital agency by agency instead of the program by program, instead of the way we did it earlier, if that's possible.
For me, it's neither here nor there. It's just a little extra turning of the pages. That's the only thing.
it was more efficient to go through the current because you're just flipping one set of pages. But if the chief whip of the opposition feel that that would be a more efficient way of utilizing the time, I would gladly accept. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have to formally put the pages 304 and 305. That's the Guyana Defense Force. All gone. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 53, Program 531. Guyana Defense Force stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. That was current expenditure. The sum stated for this program, current expenditure, now stands part of the estimates. And for same agency, 531, capital expenditure, I put the question that the sum stated herein now stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated for program 531, Agency 53, Guyana Defense Force, capital expenditure, now stands part of the estimates. Let's turn over to the next page and invite the staff of the Parliament Office, National Assembly, to join Honorable Minister Gail Teixeira. Thank you. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 80 and 81. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 7, Parliament Office, Program 071, National Assembly current expenditure, stands part of the estimates.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Chief Whip for the opposition.
So the page seems to be wrong.
So you're having a Mahipol moment?
Yeah, go on. Okay, no, I was looking at volume 2, sorry. Yeah.
So honorable members.
But also, I think that the honorable members could look to the Appendix T, where the breakdown is of the Parliament Office and the other constitutional bodies.
So honorable members, especially our newer MPs, anytime a page is missing, that is known as the Mahipol moment. Unfortunately for him, this first budget was missing a few pages. So, Honorable Minister, you were saying the appendix.
Appendix T, page 697.
Page 697 in volume 1, the breakdown is there. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 7, Program 071. I now put a question that the sum stated for Mr. Mahipol, Honorable Member.
I was requesting your attention.
In all fairness, she was first, sir.
Honorable Member, Chief Whip.
Thank you, sir. My question is very simple. Can the Honorable Minister please indicate what has been budgeted for the Leader of the Office of the Leader of the Opposition under this?
What line? Line item.
6041 is one item for the whole agency.
Yeah, what's the line item?
My dear, the
member?
Constitutional Agency 6041.
6041? Yeah, no. I believe you're asking what line item. It's the Parliament Office and the Media Opposition Office. It would be, just to help you along, I believe 6321, which has the total items, 34,670,000. The Leader Opposition budget.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I may be wrong. I don't profess to know everything, but we're dealing with a constitutional agency which just has a lump sum at 64-1. So we're 6321.
But then you can ask, Madam, under wages and salaries or under what heading is the Leader Opposition?
Honorable Minister, Honorable Chief Whip for the Opposition was trying to guide us where to find that sum.
Under the Appendix T, it's under subsidies and contributions to local and international organizations. So the 15,581,000 includes the Leader of the Opposition. You want to know what the Leader of the Opposition?
What? Yes.
34,670,000.
Thank you.
And that's current only.
Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, from this allocation, this allotted sum, that is the lump sum, sir, may I ask how much is towards the procurement of video production and streaming service for these parliamentary sit-ins? What is the cost associated with that? Sir, the Appendix T that we have on page 697, it gives the breakdown without an associated line. So,
But it does give the lump sum. So you have under other recurrent charges, other goods and services purchased. That's what I'm referring to on the Appendix T.
yeah, but we don't have a specific number for the line item, so I'm guessing it
I'm
will
aware
come
of that,
under
but I'm saying you
other
have-
goods and services
headings.
purchased.
What's the question again?
How much is towards the procurement of video production and streaming services for these parliamentary sittings that we're having?
And you ask it under other goods purchases?
Well, I'm assuming it falls there because it doesn't have this specific number in to show the line, but I see a sum there of 146,560,000. So I'm assuming from the lump sum, there is where it's coming from.
Right, just give me a second. If you look at under other goods purchases, which on the line items would be 6284 and under normal situations, that total it's 146, that's not 624. Yeah, not 624. No, it's 146. Just give us a second. That can't be the right one. He's asking specifically what the cost of the web services, live streaming and so on.
Live streaming and so on.
In the parliament, right?
For this sitting that these sittings that we're having, and all sittings, I'm guessing that is contracted out to DPI, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chairman.
But the figure is different. The figure is different from what's on Appendix T. And it doesn't see that.
Sometimes I find it a bit unfair for the minister to be answering when I know much more.
Yeah, well, I would like the day when you're in the pit. I call this the pit, not in any disrespect to my parliament and our parliament, but I feel as if I'm like in a gladiator's amphitheater, you know, waiting for the wolves to devour you. But anyway, yeah, I'm looking for the figure that you're asking for. Anyway, I'm not seeing under this heading the description relating to the web services that you're looking for, at least not what they've given me. What have you got there?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah, wait, just give us a minute here. I'm aware.
Mhm.
Yeah, but the description's not the same. Descriptions have to be the same. So anyway, and it's font 8. So if I read it wrong, please forgive me. I'll walk with my magnifying glass the next time. Because I asked all the agencies, please, to make the fonts larger. Of course, not everyone obeyed. But the issue of this has about the Hansard, the website, branded items, scanning of accounts records, photocopying and so on, but I'm not seeing any figure in this particular line that you're asking about in relation to the cost of the service to live stream Parliament.
So may I ask, Mr. Chairman, if there exists an agreement or a contract between the National Assembly, the Parliament Office, and DPI for them to cover and stream, and at what cost are they doing it?
Yes, you can ask, and Minister, can I prefer an answer so far? They have done it for free.
Okay.
But the other live streaming, especially when we have special sitting, like when Mr. Modi came and we have an additional 1,000 people, we would have to rent services from outside. And in fact, only this midday we were talking to another agency to do a better feed from the chamber to the press tent downstairs so they can get a better quality service. All of that will be covered on the 6284.
Well, unfortunately, it's not in the description of 6284, nor under other goods, services purchased.
Yeah.
And so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I'm happy for that answer. May I ask a second question, please? Sir, for when I became a member of Parliament in 2020, and I've also interacted with several persons who were parliamentarians in previous parliaments, the 10th, 11th, and 12th Parliament, and private members of Parliament would normally be comforted with an electronic device to assist them in their routine parliamentary work. Ministers of government, I am aware, normally would get a cellular phone and an electronic gadget, a computer. May I ask if there's any cost here for the purchasing of those devices for especially the new members of Parliament, or more so the 13th Parliament?
I believe that's in the 2025 budget. There was provision made in the 2025 budget that there would be a new Parliament. However, I advise that whilst the figure for those electronic devices were there, that Parliament did not use that.
So may I ask, sir, if there is an intent on the part of the National Assembly to purchase these gadgets for the ministers, their phone and computer and for private members their computers to assist them in their parliamentary duties?
Honorable Minister, that would be covered under the capital. So if we could dispose of the current and then move to capital.
One other question on the current, sir, with your permission. I see under education, subvention and training, there is a sum of $1,500,000. May I ask the Honorable Minister what kind of training, and does this encompass traveling abroad for training in other areas, other countries, to benefit our parliamentary staff so that they can better service the MPs and the National Assembly? Mind you, they're doing an exceptional job just to improve their service to the Parliament office.
You see, I didn't put the codes in here, right? That's what you did to me. 6 to what? For training for Parliament staff, and they have report writing training of 422,000, Parliament editing for the same 422, and miscellaneous for 156. They also have $500,000 for stipend for students.
And all of these trainings, sir, would be done locally?
Yeah, overseas, yeah, but it's not there in the T form. You have to translate the two. Under training for staff, for MPs, exposure to conferences, you have the 28th Conference of Speakers and Presiding Officers of the Commonwealth, 6 million, 74 Westminster Seminar on Effective Parliaments, 8 million, 152nd IPU Assembly and related meetings, 12 million, the 22nd Parliamericas.
That's a different line, sir. I was asking specifically to training of the parliamentary staff with a sum of 1.5 million. I think the minister's answering.
They have 6 million for
other operating expenses.
They have 6 million for overseas training for staff.
Okay.
Yeah, it's usually through CPA and the courses they offer.
I'm finished with current expenditure, sir.
Just a quick follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering whether the National Assembly, the Parliament Office, whether they have the full complement of staff, or are there any vacancies?
Let me see. No, they don't have their full complement. They do need, they have some vacancies.
Would you be able to say how many?
I'm waiting. This is not my ministry, so forgive me. Yeah. There are vacancies that they have. Documentation and Research Officer is at 1. A Senior Editor 1. Expenditure Planning and Management Analyst 2. They need 1. Table Officer 1. Reporter 1. Assistant Clerk of Committees 3. Systems Analyst 2. System Support Officer 1, and Office Assistant 1. So they do have vacancies. You have persons acting in some of these positions. So in the area of documentation research and senior editor, as well as EPMA, they have persons acting in those positions. So the positions have people working there, but they're not appointed. So the rest though are vacancies that are available. No, how are you going to conflict of interest, my dear? I don't want you being a clerk of committee. You'll doctor the minutes.
Thank you, honorable members. I now put a question. Honorable member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On that very line item, Minister, I know we've enjoyed the hospitality of this beautiful building for a little while now because of COVID. The question is, based on the rental and all of that, when do we intend to return to public building in Brickdam, the National Assembly, the home of the National Assembly? Yes, that was the real premise of it. I want to see Priya closer, face to face.
I'm not looking forward to that, actually. But we have to remember too, we have 42 government MPs and 29, so that's more MPs than we had before, and therefore my own view is it'd be a little bit tight in the new parliament, but that's a decision that's not in my hands. That's a decision for the president who's made the declaration that we meet here. This place has advantages. It's more space, as well as some facilities are probably better in Parliament office, and maybe one day we'll get a brand new Parliament building, who knows? But the decision is not ours, but I think a number of us are quite comfortable here in one sense because of space.
Honourable members, I now put a question that is some stated for...
And of course, I'm being reminded by my health people that COVID isn't really gone. It's still here. It's just not as, at the same level as before, but there are people still getting COVID, and there are people getting mutations or new mutations of the virus. So, so space isn't a bad thing. I like you being over there.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable members, I now put a question that is some stated for Agency 7, Program 071, National Assembly, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated for the National Assembly, Program 71, Parliament Office, now stand part of the estimates. Let us turn to page 513.
No, I know, but what is this broken down? Has to break down.
Honourable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 7, Program 71, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honourable member, Mr. Mahipur.
Thank you, sir. I don't know if you want me to repeat the question, the same question concerning the gadgets for members of Parliament of the 13th Parliament, the cellular phone for ministers, computers for MPs, both ministers and private members, and parliamentary secretaries, and so on, in terms of assisting them with their parliamentary duties.
Honourable Minister.
I said that, yes. So he's asking if it's budgeted for in 2026. I'm advised, Honourable Member, that the issue of your raising to do with the cell phones and the laptops have not been budgeted in 2026.
So may I ask, Honourable Chairman, does that mean that the members of Parliament of the 13th Parliament will not benefit the same way members of Parliament of the 12th, 11th, 10th, and as far back as the 9th Parliament benefited with electronic gadgets to help them out, and ministers with cell phone? Am I to understand that ministers are not benefiting from the cell phone and the cell phone allowances and so on that comes with their office?
The ministers, those who wish, have cell phones provided for them if they wish within a threshold. Those who don't wish haven't got. And they also pay their internet is part of their full salary and benefits. And yes, the cell phones are paid for by their parliament.
So no member of Parliament will be getting any computer to assist them with their parliamentary work in 2026?
As far as I know, we have not. At least I haven't got it. So I don't think we've got any laptops for ministers from Parliament office.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, may I ask another question in terms of provision for building? I'm assuming this is the Parliament building at Brickdam. I see improved facilities and operational efficiency. I did take note, sir, of the security huts, which I think is a great plus. and greater security measures being taken. May I ask, what are the other works intended to be done in 2026 to improve the facility?
Honorable Minister.
Furniture. Right. They include, there's $18 million for furniture and equipment, a number of computers, etc., for the staff, construction of guardrails around the outer parameters of the Parliament building, the public buildings, 20 million. Construction of building to house the Parliamentary Police Unit, 12 million. This was a recommendation to this by the Security Committee, I believe, subcommittee, and the police force. And the Constitutional Office of the Leader Opposition, furniture and equipment, 5 million. That makes 55 million.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, some honorable member, Mr. Camp.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honorable Minister, would it be possible to share what was the budget request from the Parliament Office? We know the amount budgeted and the items that were disallowed or not accepted.
No. Do you want an explanation of why I said no? Would you like that, really?
Honorable Minister, the answer is no.
So based on
Estimates, thank you, Parliament staff, for assisting Minister
that's yours too.
through your agency.
Thank you.
Let us turn to pages. Staff to join us through his agency.
Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 8, Program 81, Audit Office, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Chief Whip, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm guessing I'm at Appendix T, taking your guidance. I think we're at statutory wages and salaries, if I'm correct. I'm just wondering whether the complement of staff, if the audit office has the full complement of staff, you know, there's the government has expanded, lots more going on to audit. I'm just wondering what the staff complement is currently.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, under statutory wages and salaries, we're not dealing with all the staff of the auditor office. This is the salary for the Auditor General. Right, so as you see in Appendix T, total statutory expenditure, that's for the Auditor General himself, and the statutory benefits and allowances, that's what he is entitled to, right?
Noted.
And so when you come to the other one, wages and salaries, then you'll come to the, that is under, that's, well, in the T thing, it's grossed up. So yes, we'll look at the issue of the staffing that you're requesting. Do you have a full complement?
Honorable Member.
According to the Auditor General, he has 10 vacancies, 2 audit directors, 1 audit manager, 1 auditor, 1 audit clerk, 1 confidential secretary, 1 human resource officer, 1 programmer, 1 supervisor of computer operations, and 1 engineer.
Thank you.
And this is on the establishment which is approved by the Public Accounts Committee. Right.
Thank you. Just to follow up, has the audit office found itself in a difficult position trying to retain staff in terms of the fact that they have 10 vacancies? Is it a case that there's an issue with retaining staff, or it's just that you have not yet asked for those places to be filled?
Honorable Minister.
These are new positions? Yeah, based on promotion and number of factors, these are now vacancies. So they've moved some people up and it's creating now vacancies in the positions they originally held. So that's 10.
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C. The ultimate male supplement. Men's total wellness formula. Packed with essential nutrients for men's health. She'll call you Mr. C.
100% wild-crafted sea moss. Only the best, 'cause you deserve nothing less. 8 Butterfly.
There's a sum there of $28,492,000. The audit office usually will audit between 10 to 15% of the work of each ministry, agencies, and departments. Is there any consideration from the Auditor General to increase that percentage, considering the larger sums of monies that are going to the respective ministries, and in previous findings, if he sees the need for a larger percentage to audit as opposed to the 10 to 15%?
If you check my report too, the issue of, as a former member of the PAC, we all recognize that the Auditor General had increased the number of audits it was doing, including areas that were outstanding for a long time, like the NDCs, municipalities, a number of statutory bodies. And we've seen in the last year a number of those statutory bodies submitting reports, even if they may be 5-10 years old. So I think we're trying to mop that up and to make sure, maybe hopefully by the end of next year, we can clear off a lot of these outstanding audit financial statements, etc. And I think that's basically because they've also had some additional staff as well to push the work. In relation to the question you asked, I believe, without asking the Auditor General, that the program for 2026 will be brought to the, well, it was approved because we didn't have a PAC, but the program for 2026 would show an increase in the number of audits to be done.
May I ask, Mr. Chairman, how many performance audits will the Auditor General conduct in the year 2026 for expenditures previously?
Minister?
This is not the same as the money audit, these ones? Yeah, that one. Yeah, so in 2026, are projected to do 3 value for money audit reports and have those submitted to Parliament. One is on the impact of information communication technology program in Guyana by the National Data Management Authority. Second one is preparedness by the Guyana Fire Service to respond to wildfires. And 3, follow-up on drugs and medical supplies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Those are 3 identified for 2026.
Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, I have a few questions.
Yes.
I don't know whether I should share them one at a time. One is a clarification. I think you mentioned that you have 10 vacancies from your traditional structure, plus additional 12 from the energy unit that is being set up.
Mm-hmm.
And for the energy unit that's being set up,
It's a petroleum and oil and gas unit.
yeah, the oil and gas.
Oh.
For the oil and gas unit, is the salary scale the standard public service scale, or is there some kind of market-driven remuneration?
The audit office would have to bring to the Parliament a Public Accounts Committee the proposal of the positions, the JDs, and the salaries for the PAC to approve and bring to this House for its approval. This House approves that. So the PAC gives its, I guess, support or not contending it, and it would come to this House for the approval of this House.
My
Because a
question
new
is whether
position
there's
has
an
been
intention
created.
to do so.
Well, obviously, when the PAC is created and we get the information from the Auditor General's office, when he's
Well, I
ready.
saw the rep shaking his head vigorously. So
Beg your pardon?
I said, I noticed the rep for the Auditor General's office
He's not a
shaking.
rep for the Auditor General.
The Auditor
He is
General,
the Auditor
right?
General.
Yeah, thank you. And I see him shaking his head vigorously. So I'm taking it that a recommendation will be made for the oil and gas unit to have above market recommendation.
So it's a unit we all think that should be created and put in the Auditor General's office with the requisite skills to do that kind of audit and work.
Thank you. In the sum allocated on the other goods and services purchase, I'm trying to figure out does that cover, I know from time to time the Auditor General's office will use external audit firms. Is that budgeted for under that line item?
Honourable Minister?
No, the Auditor General doesn't pay for private auditors.
Yes.
The agencies will pay their private auditor. Once it is they're approved by the Auditor General. In other words, they're qualified and they're certified. So really what the Auditor General gives is a no objection to the person qualifications, but the agency will pay for that. So a number of the statutory bodies will pay for their audit to be done. In the case of the NDCs, a lot of them over the many years, and the shortfall that went on was that many of them didn't have the money to pay for the audits. But that has somewhat improved now. They are all being audited, catching up with 10 years and stuff like that.
And my final question is, the Auditor General, in the process of giving his blessing to such external auditors being used, how is this done? Is this on a cycle?
Honourable Minister?
I'm just trying to.
I'm advised that there's a valuation committee in keeping with the Procurement Act, made up of the Financial Secretary, the head of the GRA, and...
One second, Honourable Minister.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, there is a...
Oh, yeah,
I can't hear because of the noisy gallery.
Honourable Minister, could you repeat for the Honourable Member, Mr. Campbell?
I was adding to what I said that when these positions or these auditors are reviewed by a committee, like an evaluation committee, made up of the Financial Secretary, the head of the GRA, the Institute of Chartered Accountants, ICAG, and the head of UG Social Department, and the Governor of the Bank of Guyana. Those make up a committee that reviews the applications for auditors from private sources.
Thank you.
Right?
Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 8, Program 81, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, let us turn to page 514. And I now propose the question that the sum stated for Program 8, Agency 8, Program 81, Audit Office, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 8, Program 81, Capital Expenditure, Audit Office stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
Thank you.
Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, Minister and Auditor General and your staff. Let us invite the members of the Public and Police Service Commissions to join Minister as we go to pages 88 and 89. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 9, Program 91, Public and Police Service Commission's current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question. Honorable Member Ms. Halley.
There we go. We're not going there though. Please. Can the Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, please? I would like to know what the current strength of the public service is. I'm hoping that the Public Service Commission will be able to answer that question.
Minister.
The number is 14,141.
Sorry, 14,000.
141. 45.
Thank you.
On the fixed establishment, right?
Okay.
On the fixed establishment.
I was now going to ask for the contracted employees. What's that? What?
In the public.
In the public service, yes.
Give me 1 second. No, contracted workers have nothing to do with the PSC. You remember the circular that was put out in 2020, early 2021, advising that people had a choice to go on contracted employment or on public service fixed establishment. It was a reversal of what was done in the previous government where people were told they had to become public service fixed establishment. People have, over the last 5 years, been opting out. Some have been opting back into the fixed establishment as they get older and hope to get their pension. It's fluid, it's open. But the numbers on that he deals with, not him, sorry, police and public service deals with, is the 14,145.
So
the PSM deals with, 1, the creation of the post, 2, the approval of a person going on contract. If they want to go on the public service fixed establishment, they're then sent to the Public Service Commission for the normal procedural arrangements with that.
Thank you. Thank you.
But remember, contracted employees don't get pension, whereas
Understood.
the fixed establishment gets pension, right? So they collect their gratuity in lieu of pension.
Understood. A question for the Police Service Commission.
Yeah.
Based on the indicators, it showed that there's an intention to promote 560 police officers this year. When I look back at last year, there were 679 officers that were promoted. And it struck me because I remember an announcement that 2,800 police officers would be promoted in last year. So I was just wondering whether the 2,800 promotions are no longer happening and why not? So, because when you add 560 to the 679 last year, it just adds up to 1,500, which is, a shortfall.
What's the number again? 2,000? It was supposed to be promoted.
645 were promoted last year.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're asking about it. Yeah, the, one has to remember that the Police Service Commission is the one that makes the appointments of the promotion of officers above a certain level. And so 645, as you said, was appointed last year. They're aiming for the same amount for this year of 645. However, it would depend on a number of factors. Persons who are coming off or retired, creating vacancies for the next level to come up. Those that may have come out of the police completely and have created vacancies. And so it's fluid, but the aim is to try to do 645. It could be more, it could be less, if people, retire and stuff like that. So that is the intention, is to reach 645. But please remember too, we have lost the chairman of the Police Service Commission recently, a very good, honorable man. And at this point, the Police Service Commission would not be meeting because we also have another person who died as well on it. That was Mr. Conway, I think.
Yeah.
And so we'll have to look at appointing additional people to the commission. So I'm not sure the commission with two people can function and make the decisions without at least the chairman being there. And the other person on the commission is the chairman of the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Minister. Would it then be fair, the 2,800 numbers, is it that it was, is it deferred now, revised? Is it the 2,800, was it overstated in the first instance?
Yeah, I'm not sure, honorable member, where this figure of 2,800 coming from. Was this an official document or?
It was stated by the person who we can't mention in Parliament, but it was stated by.
I thought it was 2,000. I never thought of 800. I always thought it was 2,000. So I myself heard 2,000, but that can be checked. But the other thing too is, remember, the Commissioner of Police also appoints, promotes up to a certain rank. And so in that 2,000 figure are those that would be under the Commissioner of Police.
Okay.
And then you have the 645 that the
So it
Police
might
Service
add up
Commission-
to.
Yeah.
Okay.
So remember,
Understood.
the constables, sergeants, and all those are under the Commissioner of Police, not under the Public Service Commission, Police Service Commission. Right?
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 9, Program 91, Public and Police Service Commission's current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to page 515. And I propose the question for the same agency, Program 091, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 091, Program 9, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates.
Mr. Speaker, if I could just add something, and that is that the Police Public Service Commissioner moved from where they were. They're right now on Irving and what street? Landscape Street, the corner. So in case you're looking for them, you now know where they are. They've moved from where they were in White Plain.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the staff of the Police and Public Service Commissions, along with Minister. Honorable members, turn to pages 92 and 93 and invite the staff of the Teaching Service Commission to join Honorable Minister in the well. I think that's a better word, Minister, than the
Hi,
pit.
good afternoon.
Somebody said all is well in the pit. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 10, Program 101, Teaching Service Commission current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Practically the same question. I would like for the Honorable Minister to state how many senior vacancies currently exist in keeping with the MOE vacancy list.
Honorable Minister.
These are teachers.
Yeah, 2,800 vacancies.
2,800 vacancies exist in the teaching profession.
Thank you. 2,800, I heard accurately? Yes.
That's what I'm told, yeah.
Can the Honorable Minister clarify what positions are understood as senior positions?
It's not allowing me to do that. Yeah. Just give us a minute, please,
No problem.
if you don't mind.
We have various HMs, DHMs. I'll work on this Sunday, last Sunday.
Yeah,
SMs.
I was advised by the Teaching Service Commission that on this Sunday, well, 1st of February actually, that they have advertised in the newspapers, Chronicle and Starbuck News, the 2,800 vacancies that exist, and for non-board schools, and they also the posts,
okay,
which teachers and so on. So heads of primary schools, nursery schools, etc., secondary, and what grades.
Noted.
And stuff like that. So if you check, it should be.
I will check it there.
And you're rolling it to this last weekend too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are the number.
Noted.
Yeah, so it
Thank
should
you.
be rolling in the papers, not just on one day, February 1st, but subsequently.
Thank you. Can
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you. That was for senior. For the junior vacancies, can the Honorable Minister state how many junior vacancies exist?
Minister?
Yeah, sure.
The Ministry of Education advises the Teaching Service Commission of how many teachers they would need at different levels. And so with the new schools being opened, new primary schools, new secondary schools, that they would have to indicate how many more teachers they need. And then they would then look at what stock you have and what more they will need to advertise and to hire. So it's a synergy between the two organizations to make sure they have a balance in what's the supply and demand for teachers. So they have for the senior teachers 2,800 vacancies. They have not, been advised by education yet?
No, not this year.
No, they're pending the advice. As you know, a number of schools, and therefore some are coming on stream mid-year, near September, and so they have to look at that. But also you have a lot of teachers being trained that will want to come into the system, will come into the system after they graduate in, was it September?
Yeah.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I came to this National Assembly, I passed by the Teaching Service Commission to drop in an application. And the building is in a very, internally, the building is in a very deplorable condition. I see we spent $15.4 million for maintenance of building in 2025, and I see a sum here of $11.002 million. Will this sum be used for the rehabilitation to make the environment more conducive to the staff members who are functioning in what I conclude at the very deplorable state of the building? And I did take pictures which will be on social media shortly.
They have, it is.
Via credible sources.
It is true that it's an old building and it does need work, and every year they're putting in some work into it. This year, the maintenance of buildings, under maintenance of buildings, they have put the reconfiguration of the third floor boardroom at 2.2 million, the renovation of storerooms, and repainting of the second floor of the commission at 3 million. That is what they put in under maintenance of buildings. You have anything else, Pastor?
No. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Yes, sir. And what does the under maintenance of infrastructure, this paltry sum of 2.8 million, what will that be doing? Is that also to the same building, or is there?
Yeah, it is for painting of the fence of the commission. As you said, the paint is chipping and all of that. As well as metal rails and paint on the walkways of the commission. The existing paint, as I said, has been chipped due to regular use. So this is mainly painting and putting up rails, for example.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Final question.
The challenges in their capital, which we haven't come to, they've tried to put in a lot of stuff to do with digitalizing, so that because these are all, many of them are paper records going back decades, and that's yeah, you're talking about the building. I'm more concerned about the records. Yeah, but anyway. Yes, of course we are. I share your concern.
Am I allowed to ask my question as yet?
Honorable Member, Ms. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the allocations on the fuel and lubricants and maintenance of vehicles, can the minister state how many vehicles are currently in use by the Teaching Service Commission?
3 vehicles are in use.
And can the honorable minister say which officers are authorized to utilize those vehicles?
One is for the chairwoman and 2 are for the secretariat, the commission itself, the commission secretariat.
1 is for the chair and 2 for the commission secretary.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 10, Program 101, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Estimates. Thank you very much, Minister and staff, for taking us through that agency. We can turn to pages 96 and 97. Guyana Elections Commission. Invite the staff of GCOM to join Minister and her staff in the well.
Hi, good afternoon.
Honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 11, Program 111, Elections Commission current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now call on MP Maipol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I ask if from this allotted sum, I'm guessing under other operating expenses, because I'm not seeing any other line that suits the question, if there is a budgeted allocation for the advertisement for an ACEO, which I'm told is absent in terms of the position not having anyone, and a DCEO.
Yes.
Honorable Minister.
And may I ask, Honorable Chair, what is the salary and remuneration of the ACEO and DCEO? I never know, I might suit the job, sir.
You want to apply for the job? We would miss you in Parliament. The Deputy Chief Elections Officer, the salary per month, basic salary is 1,328,274. And the Assistant Chief Elections Officer, monthly salary is 943,585.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Minister.
much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable member?
Yes.
Mr. Hetzberger.
These are the scale 9, so the salaries are consistent. These scale 9 salaries, so they're consistent from IT manager right up research officer.
These are all the vacancies.
Yes.
Yes, sorry, I've missed the question. Oh.
Mr. Chair, through you, I would like to know if there are any other senior vacancies outside of the DCO and the ACO.
Honorable Minister. It's okay, you can sit there.
Other vacancies, yeah, give me a break. Legal officer, the information technology manager, research officer, security manager, and chief accountant. Those are the, I would say, the senior staff that's vacant. No, man. Scale? Okay, so but you're vacant here.
Security, but it's in red because they're vacant.
Yeah, that's, I read it. Yeah. What was the question that was asked? About what?
Outside of the DCO and the ACO, any other senior vacancies?
No, I read them out already. That is the legal officer, information technology manager, the research officer, and the chief accountant. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, from this allocated sum, which is just below what was the sum in 2025, is there consideration for local government elections this year?
Yes.
In this sum?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, there are. In their budget, they have provided for local government elections, both in terms of temporary election day staff, for polling day staff, as well as ballots and stuff like that. So they have material requirements for elections. I'm corrected. I said ballots and stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very uneducated, yeah. But yes, they have provided in the Appendix T, as you know, but the actual program in the GCOM is 2 programs, one that deals with elections, one that deals with more administration. So they've catered for transportation, printing materials, training of the staff that works on election day, as well as the payment of scrutineers, etc. So that's all included in the budget. So although it's slightly less, it's not a huge gap when you look at the cost for the general elections versus the
Honorable Minister, if there's any consideration to further increase the level of transparency and scrutiny of elections in Guyana, is there any consideration here for biometrics to be facilitated at the place of poll?
Honorable Minister.
That's a question the commission is, as a constitutional body, has to discuss and come to agreement on. And if that were to happen, then the requisite funds would have to be made available by supplementary, which you
Thank,
know.
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Maipol. Honorable
Mr.
Member, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Chairman, it was the same question as Mr. Maipol.
Honorable Member, Ms. Sarabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm guessing it's on the goods and services. I may be wrong, but can the minister state whether it's on the goods and services that the ID cards are accessed and printed under that? Purchased ID cards for?
We have sufficient materials for the production of ID card.
Honorable Minister.
I'm advised that the GCOM is of the view that they have enough of the materials to make up the ID cards for the rest of 2026.
Excellent.
If you go to the indicators, it gives you an idea of the number of new registrants that they handled during the continuous registration of 12,387, and you're targeting for 2026 as much as 30,870, and they believe they have enough of the materials for that.
Thank you,
for the
Mr.
ID
Chair.
cards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a follow-up.
Go ahead.
On the ID legislation, there's a new EID that persons have to, I know, I'm very aware of it is. But I was just wondering if GCOM has seen it as duplicating what it is that they're doing, or they're seeing it as two different things, if there's any overlap in the issue of IDs from two different agencies.
No, there's no overlap. The National Electronic ID Card, e-card, is one in which people's data will be on it. If in the future, it'll be like in other countries where you have all your data on it, your medical records, your licenses, your driver's license, everything else that could be swiped by different spheres of influence or excellence and be able to access that. So once you have that ID card, you can go to the public hospitals, and the hospitals develop the electronic systems. You just use your card and they'll see if you're diabetic, if you have heart problems, if you have any particular complications. So it is very different. The national ID card is basically been used as a basic tool, as an identification, and will continue along that way because it's going to take time to get everyone their national electronic cards and e-cards, and that also some people, people may not want to join it either. So we're not excluding the cards from GCOM, but the one on this new system that we're looking at is really to make it easier for the population that they just have a card that has everything on it. And so the work that's going on to make sure it's safe and that then firewalls to prevent it being hacked and all these things is an important issue. And also under the Data Protection Act to protect people's private data, which is always a challenge with electronic data. And you may know that the Commissioner of Data Protection has been appointed, so that we're moving in that direction of making sure the Data Protection Commission and the new national electronic cards will work in a particular systemic way.
Okay, thank you, Minister, for that.
Mr.
Just to follow up on then. I hear you. I understand the direction in terms of the EID, but I was just wondering, so we would not be in a position where there will be that the EID will be used during elections as an identification.
Before
you know how you have to use your ID cards from GCOM to vote. Whether the EID would be, whether GCOM would allow that persons to utilize the EIDs to vote instead of the GCOM ID card. If that's a conversation that has started already.
No. If that were to happen, we probably have to amend the law as well, the election laws. But as far as I know, it's not on the cards for that, at least not for the local government elections. The commission would have to make a determination, and then it would lead to other action and changes in legislation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
I had the rule is who first catches the eye, and I saw your green light.
It's Mr. Walton is here.
Honorable Member, Ms.
Thank you.
Amanza Walton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow on, Minister Teixeira, you said that people might not want to sign on to the EID. Just my clarification, that this will be something that is purely voluntary?
Minister?
No, it's not. It's if a person says, look, they don't want to be on it, you can't force them. They have to go themselves and be registered. So it's voluntary in that sense. But once you are going to go to hospitals or places to get your licenses or to get treatment, you will be asked eventually for your electronic card because they want to look and see if your data, your health data is on it, or if your driver's license is on it, if you paid your income tax or whatever. So it at this point is voluntary. People can go and get it. But at some point, even if people have chosen not to do it, it will become very cumbersome to not have it. And that has happened in many countries that have introduced these new forms of identification and databases, that you do have a gap with people who may feel reluctant to join them. But I think over time, people realize how valuable it is to have it all on one card. So if the police stops you, they can also at some point swipe you and they'll see that your license is in order or whatever, or how many traffic violations. So a lot of stuff has to be added, and those databases have to be synchronized and developed with protection. So it's going to take a little while, I think, the cards being issued will be fine, but it'll take a little while to update all the data onto everyone's cards. It will take a little time.
Just a quick follow on, Mr. Chair. Given
Go ahead.
that the minister concedes that there could be a time lapse between all of the components being added onto the cards, and I'm particularly interested in the example that the minister used about access to health care. Is the minister at all concerned that a citizen not possessing this card could result in them being denied health care, particularly at state institutions?
I think this is
Go
an
ahead.
interesting debate to have and discussion in the House. This is under GCOM, but I will just say that we'll have to ensure that we make sure that people are not discriminated against or denied access to health, education, etc. That's very important to us, to make sure that everyone has access to health and education, water, etc. So we'd probably have to make sure that the training of the officers who will be using and seeing the public with these cards would have to go through some training to make sure that they understand very clearly. If you have someone come in from a faraway village that may not have got their card as yet, they cannot be denied access to health. They cannot. The only disadvantage is that the health workers may not have all their medical history at their disposal. But that shouldn't, and now with the telemedicine sites that we have, I think there are over 153 now, and they're adding on in 2026. That will help to provide to, say, Georgetown hospitals the kind of information they may need, whilst a patient may not have their card as yet.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, could the Honorable, in the last election, there was some debate over whether those who were Commonwealth citizens and voted were qualified under both residency and domicile. I noticed that I'm asking on the other goods and services purchase whether there's a provision for an added layer of investigation to ensure that they're not only resident but also domiciled.
If you go back to the legislation, if I remember correctly, and probably CEO can advise me, this has been something we inherited, I think, since independence, as part of the getting independence, that the Commonwealth citizens would be allowed to vote in Guyana elections if they've been here for 1 year, right? And so how do you know what that 1 year means? One has to check their passport to see maybe the stamp or their work permit or whatever they came in with. Whether that due diligence is done, I don't know, but you see ID cards that would have people who are Commonwealth citizens who have an actual Guyana ID card that says Kenya or Trinidad or Barbados or whatever, where they're born. So any change in that is, it's not an interpretation. The law is very clear. There's no interpretation to it unless this is the only election that there's been any whisper about taking Commonwealth citizens off of the voters list. And that is something probably the opposition may want to follow up with, including with the members of the GCOM. But as far as I know, GCOM interprets the law as it is. That is, they're allowed to vote once they're here for 1 year, and the way in which they prove it is their stamps, their immigration stamps, and their, what you call maybe a work permit if you have a work permit. But it's not a big amount of people. It's a small amount of people.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up, please. Be that as it may, that it's not a large amount of people. I think GCOM is on record as saying there must be strict compliance with both aspects. It's not just respectfully, it is not just 1 year residency, but you must also show that you've been domiciled here. So, and I believe GCOM is on record as saying there must be strict compliance with both criteria. So my question is...
But just to cut you, we have no residency arrangement in Ghana. There's no residency requirement. This was something that came up years ago. You're allowed, your domicility is based on where you are at the moment. You're domiciled here, this is where you're living. That we don't offer anybody something called residency, like you have in the States permanent residence. You have in other countries that might offer residency based on living there for 2 years or whatever. We don't have that at all in our law. What we have is people get stamped when they come in, they may look for a job or they're investing, and that the work permit is issued or the visa extensions issued. Some later on, spending many years here, may want to become citizens and have dual citizenship. But there's no special dispensation and difference between residence and domicility, or there's no special thing to do with residency. Once you're in Guyana and you're living here, and you say you're living here, this is your home, that's it, it's your home.
Respectfully, there's a difference.
No query over it.
So respectfully, there's a difference, but so to clarify.
I'm just saying in our law, there's no provision. That's what I'm not just saying that it's the same.
Right.
I'm saying in our law, there's no provision
I'm
for
just
residency.
clarifying, Honorable Minister, the GCOM will accept going forward, for the record, just the presence in Guyana of a Commonwealth citizen for 1 year as the requirement for the issuance of an ID card and then being eligible to vote. I just want that to be
Honorable member, the gentlemen who are behind me are very honorable men too, but they cannot answer for the commission. They are the administrators of the commission. They are not the commission. The commission is 6 members and a chairman. Only they can take those policy decisions. So please don't try to time me
No,
or
I'm not
the
doing that.
members here
Honorable
into
Minister,
making a commitment.
Honorable Minister, right. Honorable Minister, respectfully, the commissioners are not the ones who issue the ID card or go through the process of registering anybody. It's the gentleman right next to you who do that. So
but they can only work, again, sorry to interrupt you. They can only do what they're told by the commission that this is what is allowed or what the law allows. They cannot breach the law. So even if the commission says, go ahead or don't go ahead and give Commonwealth citizens, and you must have 3 years or something, they cannot do it because unlawful instruction they've been given. They have to follow what the law says until the politicians and the parliament decides that we want to change the law. And so I suggest, honorable member, that you may want to have a discourse with the GCOM commissioners on this, and that if you feel strongly enough, you could bring a proposal here to the parliament.
So I'm just seeking that what is the current SOP? 1 year in the country, you issued an ID card. Is that what the GCOM is currently operating? And they're quite capable of advising you if that is
they have.
that is it.
The law provides for 1 year.
So 1 year and registration.
And it's either your passport and or a national ID card.
Okay, thank you.
So they could produce their passport.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 11, Program 111, Elections Commission, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it.
Who
The
said
sum
that?
stated now
Ganesh?
stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, turn to page 517. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 111, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Natasha Lewis.
Thank you very much,
Natasha
Mr.
Singh,
Chair.
sorry.
Mr. Chair, the sum stated there are for several activities. Could the Honorable Minister disaggregate the sum?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, you mean the 390 million?
Yes.
For capital? Sure. Yeah. For buildings, it's 75,959,000, and this includes a number of rollover projects to do with Port Kaituma registration office, for example, as well as equipment, mostly for the registration offices across the country. You also have fire extinguishers, photocopies, etc. So under buildings, sorry, let me go back, 75,959,000. Workshop, tarmac fence, boat shed fence, etc. These are also physical facilities, is 21,470,000. And this is things like the woodshed boat is Camarang and Bartica. Doretta may be interested. You also have equipment. Then you have vehicles, boat, and engine. Yeah, no, they've done it differently. Yeah, so you got construction of a building at Maruka, construction of one surface for frontline Mycone. But I think what Ms. Lewis wanted, Honorable Member Lewis wanted, was just the capitals, the totals, right? Yeah. So I was just giving an elaboration when we talk about buildings, is registration offices in various parts of the country. They have boats and engines. I'm just looking for that. How many of them? Where are your boats and engines? No, breakdown. Breakdown. For boats and engines, vehicles, 33 million. 33 million. What, how many vehicles? I don't have the number of vehicles. And while they're looking for that, let's look at equipment. There's a lot of equipment. 238 million, 340,600. And the equipment varies in terms of office equipment, etc., computers, etc. And furniture, 21,390,200. Yeah, for the vehicles, the acquisition of two Toyota Hilux at 33 million, right? So they don't have any boats here, as far as I can see, but they have two Hilux required for Wellington, Fort Wellington, and Lethem. These are two areas that they're looking at. Any other? You have two boats where?
Thanks for that question, Minister. And the justification we have here, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Go ahead.
There was no mention of vehicles, so I'm happy for that explanation. What I'm interested in the disaggregation is the 75.959 for offices and buildings, particularly registration office. I know that the New Amsterdam registration office has been deemed a fire hazard, so I did not hear in that breakdown if there's anything for that office.
Just give me the one for furniture. I mean, the building. Right. As I said, construction of one building required from Maruka. We have also we have fences, storerooms, Camarang, one boathouse, Maruka, washrooms at Collagen, Camarang, construction of water trestles, Anna Regina, Nouvelle, Flanders, construction of 3 guard huts, 3 of them, at Maikoni, Madhya, main office. I'll just see if I lift out anything. And then when you go to the maintenance, which would be in the T form, this is maintenance. Under the maintenance budget, honorable member, you have all GCOM offices, buildings in good condition, routine maintenance. Then you have GCOM New Amsterdam, rehabilitation of roof, ceiling, windows, and guard hut. That's 5.3. GCOM stores, head office, installation of L-shaped counter, 300,000. GCOM Maikoni, repairs to guard hut, 300,000. That's 9.9 under maintenance of buildings. And you did work last year, right, on a number of buildings? Yeah. So that's for it, and you said the one building is in bad condition?
I was referring specifically to the office in New Amsterdam, the
Yes.
registration office.
Mhm.
And your answer, you were going to spend 900,000?
5.3 million for, this is maintenance, under maintenance of buildings?
Yes.
Right, and then you have on the capital, the construction of let's go back, Maruka, and also, but there's no capital for New Amsterdam.
So then New Amsterdam falls on the repairs?
Yes.
Which
current.
is specific to the ceiling, the roof, and the guard huts?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want a clarification from the Honorable Minister. Is it that you said construction of a guard hut at the Maikoni sub-office and repairs for the same guard hut?
No.
Because, sir, if I may, I know for a fact that that guard hut has already been constructed or repaired because I visited and I saw a new guard hut. So is it that we do the works and then come to the National Assembly for the monies? Or you're doing a new guard hut?
I would hope not. So why is it still on here then? It's still here, it says Maikoni. Is it Mike or Maikoni?
There's no capital position for Maruka. It's just
What? If you're asked silly questions, I have to answer. Yeah, I know. Maikoni, Madhya, and main office are the 3 that are listed, for construction of guard huts.
So you're saying, Honorable Minister, that the budgetary allocation is now in place for a job that has already been done? Because a few weeks ago when I visited, you could have seen the security guard from outside through the board because they had no proper walling and so on. But just recently, there's a new guard hut. And here again, we're hearing about another guard hut to be built at the same location. And I'm aware that there is only one gate or one entrance, and the same entrance is used as an exit at that location.
They apparently did do some repairs to the guard hut, but they've now put it in this budget to do a new one.
We'll verify. Thank you.
Mike Paul
Thank you.
Construction.
Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 111, Agency 11, Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Minister and staff of the Guyana Elections Commission. As we invite the Supreme Court staff to join Minister in the well.
You keep your eye on the phone. Benny. Yeah. You keep your check on the phone for 1 week. It's 2 weeks. You can get it.
Thank you, honorable members. Let us turn to pages 308 and 309. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 55, Program 551, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 551, Supreme Court, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let us turn to page 545. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 551, Agency 55, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 551, Agency 51, Supreme Court, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, staff of the Supreme Court and Minister. Let us turn to pages 312 and 313 as we invite Agency 56, Public Prosecutions, and the staff of the DPP office join Minister.
Hello. Hi.
Thank you. Honorable members, I propose the question that a sum stated for Program 50, Agency 56, Program 561, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 56, Program 561, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Turn to page 546. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 56, Program 561, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 561 of Agency 56, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you, staff of the DPP office.
Thank you.
Let us turn to pages 316 and 17.
Could we put the AC on?
And invite the staff of the Office of the Ombudsman to join Minister
Yes, of course.
in the well.
Of course.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 57, Program 571, Ombudsman current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 57, Program 571, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please turn to page 547. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 57, Program 571, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 57 of Program 571, Ombudsman, Agency 57, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Thank you, Minister and staff of the Ombudsman Office.
Thank you, Millie.
Let us turn to pages 320 and 321.
What happened? You all are tired?
And
or that you
invite the
didn't prepare?
staff of the Public Service Appellate Tribunal to join Minister
I expect that.
in the
It's
well.
okay.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 58, Program 581, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I put a question that the sum stated for Agency 58, Program 581, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to page 548. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 58, Program 581, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 58, Program 581, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let's turn to pages 324 and 325 and invite the staff of the Ethnic Relations Commission to join Minister in the well.
I see you're not using my words, Mr. Speaker. Of being in the pit.
I sat in pit for too long. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 59, Program 591, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question. Honorable member, Ms. Natasha Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6111 to 117. I would like if the Honorable Minister can tell us the staffing capacity of the investigative department of the ERC.
There are 5 staff in the investigative unit of the ERC.
So the question I'm trying to ask here is, when the agency was established and the unit, the investigative unit was established, is it 5 staff that was required?
You're talking about in 2013 when it was formed?
Yes.
No, it didn't have that number of investigators then.
So,
Yeah, right now it's 5 and there are 5 positions and they're both. they're
so
5
that's the
are
full
filled.
capacity.
Yeah, it could change it if it wishes over time, but it hasn't had to do that so far.
Okay, my second question, same line item. Could you tell us the training that is scheduled for 2026 for the investigative department, or unit, sorry?
I just want to ask the honorable member if she's seen the indicators for ERC on page 293. Okay, I just want to make sure you've seen it, because it gives you some information there.
For the investigative department specifically, it's a
Alternative dispute. Just that one alone?
No, the list
All this is.
all are-
Right, so for the investigative unit, they have alternative dispute resolution certificate online from St. Cloud State University. They have a new, what's the EEU? Investigators, ADR Academy online, also St. Cloud State University. They have training for investigative file case management online with the Justice Institute of British Columbia, and also Justice Institute of British Columbia for digitizing of case files, personnel, etc., as well as they have other training for other stuff like admin, customer relations, and also training with public speaking, etc. But the ones that are specifically investigative department are 2 at St. Cloud, 1 at and 2 at the Justice Institute of British Columbia. And these would allow for several people to be trained in these. One of them at digitizing of case files, 3 personnel. 3 would go on that, as well as the others that would go. Right?
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 59, Program 591, Ethnic Relations Commission, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please turn to page 549. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 591, Agency 59, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 59, Program 591, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, remember we are going through. We're not taking no break. And whoever wants their refreshment downstairs, thank you to staff of the ERC. Please turn to pages 328 and 329 as I invite the Judicial Service Commission staff to join Minister.
The Rights Commission with a rubber band all together.
This way is judicial.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 60, Program 601, Judicial Service Commission, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 60, Program 601, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and staff of the JSC. Honorable members, we can turn to pages 332 and 3. And I propose the question that the sum, and this is the Rights Commission. Let me invite the staff of the Rights Commission to join our minister responsible for the constitutional agencies, the Honorable Gail Teixeira. Honorable members, I now propose the question. And I propose that the sum stated for Agency 61, Program 611, Rights Commissions of Guyana Current Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the Rights Commissions cater for the Human Rights Commission, the Women and Gender Equality Commission, the Indigenous Peoples Commission, the Rights of the Child Commission.
Yes.
May I ask the Honorable Minister if from this allocated sum of $60,785,000, is there any consideration here for the Human Rights Commission?
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, I think you know the answer to that question. One is that the chairman comes from a list provided by the Leader Opposition under the same formula like GCOM, the person not unacceptable to the president, but to provide 6 names. That's one aspect of it. The second aspect, though, is a question that is being raised by the legal profession and lawyers that the Human Rights Commission seems to have powers of a court, which it's not supposed to have. And so in the constitutional reform process, this will be examined to see if it is in order, whether the views of some of the legal professional people is that it is not, it has powers that it would be similar to another judicial court. So, but the issue is that over the decades, no leader opposition has presented any name to the president at the time, whoever was the president, with 6 names that are not unacceptable under the same formula of GCOM. And so the president does not have the right under the Constitution to appoint himself. He has to, it states it's from the 6 names, unless, of course, like someone like the GCOM is, if he fails to do so, that is, fails to provide any names, that it may be possible. But in the same time, the issue is that the concept in Parliament at the time of that constitutional reform was to have some situation in which the leader opposition had a say in who became the chairman of GCOM and who became the chairman of the Human Rights Commission. But the concern of its legitimacy to act as a court has been challenged, and that has to be carefully and seriously examined.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So in other words, no.
Honorable members, Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm volume 2, the indicators. And the indicators for the Rights of the Child Commission show that the number of inspections done for places of detention for children in conflict, early childhood institutions, and child care institutions were not 100% last year.
That were what?
They were not 100% last year. They did not inspect all of the institutions or monitored all of the institutions required. So I'm just asking whether the Honourable Minister can please state what measures will be put in place to ensure that 100% of the early child care institutions, places of detention, and child care institutions are inspected and monitored this year, in keeping with their target.
Right, the 2 answers to that question. One is that they didn't have an investigative officer in 2025. They now have hired one. Secondly, please remember there's the other laws of Guyana that deal with inspection of institutions that deal with children. So you have, for example, the, what's it called? Child Care and Development Services. And that committee has been working and inspecting different child care facilities and in the last 2 years, as well as the orphanages. So when it says a number of child care institutions, it could include orphanages as well. But yes, they feel now, as you see, the target for 2026 is 100%. They feel with an investigative officer, they will be able to do that.
Thank you, Minister. Ms.
Mr.
Halley?
Chair, Mrs. Chair, is the Honourable Minister stating that one investigator would be sufficient to monitor and inspect all of the institutions where children are?
Minister?
They believe that they can with the other 7 commissioners, because normally it isn't only an investigator going out, it would include members of the commission accompanying, and they also do their outreach, they also do an inspection. So it's not just the investigator alone. They're of the opinion, they're the commission, they're the opinion that they could manage this with one investigator and the 7, right? 7 other commissioners.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 6-1, Program 611, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please, honorable members, turn to page 551. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 6-1, Program 611, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 6-1, Program 611, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to pages 336 and 37. Thank you, staff of the Rights Commission.
Thank you very much.
Invite the members of the Public Procurement Commission.
Just give us a little minute, please, if you don't mind, Mr. Speaker. Just give me a minute.
Honorable members, I now put a question that sum stated for Agency 62, Program 6, current and capital expenditures stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Ayes have it. The sum stated for this agency stand part of the estimates. Thank you, staff of the Public Procurement Commission. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 72 and 73. And I propose the question as we invite Minister's staff to join her in the well. I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Program 6-1, current expenditure stands part of the estimates.
Mr. Chairman, line item 6284, other. I see a significant jump from 43,613,000 to $200 million. Does this line cater for anti-corruption conferences? And if so, how many conferences will be held?
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Member, 6284 under Program 6.1. It deals with a number of activities which have been successful and growing. The Human Rights and Anti-Corruption Conference exhibition that we have in December every year. It's getting bigger and we may have to look for bigger venues because the number of exhibitors. So that has gone up to 32.4 million when it was 22.4 million in 2025. Consultancies and experts in governance human rights as needed 10 million. Conferences on impact mandates 15 million, which deal with parliament and governance issues, human rights issues. Legal services required 13 million as we may get sued or we have legal issues in the court. Technical assistance 9.1 million. Technical reports 18 million. Human rights anti-corruption expo, as I said, 32.2. License and other operational costs 6.5. ICT consultancy because we have upgraded our ICT capacity and we have to have all the protections in it, 4 million. Budget training for constitutional agencies, 1.5, and regional activities, 17.2. We also included the issue of our work with NDMA as well. So that has gone up, as you correctly said, from 100 to 200 million. The anti-corruption issues you're asking about would be under governance, the number 3 program, 63.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it went up from 4 to 3.6 million to 200. Sir, I heard the Honorable Minister saying that
Well,
there's...
it's the same, yeah, I was going back to what is allocated, right.
Yeah. The Honorable Minister said that legal services is covered here in case of any legal matter
yes.
that the ministry
Yes.
may have to face in terms of defending
Yes.
itself. Isn't that what the Ministry of Legal Affairs and Attorney General Chambers is responsible for the government in total? So why is it that there's a special sum for that purpose when we have an Attorney General who in some eyes are very capable for the purpose of defending its government?
Well, it's not a question of defending. We also have draft law. So we have a number of pieces of legislation we're working on that we use legal support to help us do that. In some cases, it's from the Attorney General's chamber. Sometimes it's outside of that, where there's someone who is a legal expert as well. So it includes those areas. And if there are cases in court, then we would depend on the Attorney General. And or if it's a difficult situation in terms of availability, we will then hire a private person. But we do, Honorable Member, use lawyers to help us draft legislation and or, for example, when we were dealing with, we have been dealing with the amendment to the Sexual Offences Act, we've had consultations and we also use the support of a legal person who is now a judge. At the time she wasn't, to help us with amending the Sexual Offences Act, which I hope will come to this House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Halley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the Minister, Honorable Minister, indicate how many recommendations arising from the international government treaties that you have signed, well, not you personally, but the government, such as UNCAC and the IACAC, have been fully implemented or partially implemented since 2020?
The IAC, the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption, our sixth review was in 2024, and the recommendations have been made. We're working on the implementation of a number of those recommendations, particularly to do with the ones that refer to the private sector and encouraging and working with the private sector to increase the anti-corruption measures. The UNCAC, the UN Convention Against Corruption, we only received the final summary of the recommendations in late December, like Christmas time. And so we have already responded to those. And those are recommendations. Once they've approved it and published it, then we will start working on looking at those. A number of them relate to legislation. But we have the National Coordinating Committee on the Anti-Corruption Treaties. And those recommendations are worked on by the 16 agencies to look at how to bring them into implementation, which ones are administrative, which ones are legal, that we have to go to the Attorney General and also the Cabinet for approval and so on. So it's a process. The next round of UNCAC, we will probably start preparing for the third review in another by 2027. But in the meantime, we have to do like a midterm report on what we're doing. And they do keep an eye on you. They do ask you to submit under the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption. We have to put in an annual progress report every year. So although we've got the review of all the recommendations, every year we expected to put in an annual review in March for them to see are we making progress, and there also may be recommendations that went in the fifth review that may not be implemented yet. Some of them, so that's how it works at that level. But I think we've done well and showed that we're making good faith efforts to improve what we're doing. We've had 2 workshops with the private sector in the last year.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like the can the Honourable Minister please, I don't know if you'd be the right person, maybe I should ask the Attorney General. You guide me if it is that you may not be the correct person to ask this. But on the governance, and I'm just wondering if you could point to any current legislative framework that would help to investigate all of these, what we call allegations. They're allegations, nobody's saying they're accurate, but in terms of the public understanding or saying, well, there's legislative framework that is there to investigate disproportionate accumulation of wealth. If there's perceived disproportionate accumulation of wealth, what legislative framework is currently in existence that persons can point to say, well, yes, at least they are doing their job to show whether this person did not or did disproportionately accumulate wealth while as a public official.
Honourable Minister.
I think there's a distinction between social media where accusations are made and also law.
Agreed.
And what I'm looking for, which is supposed to be here, behave yourself. You don't think that at all. You just are buttering me up. We do have the anti-corruption framework, which I encourage people. We're going to be updating this. We put this out in 2022, and why I think it might be interesting for members of Parliament, because it has what is the legislative framework we're working with in relation to anti-corruption efforts. And so remember, we have oversight bodies. So if someone is found to be, say, a GRA, tax avoidance and so on, they have the capacity to deal with that. And we have been training the GRA in terms of, and working with them in terms of anti-corruption efforts. And so we have a series of organizations that are covered by law, by statute, that deal with oversight and also investigation of corruption and in the different ways in Guyana. So we have, for example, we have, just too much paper. Sorry about that. You have the constitutional bodies, as you know, and so you have the Audit Office, the Service Commissions, Public Procurement, the Ombudsman, Judiciary, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and the Public Service Appellate Tribunal. You also have statutory bodies that also play an oversight role: the Integrity Commission, the National Procurement and Tender Administration, the Financial Intelligence Unit, the Guyana Revenue Authority, the Special Organized Crime Unit, SOCO of the Guyana Police Force, the Securities Council, the Commission of Information, Police Complaints Authority, and then you have parliamentary oversight, the Public Accounts Committee, the sectoral committees of Parliament, Foreign Relations, Social Service, Economic Service, and Natural Resources, Committee of Appointment, and the National Assembly. So there are layers in Guyana of where all these agencies I've listed are supposed to be looking at putting anti-corruption measures in place, whether their laws need to be amended or whether the administration of these agencies have to be strengthened, training officers and all of that. And so we can only deal with these issues by law and with the courts. We don't want a vigilante group, but if the courts are there, they're to be used with integrity and to make sure the law works. And so there's a series of laws here too as well, other than the agencies. And so I think it's important for us as a people to kind of know what our framework is that we're working with. And in fact, in a number of countries, including in this region, not all of them have such legislation or such strong agencies. And we have gained a reputation in a number of agencies for, in fact, for example, our Integrity Commission, which I'm sure you'll come to when you're dealing with my ministry, that it has been considered to be one of the better ones in the entire English-speaking Caribbean. It's resourced, it has staff, it has managed to keep confidentiality. And so we are now amending the Integrity Commission Act, which we hope to bring to Parliament in this year as well, to strengthen the Integrity Commission. So there are many layers, so I can't answer that in a general way, only to say that there's a framework and it should work, and it should work in the interest of the people to make sure that people are not denying Guyanese the right to assets or to funds that belong to them in terms of. And so, I mean, I invite the members of the opposition that when we have the December 9th and December 10th, December 9th is the day, International Day Against Corruption, and December 10th is the International Day for Human Rights. That this is, we've gone into it now and finished our 4th year, and it's getting bigger and bigger, and we don't know what to do, where to go now. But we invite members, it's public, it's free, lots of goodies get given out in terms of information and tokens and things, and so I don't usually see any opposition members come, including Mr. Mayapol. But it's open and you're welcome, because we really would appreciate your views and also to see if it's helpful, if it helps in the whole fight against corruption in our country, not just as the accusation of government, but also in terms of every layer of society, our NGOs, our civil society, our local authorities, regions. It must permeate the whole place that we are able to take strong positions against corruption. Anything else?
Honorable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you. I appreciate your response, Minister. You listed a number of institutions and laws, commissions that are part of the framework. And based on my non-legal assessment, because I'm not a lawyer, of what you have mentioned, because I have looked through most of them, they don't seem to have the teeth required to actually do anything about it. If it is that something is alleged, they may see something, but then how most of them lack the teeth required prosecutorially to deal with any issues of illicit enrichment. So I hear you, and I guess the amendment to the Integrity Commissions Act, we'll have to see what comes with that and what other legislation may come this year based on the recommendations from the anti-corruption agencies, and so to see how far we could move forward to actually giving some teeth to a lot of those legislation where they currently aren't any.
Yeah, you didn't ask any questions on the DPP, but in that budget is the money for prosecutors, strengthening prosecutors, training, etc. And also the Attorney General, I'm sure, will refer to some of the issues going on with the administration of justice and judicial reform. And so there are issues of strengthening those bodies but nevertheless, the courts are the courts, and they one cannot second guess what the judiciary will do. But nevertheless, I believe there's been a strengthening in the FIU, for example, in terms of its reputation and reporting overseas. It is highly recognized and respected. We do well at the CFATF, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, and the Financial Action Task Force. We have also, and we're now part of the Egmont Group, which means that FIUs, our FIU, not me, of course, our FIU, can communicate with FIUs globally if they want to track down or they want information, and vice versa. They can ask the FIU here. As I said, the Integrity Commission sits on the Caribbean Commonwealth Integrity Commissions and anti-corruption bodies that meets annually, and they have to prepare reports and present. And you would be surprised, Honorable Member, to the number of integrity commissions that don't have money, they don't have staff, and at least we have, and they've been doing a relatively good job. And we have to look at, as I said, strengthening. The other bodies of SOCU have been bringing cases in court, but the courts have their role to play. I won't make any comments to put me in trouble, but the issue is that there are a number of courts that I am a witness in a court on anti-corruption, and that court has not been convened since I gave the witness information. That's over 2 years ago. I won't mention anything else. That's just an example of a personal experience, and I brought anti-corruption. I was a witness to corruption, and so that's it. So we won't go further in that area, will we? It might lead us into some other waters in the House.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair,
Honorable Member,
I have
Ms.
a
Amanzo
follow-up
Walton
for,
Vizier.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you. A follow-up for the Honorable Minister, and I do not mean to be facetious at all, but I'm in a little bit of a quandary because you lamented that we are not attending the anti-corruption convention. Quandary that I have is that if I'm to go to this convention, I can't come in this house and speak about it because the parameters of the use of the word corruption, particularly for us on this side of the house, remain unclear to me. So, Honorable Minister, I know that you share my pain. So how are we going to resolve this? If I come to this anti-corruption convention, how am I going to report, comment, reference it if I'm not allowed to say the word corruption?
I'm afraid, the Honourable Member,
It's above your pay grade, Honorable
yes,
Minister.
it's above my pay grade. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know what you're coming with, Honourable Member, and I share some concerns too. So, but it's above my pay grade.
Solution? Review standing orders. And some MPs too. Honorable members, Dr. Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I would really like to take you back to program.
Just 1 second. Minister wants to know where we are. Yes, program 1 current. Dr. Todd.
(062).
Honorable members, can I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Program 061, current expenditure stands part of the estimates? Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 512. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Program 061, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 061 of Agency 6, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Members, please turn to pages 74 and 75. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Program 062, current expenditure, stands part
Mr.
of the
Chair.
estimates. Dr. Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the Honorable Minister, and I'm looking at the indicators, and so as to not allow there any overlapping with Agency 5.2, can the Honorable Minister see if there is, what specific amount will be allocated for bills of the government? I see that we are projecting about 18.
Honorable Minister.
There isn't any allocation when number of bills passed. It's an indicator that did we achieve it. In other words, these are things that happen. Some are budgeted for, like the number of meetings of caucus, the number of bills that may be presented, but take money because you have workshops, you have consultations, you may have to draft a consultant to draft it for you, but there's no, so no one's ever added up what that costs. But the number of bills passed. No, there's no cost. I mean, Parliament may say, yes, there's a cost because you debate, we provide food, we provide a venue, but that has never been calculated. That's never been used.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Program 062, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to page 512. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Program 062, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipol.
Sir, I'm just curious. What equipment are we looking to purchase here for $60,000? I'm just curious to know what equipment that can buy.
Yeah, I know. Where is it? Show me.
Honorable Minister.
This is a small amount of money. It is basically for a printer, for use by the parliamentary support officer. Yeah. If you wish to
Honorable
offer
members, I now put a
technical
question
advice
that the
on
sum stated for.
This is for the office she works in. We have a bigger printers for the office, for the entire ministry.
That's from Mahipol's home. For Agency 6, Program 062, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to pages 76 and 77. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Program 063, governance, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Program 063, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Page 512. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Program 063, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Program 063, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Minister. I don't want to say on your staff yet because they have. Yes, I can say thank you and your staff for taking us through so effectively and efficiently all of the agency which you represent
Thank you
in
very
the
much.
House. Thank you
Just
very,
to thank
very
all the
much.
agencies and the staff too for their help. We worked on this for days and trying to anticipate anything and everything you might ask us. So we tried, and thank you very much for supporting our budgets.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable members, I'm tempted to take a short suspension. And just before we do, it's not so much the hunger. I know you're very hungry for information, my Paul honorable member. But we have the Office of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Legal Affairs. The Prime Minister has just returned, so we'll take Ministry of Legal Affairs and give the Honorable Prime Minister's staff to get here and be ready for him. So we just make a little switch with the order. Let's take a short suspension. We'll be back at 8:15.
from saying anything as it relates to the Mohammeds, because it brings some peace to see them drowned in their own filth. Knowing our background, knowing our history. When I say our, myself and the Mohammeds' history, right? See them fight up and go down in Soksan, not realizing that you don't get out from Soksan. I saw something today and I followed it. No matter where in the world I am, I follow the court matter. And I saw there was an adjournment today. And I must say this clearly. Nobody should wish sickness on anybody. It's not nice. I suffer from attacks of gout. If you know what's gout, gout has been likened to women pregnancy. So all women who have given birth would know that pain, right? Gout is like that. I don't wish sickness on anyone. So when I saw and heard that Nazar Mohammed, father of Azzuddin Mohammed, one of the two men who have been sanctioned, indicted, and now being extradited by the United States of America for gold smuggling. I was concerned when I saw that he was not feeling well. This is a man I sat with at tables and had discussions with. We had arguments, we would have had our differences, but nobody wants to see anybody sick. I don't think anybody in their right mind should want to see anybody sick. So when I heard that he was ill this morning, I was genuinely concerned. I tried to figure out, what is going on? What is wrong with him? Given the attempts that the Mohammeds have made consistently to put a halt to the inevitable, they are going to be extradited. Nobody can stop that. What Trump wants, Trump gets. Nobody can stop that. So when I saw it, I said, man, it's genuine sickness. You don't talk down a man who is sick. And you wish anybody who is sick a fast recovery. I could tell you that. So I had my genuine concerns and calculated. I wonder which hospital he's at. Right? I wonder what happened. Now, before I get into my facts, before I get into my facts, I ain't bringing nothing. I ain't selling nothing. I ain't got none addition. No coloring in the curry. I ain't got coloring in this curry. This thing bunjal dry. You never got no water thing inside this thing. This thing bunjal dry for you. Right? Now listen to this. This is what transpired in the court today. You get two versions, one from the lawyers for the Americans and one from the Mohammed's lawyers. So just listen to this and you'll get an understanding of exactly what transpired in the court. Then I will go into details to show that the Mohammeds are unscrupulous. When a man is going to call sickness on himself, get doctors and hospitals involved, lawyers involved. I am concerned as to the level of naivety with the magistrate. I'm worried. Because I will show you a document. I ain't no doctor. I care to some doctors and I Google the document. The document makes no sense. You understand? Listen to this.
Is the adjournment something that is fair this time given what?
Oh my God.
And what was reported this morning? What did you hear?
We wish Nazar Mohammed well. We wish him a speedy recovery. These things happen. Nothing we can do.
And I know you mentioned about the strain on the taxpayers' purse and all of that. There is a cost every time this matter is adjourned.
Always, there's a cost. Even the court has to mobilize itself from a different jurisdiction to be here. Prosecutors have to
Are you open to having Mr. Nazar Mohammed appearing via virtually?
Very. I think the law allows for that, and I think that is a very good solution.
Okay.
If he needs to rest, I think that can be accommodated like that by the court, and I would ask for that to happen.
Did you see documentation this morning on his illness, and that satisfied?
The documentation didn't say he was hospitalized. We understand that he is worsened today, and we understand the circumstances.
Mr. Condon, for public record, is it necessary for Mr. Nazar to be present in court at this stage of the proceedings?
That's a very good question. Extradition proceedings are unique, and procedures that carefully set out. However, in July 2024, normal preliminary inquiries were abolished, and now all these types of matters have to be done by way of paper committal. Under the Paper Committal Act, there is an allowance for the absence of an accused person for the proceedings. Previously, during normal PIs, the accused had to be present because when depositions are taken, they have to witness it. They have to witness the person signing the deposition. But under the new regime in Guyana, if someone is sick and if that person consents to the accused representing him in his absence, then the lawyer presenting being present in court, matters can go ahead. I don't think that the lawyer for Mr. Mohammed may have been able to get his consent to appear for him today in his absence. But it would be helpful if that lawyer requests that consent in time for the next set of proceedings.
Okay, thank you.
Now, this is what the U.S. lawyers had to say. That is what the U.S. lawyers had to say. You will hear what the lawyers for the Mohammeds had to say. Now, bear in mind, I have never heard about anybody going to the hospital with a liar. Mohammed went to the hospital with his lawyer this morning. His lawyers advising him how to be sick. Who does go to hospital with a liar? It's concerning. No. Listen to what the Mohammed's lawyer had to say.
Hi, good day. Your client, we heard in the court, is ill and there's an adjournment. Are you prepared, or is the court, based on what happened this morning, prepared to have Mr. Mohammed appear virtually?
No. At least if he feels much better, he will come on the next location. But as of now, I don't think the magistrate is willing to entertain too much virtual appearances. Because even counsel...
So is the magistrate for the court, or Durjan? It's we're going. I understand. I'm confused. Is the magistrate the one who makes the decisions, or Durjan making the decision? He knows what the magistrate is willing to do. His client has a serious matter that he needs clarification on. He needs to know the truth. He needs either to face justice or get justice. How Mr. Durjan knows what the magistrate is going to do. These are some of the concerns the citizens have.
For USA asked to appear virtually on the next occasion, and that was resisted.
Okay, what about the case in which we were just told that the defendant could sign or could agree to have the procedures observed by the defense attorney, and so it's not necessary for him to be here?
We don't believe that that's a correct statement of law. And in any event, there is no such consent. All right?
Thank you.
This man went to the hospital, forget the client never come to court, and the girl asked, why you didn't sign? They set that up. You want to know how I know? The lawyer for one of the lawyers for the United States government, Glenn Hanneman, was very forgiving. If you ever see a prescription that got BS in it, And I ain't tell you about biprotosol or nothing else. I talk about bullshit. If you ever see a medical document that we could list as bullshit, recommending bullshit, it is this document that I will now show you that came from the Woodlands Hospital, signed off on by a doctor named Vladimir Mendez Rodriguez. It's crazy. Crazy. Look at this document. Look at this. Now, I will go through certain parts of this document for you. We can start from the beginning. This was the document that was presented in court today. This was the document, the exact document that was presented in court today. Now, hear what it says. First thing, the lawyer for Nazar Mohammed and the son, Azadeen Mohammed, say just carry father to the hospital. This document was created on February the 7th, Saturday. You imagine a magistrate watching a document like this and give the man an adjournment because he said he's sick this morning? Now, here was the funny thing. Not that this is a document and the document exists. I am telling you, if you've ever seen a document that recommends BS, it is this document. There is a high recommendation that the judicial system could eat shit from what is stated in this document. Here, laugh. I will go through in detail for you. We ain't got no long story. This document is posted on my page. Y'all go and figure it out. Y'all go and figure it out. Now, here what the document state. To whom it may concern, does he? To whom it may concern. Summary, Nazar Mohammed, 72-year-old male patient with history of, here now, me know all them fancy word, ischemic heart disease, coronary angiogram, was done in August the 5th, on August the 5th, 2024. So since 2024, Nazar Mohammed was found to have a heart condition. It goes on to stipulate and state what are the different levels, percentage of blockage or whatever that he has, right? It suggested that he get 2 stem were performed, so he get treatment for it. He got 2 stent. He got diabetes or issues synonymous with diabetes, issues that comes with diabetes, right? And he got arterial hypertension. Bear in mind, Nazar Mohammed is 70 years when he get this thing, right? So he had surgery on January 24th. They find out this thing in August the 5th, 2024. So they bring you in the hospital. What Woodlands do? Bring up your old record. What your old record got to do with today, this morning, for saying. Here it say. Here it say. This is Saturday. This is a document that was created at Woodlands Hospital on Saturday. I'm going to go through just now and give you all some flingers and we can go into details. Now, it got vital signs. Hey, I ain't going into the yet. They got heart and respiratory PE, unremarkable, no edema. They got diagnostic. They got 3 issue. What we believe is one of the big issue make as Nazar Mohammed didn't go to court today. He got hard wax in the ears, right ear impacted wax. He got wax in the ears hard like his son, them not here. He tell the boy he is hard. This time is he is hard. Right? Recently, number 3, recently cataract surgery. What it got to do with today court matter? Me recently had an enlargement. You think I could go to the court and say, yes, sir? Me recently had something drought for my knee. Me could go to the court and tell her, me recently had something drought for my knee. You imagine I go to the court and say, Your Honor, I recently went to Brazil and enlarged my penis. I can't be walking around the court with a big loller like this. You understand? And the judge or the magistrate saying, oh, yes, I understand the situation. Yes, sir, Your Honor, well, since it gets so big, I get in difficulties walking around. You understand? Recently, no. Let me break it down for y'all. What unscrupulous is. Nazar Mohammed had heart problem. You gonna look it after. Nazar Mohammed recently was going to different doctors trying to get them for he no go court today. When me I go everybody to find out what. This is not no thing. All over there. Recently, trying to get, I don't know how this doctor from Woodlands fall into this now. In no way, shape, or form, I'm accusing, I don't even know if they come under malpractice, but I'm not accusing Woodlands of malpractice. Dr. Norris is my doctor at Woodlands. Any issue I got, I always go to Woodlands. Couple of months ago is every day for 2 weeks I've been going at Woodlands. Many doctors I see at Woodlands. Why you want to know? Is how much money you gotta get him. Forget a document. You gotta go and read the document. I can't make up this thing. If you never see a prescription with mark BS, this is one. This is a prescription for BS. Imagine when the man go to the hospital for thing we diagnosed with 2 years and get looked after. They man bring up the man medical history. Here what they do. They bring up the medical history added to this document. Check your pressure and everything else and it's okay. Then put down diagnostic. You got wax in your ears. They don't find nothing. No edema. Nothing. Then they got a recommendation. Physical and psychological rest without stress for 2 weeks. Physical and psychological. I never heard of. I send this document to some medical professionals. People say, who does bear in mind, you need physical and psychological rest, and you give you something. Like if you got ADHD, you give something for calm you down. You need physical and psychological rest for 2 weeks, but you ain't giving no medication for calm you down. Wait, tense? It tense? It tripping? You don't give people things for calm them down when they're tripping? This is the recommendation. And the plan, the tablets that he was recommended or prescribed is a top up on the medication we use all the time. I can't make up these days. You want a sick day off, go to Woodlands. Woodlands got a deal. You got to find it from Mohammed's. How much is pay for something like that? But Woodlands got a deal. Woodlands got the deal. The best deal on prescription. Sick day. You know, Guyanese like them. It's a Guyanese thing. You can't mix with Mohammed. It's a Guyanese thing. Play sick. Right? Play sick. Now, who does call sickness by yourself? And tell me something. You calling sickness for yourself at a time when every Guyanese would love to go to America to get medical treatment. And people right now walking tirelessly to carry you to America where you could get rest and treatment. What really you want in your life, big man? Wait, you trying to tell me the most ungrateful dog in the world got to come and tell you is going on? What more you want in your life, big man? You are at a position where you can be taken to America for medical treatment. Look after all you problem. Plus, there's about 3 to 5 years arrest waiting for you. And you will have your son there to help you. Who refusing though? What game really I'll play, man? What game really I'll playing? You pulling a mingo upon we? Is a mingo your son done as opposition leader? You ain't got to play mingo no more. That was the election gimmick. This is unscrupulous. You imagine if a poor man did that to the system? You imagine if a poor man did that to the system? When I look at it, I say, oh God, big man sick. Give you a break. But you know me already. Being the most ungrateful dog that I am. I start dig, and I start dig, and I start dig. And then I end up with this document. The BS prescription. If you want to, I don't know what's the price. You got to talk to Mr. Muhammad himself about that. No, all jokes aside, the courts was misled today. I don't know if it's as a result of the naivety of the magistrate. It was becoming very concerning. After so many things done by the Muhammad to divert the course of justice, the magistrate was willing to facilitate them again today with a document from Saturday. No. Muhammad wasn't admitted. He wasn't admitted. So anybody could go to the hospital and say, oh God, my heart hurting me. Oh, but everybody will go court. Heart does hurt them. It's not easy. Court is not an easy thing. You understand? Just like fetching pounds of gold. But strain your hand, you strain your heart, you strain your knee. You understand? So we go into the document. What the document do you know? So diagnostic. Ischemic heart disease. Diabetic mellitus. Banging prostate. Hydroplasis, diabetes, neuropath. This is one thing, right? No, y'all forgive me. Me know all them bigger. The second thing, bear in mind, they say so, is we had, and he get treated for since 2024. Number 2, right ear impacted, wax, hard for oiling, right? You got to put oil in your ears. Recently, cataract surgery. They diagnosed that recently he had cardiac surgery. You imagine going to the doctor giving you a paper for say, oh, you had a flu. You had COVID-19 last year. You understand? You had COVID in 2020, you had COVID, right? So here was the plan. Continue with same medication for heart diabetes, arterial hypertension, and prostate disease. Continue with same medication. Then give you nothing more, because they find nothing wrong with it. Then they give some injection. You see this injection here? ING, wherever it is. Watch. This is what this injection is. Here what the injection will do. Do not purpose. The injection aim to help. This is simple Google. The injection here to help the body in case where there's a deficiency in certain B vitamin and support nerve health. The man give you a boost up. The man decide to give you a boost up. Give you a little boost. Now watch this medication here. Right? This medication here. Watch what this medication will do now. This one mechanism, it works to set in the central nervous system to reduce pain. Remember, if a man tell you got pain, you give something for pain. You understand? You give something for pain. This is Google search, you know. This is Google I put in upon. Now then it comes down. Here with the bacchanal start. And where this comes, continue with same treatment for air and come back for wash during the week. For wash out the ears. So Wednesday, you're going to wash out the ears. This is the next code date. So he get wax in the ears. Can't hear what the magistrate said. Now, what becomes concerning, and I had some medical professionals look at it, is this thing here at the bottom. If you look at what is being said here, physical and psychological rest without stress for 2 weeks. Now, how much money you could get, doctor, for write something like that? Now, bear in mind, this is on my page. This is on my page. You could go and sit and write the whole story. Right? But I know, not all I know for read. Or not all I like read. So I decide to come out. You understand? And break it down for y'all. This is a document. This is the document that the Mohammeds was able to take and care and show the magistrate. Bear in mind, the next thing is, right? Me telling you, this is a matter of fact. The Mohammeds got this document since Saturday. You see what's the date of the document? You see where the document come from? It come from Woodlands Hospital. You see what's the date of the document? They went this morning. Mohammed went to the hospital again this morning with his lawyer. Who does go to hospital with lawyer? There is no record. Now, if you look at this, hey, y'all read the document piece. The document states, here when Mohammed went to the hospital with. Today, where the hell the course of it? Today, came to cardiology outpatient. He went to outpatient, that's on Saturday, clinic for follow-up and complain of breathing difficulty, ear pain, loss of balance, dizziness, right leg cramp, and numbness. He went for a follow-up. No, watch here. Check the vital signs. I'm going to see the document on my page. Read and share the story. Take the document. Send it to your doctor and let it tell you. The vital signs we do. Remember, this guy do a test when you go. When they do the vital signs, everything normal. It's supposed to be 130, 132, over 80 for a man of his age. But imagine he walk in the place. One speed gone in the place. Gone and sit down and start checking. You know when you go in the hospital, just check your vital signs first. So he think the little high. But it's normal for a 72-year-old man to have those vital. Everything normal for he. They can't find nothing wrong with he. They say the psychological rest he need. Yeah? You just get psychological rest? How psychologically does rest without medication? You guys, the Mohammeds and Woodlands Hospital. Woodlands Hospital got the deal. Woodlands Hospital got the deal, and Mohammeds know how much is paid for get the deal. So anytime you call Azadin, ask him how his father got the thing. Right? You go to my page and you read the document. They can't deny them. Me, can't make up nothing. This is the document they were able to go today with their lawyer. Their lawyer misled. No less than misled the court. Here the son. And showing the father lie down. Now, y'all remember a picture like this to circulate with me?
Yes, he's at the hospital.
He's not hospitalized.
Yes, he is.
Being hospitalized.
Yes, he's there.
Okay.
Well,
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Here now. Y'all remember, you know when you go forget your heart test. If you go and say your chest something here, they might test you. Remember the time when Azadin said, put up a picture like that with me and said, pray for me? Y'all remember the time? Nothing wrong with me. I go for do my regular heart test. And I take out a picture and I send and show he. He posted up and said, pray for me. He father go say he had to, so the test is show he in the hospital, sir. Nothing is wrong with him, man. How can the court accept that? Now this man went wrong to several doctors. I wait to see the next doctor. Who gonna follow Dr. What is doctor name? Dr. Vladimir Mendez Rodriguez. I wait to see who follow the part. I wait to see which hospital. Who taking the next big P? Because I would glad if Woodlands Hospital would issue a statement explaining what happened there. I would love for them to explain. It's public. Nobody can claim them not see the document. Woodlands could come and say there's not a document. There got many things that could happen. They could come and say there's not a document. The doctor could come and say there's not his signature. That was the document that was presented in court today. There's the document there. Yeah, I'll go and look at it and see it makes sense. I write a whole article breaking it down into pieces for you. This is a deliberate. Now, I am concerned about the magistrate's logic. If she know this man dodging so, this man making the excuse, this man run to the court and says she not right, this man doing all kind of thing, next thing this man start playing sick. How much opportunities will the Mohammeds get to pervert the court of justice, the course of justice? How many opportunities? That document on the 7th. Where is the document showing that Nazar Mohammed was admitted to the hospital today, this morning? The court system is being made a joke. Mohammed's lawyer, Durjan, looked like he would do anything for money. That's madness. That is madness. Durjan seemed to be a person who would do anything for money. He was at the hospital this morning. What lawyer does do the hospital? Is he caring? Eh? Guyanese, be vigilant. And we're waiting to see which is the next hospital and doctor. Because, you know, that Meyer, when I start digging, I start making calls. Clerks, medical assistants, people start calling me as yo critic, you understand? Because you remember they're right there. The man went wrong. The man even tried to get him out to do the cardiac surgery for say he can't go court. Any professional, medical professional, right in senses wouldn't do anything like that. I don't even think the man understands what we get himself into. You imagine signing a name to a document like that? I know, doctor, you're going to see the documents. If they're online, I don't post it up. I am putting medical practitioners and the judicial system on notice. Yeah, be careful. Yeah, tread lightly. Lightly. People are looking, people from all over the world looking at Guyana and wondering what nonsense is going on. What nonsense. And again, I say, I still go to Woodlands Hospital. Woodlands Hospital is still my hospital of choice. I just go to Balwant Singh Hospital and get different treatments at the different hospitals. I have never found, I don't even know if that could be categorized as malpractice. I would want to think malpractice is a physical thing. But when you get people writing, doctors doing things like that, they know that people in the country looking at everything with the Mohammeds. They meant to try to transfer a vehicle behind the name, and everything is being scrutinized with the Mohammeds. You could lose your visa. When the Americans realized what the doctor did was deliberate. Eh? I'm asking myself, I asking myself if the magistrate is so naive that she conscious. This document, she see the document dated Saturday. Will they produce a document that he was admitted? He was not admitted today. This morning, when Muhammad went to the hospital, the concerns that he had was not grave enough to have him there, even to give him saline. Like guys, they even feel that the body was so low for Boosie up. They just check you and send you away. You go and lie down, chest pain, lie down and take some checkers and it says, all right, go along. Woodlands Hospital needs to come clean with the Guyanese people. They have a lot of patients. I too. Outside of my investigative journalistic process, I am a client of Woodlands. And I want to know what happened there. What happened there? The citizens of this country are owed an explanation. Because we go there every day and we trust in Woodlands Hospital. There are many doctors that I go there and I trust with my life and will still trust with my life. But I want to know what's going on there. We're owed an explanation. And the magistrate need to be more vigilant with the Mohammeds and the lawyers because she was deliberately misled. The court was misled by Durjan. The courts are being abused. The courts are being made like a circus. That has to be addressed. Go read the story, pull down the document, and y'all peruse it for yourself. The facts are there.
What are our priorities? And I wanted to make that point. That when you say people first, then what is second? What is third? Clearly, when you look at the budget, with 50% of the budget going for infrastructure, you have to say it's an infrastructure, it's a budget of infrastructure first, not people first. And I wanted to demonstrate that contradiction on the floor of the National Assembly. And I wanted to say that a lot of the problems is not that PPP people wake up one morning and say, you know, we want more poverty in Guyana. No, it's not so. A lot of it is not of their deliberate making. Like I said, a lot of it is structural. But where the PPP is erring is either their inability or their reluctance to grapple with the structural problems in the society. They feel that here we have a lot of money, and all we have to do is to pitch some money here, pitch some money there, put some money there, and that's development. And I am arguing, you know, with all due respect, I'm not an economist, but I'm arguing that no, that's not how you develop a country. And so the contradiction of plenty money and plenty poverty is there, and it calls for a creative, structural policy approach to dealing with that problem. As I said, it was a problem that haunted the early independence governments, and it's a problem that by necessity must haunt this government. And when I look at the budget, I don't see any attempt to grapple with that contradiction. Any attempt to grapple with the contradiction of plenty money and a poor education system and poor education outcomes. No attempt to grapple with plenty money and the socio-economic indicators. I think last week I listened to Winston talking about health. And the fact that we haven't moved the needle in terms of infant mortality and so forth in the last 5 years, despite spending $6 million. And I'm saying any serious government must grapple with those macroeconomic challenges. And I don't see this government doing that. I don't see the budget doing that. And so I wanted to spend some of my time trying to demonstrate that. And when I use the frame of, everywhere the faces of men are strained and anxious, I wanted to, say in the abundance of water, people are still thirsty. And that despite all these feel-good things that the government is talking about, people's faces are still strained and anxious. And as I said, I didn't want to cuss the government. I wanted to say to the government, but you have to be more serious in dealing with these issues. And so my presentation, therefore, was informed by that. Now, the PPP, I think, is not. I don't think they're concerned about socio-economic development. I don't think they are. If you look at the budget, what you see are policies aimed at political outcomes rather than socio-economic outcomes. I think that's a big issue with this budget. It's political outcomes, and you listen to them, speaker after speaker. You listen to the Minister of Finance, that the arguments are political. The justifications are political. They're not talking about socioeconomic outcomes. And that is very frightening, because you're saying, look, I think Ashley Singh is a very bright guy. I have no doubt about that in my mind. He's a very able economist. But when I listened to him, I didn't hear an economic analysis of the challenges that one faces in a society like ours that has hit up an unexpected windfall. All I hear is PNC time that did this, APNU did this, and you're going to remain on that side, and I'm going to remain on this side, and we win, and free and fair. And I'm not saying politics are not important. I'm trained in politics. But I'm saying you don't come to present a $1.5 trillion budget and you justify that budget and the policies in that budget with partisan political arguments. I just found that frightening. And I say frightening because I am beginning to think that we may well come out of this era of oil windfall being a worse country than when we entered into it. Because I don't, like I said, I don't see the attempt to grapple at the policy level, at the macroeconomic level, at the level of the structural problems that we have inherited from slavery and colonialism. I do not see any serious attempt to grapple with that. I think here is a government that is prepared to use the windfall that we have to try to win elections. That's the first thing. The second thing, that they're trying to quiet people, whether it's their supporters or people who didn't vote for them and so forth. You heard Attorney General Nandlal actually said, look, you didn't vote for us. We don't have to worry about you. We don't have to govern for you. You didn't vote for us. And, the nature of our media, in any other country, that would have been the headline the next day. But it just passed, because I think in fairness to the media, they've become immune to what is happening in the country. And so they don't instinctively go for things like that. That was a startling revelation that, like I said, went unnoticed by the media. I think a lot of people felt that they would have given me a hard time in my presentation, and to some extent they heckled and so forth. But I didn't get as hard a time as people anticipated. Things got nasty when I raised the question of reparations. Oh my goodness. The African Guyanese on the PPP side went bizarre. It wasn't so much the Indian Guyanese members or the Amerindian. It was the African Guyanese. And they went after me. One member of parliament echoed me and called me an old goat who all I think about is race. And I didn't intend to heckle, but when she, came to give her presentation, I had to heckle her. The point here is, here we are since I was a little boy. I hear the land of many waters and the land of six races. And yet when you say, here in the land of six races, then you mention race, you become a racist. So then the whole country is racist, because they tell us we're a land of six races. But race, we're a land of six races where race is not important. And I am telling you, I sat in that National Assembly and I marvel, impressed with Amerindian members of parliament on the government side, in WIN, in APNU, advocating for their community. And insofar as they were arguing among themselves, it was not about what to be done for Amerindians, but how much more should be done for Amerindians. I sat there and I hear PPP Indo-Guyanese parliamentarians talking about sugar and how sugar carried Guyana in the 70s.
It's happening there. And that's the thrust of my question.
And I'm
my comments, to make this easy for you, my comments on payments to external lawyers was just obiter. But let's focus on, you don't understand what obiter means. Yes. So let's focus on the.
So I'm saying to you that the fluctuation, the difference has to do with the number of staff that comes and went, and the salaries of those staff are not the same. They vary, and that is the aggregate sum that I presented.
Following up, that movement that you're telling me, it would mean that you would have to have such a big difference. I would understand if maybe the figure were about 375 to 380 million, but all the way to 400, it would mean that somebody with a big, fat Peter Ramsroop type salary had to come in and leave. Honorable Peter Ramsroop, sorry, had to come in and move. But maybe we can just lay over the numbers and so that we can move on from this question.
I can lay over, yes, the honorable member.
Yeah, thank you.
The staff turnover and the remunerative package of each staff member, and that may assist him.
Thank you very much, AG. Just again, for our newer members, we tend not to speak about person's salary, so we could say the CEO, right, rather than putting a name. Honorable Member, Mr. Vince Roy Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, going back to 6284, order, The AG mentioned that the project with regards to land titling for several villages in West Berbice. Could the honorable member say when the residents of Editon and Zealous would receive their titles?
So you recognize the work that we are doing in that area. And I want to thank you very much for that. The occupational surveys have been done for 4 of the villages going in the other direction from Cotton Tree. We began at Cotton Tree, right? So we finished the occupational surveys, and the residents are now preparing some documentations that have to be submitted to the Commission of Title in Berbice and the Commission of their forest registration. The process is a forest registration process. It's a process that is outlined under the Land Registry Act. So an application has to be made to the Commission of Title, and once that is processed, then the title will eventually be issued after some other processes are completed. So it is ongoing. The main part of it, though, is completed. The most time-consuming part of it, which is the occupational survey. That is what takes the time, because that is what requires the surveyor to go to every single house and survey the house, have them adjust the fence, adjust buildings, to clear streets, and to clear, even move bridges so that you have a straight line to erect drains, etc. That is the hard part of it. That work has been completed. And now the residents will tell you when you speak to them that they are now filling up a form, which we have specially prepared to be executed before a justice of peace or a commissioner of oaths to affidavits, which will then be filed before the Commission of Title for that process to begin in that court. There is a process after that it has to be gazetted, and if there is no objection after a period, then the title crystallizes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. So, Comrade AG, is it safe to say within a 6 months period or 4?
The particular villages that you mentioned, I would not be able to commit a time, but we are moving in chronological order, moving from Cotton Tree, coming to town in the identified 5 villages.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I had a precursor question to the one my colleague asked on 6284. It was in the regularization of these houses. What precipitated that regularization? I'm trying to see if there may be, how do you begin that process? Is it a request from the Ministry of Housing, for instance?
Honorable Minister.
No, it's a request that came from the residents. The truth of the matter is, sir, that in the Torrens system of land registration was introduced into Guyana by the People's Progressive Party government of 1961. At that time, sir, we were regularizing from the plantations to the villages which were formed. And under the transport system, the Roman Dutch system. And that process is a very protracted process, and it's a very onerous process. And Dr. Fenton Ramsahari, who was the then Attorney General, introduced the land registration system, which was then operationalized in Australia and New Zealand, and launched that in Guyana. And we began a process countrywide to regularize the whole country, because there were gaps. When the Dutch left here, the transport system was left, but there was no concerted effort either by the colonial government or even after that to regularize hundreds of communities that would have, even the villages that were bought by the free slaves, They are not, they are a master transport, but the occupants of those villages, they had to, up to now they are doing it, on their own initiative, deriving their title from that master transport. Governments had started a process of countrywide regularization, but during the mid-1970s, it was aborted. So you have all these villages now with people living in them for a number of years, and they're not titled. Ministry of Housing started a what they call a squatter regularization settlement program, and they have done several dozens of villages across the country, but there are significant gaps. So at some point in time, sir, we will have to resume a national exercise. Until then, we are doing as we are doing now.
AG, could I have a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I asked that question because when one looks at, for instance, at the end of the year, like now, you might have a big number that says, let's say 4,000 titles were given out by the government. I'm looking to see whether you might see a big allocation too. So you might think at the end of the year, it is 4,000 of this allocation. But if you, as a AG and chamber, are also doing titling, I'm looking to see how many, if 50 or 4,000, what came through your office, that might have been people already living on the land who are now titled, or is it people who are given, who are new to the land who are being titled? So the follow-up question then, I guess, Mr. AG, is if this titling that your office is doing is tied into the wider titling system at the Ministry of Housing.
Let me say, when the government says, when the government says that we have issued 52,000 titles, it doesn't include this.
It does not.
It does not. That's housing alone. That's housing alone. You see, we should be promoting this, and I'm happy that you're giving me an opportunity to do it. Because we are generating, for Cotton Tree alone, we have generated what over 300 titles. But that's not in the national statistics that my brother, the Honorable Colin Crowell, would have spoken about. And Colin, let's amend the statistics to add this initiative to it.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipur.
Could I have a
Honorable
follow-up?
Member, I now put the question that
Could I
the
have a
sum.
follow-up? Could I have a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Honorable Member, Mr. Rabu Ali.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, when you look at the reports, some of the annual reports that come from these commissions, and so some of it.
On these what?
The commissions.
Which commissions?
For example, the Public Procurement Commission. I'll use that as an example. The part of the recommendations that you get from them is that they don't have the legislation to actually enforce some of the powers that they do have. One of the recommendations that is on the last report is asking for the ability to enforce some of their powers. So I'm asking the Honourable Minister to state whether the government intends to bring any amendments to the Public Procurement Act to give legal effect to some of the recommendations of the Commission.
We have draft amendments already prepared, along with regulations or draft amended regulations in relation to the Public Procurement Act, and we'll be tabling them this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, Honorable Member Dr. Todd.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Chair. Can the Honorable Attorney General say, I know that we are looking at, can you say what specific amount is allocated for legislations, for drafting of legislations, and whether the ministry foresees a specific amount that may be going to technical experts who may assist in those drafts?
Over 95% of the legislation that we draft, sir, are indigenously done. They are done within our chambers, and I want to hail the drafting staff of the Attorney General chambers. It's only when we get external funding, either from a project or from a loan, which we don't have now, that we get the opportunity of retaining external counsel to draft. So all the hard work and the multiplicity of very complex legislation that you see are being churned out and generated are being done intrinsically by the Attorney General Chambers. And you should laud the staff for that. I didn't say me.
Thank you very much, AG. The honorable member, Ms. Amanza Walton Desir.
Thank you. Honorable AG, in some jurisdictions, the Attorney General's chambers provide drafting expertise to the National Assembly to be availed by, for example, members of the opposition who may wish to draft a private bill. I'm just curious as to whether that is a facility that currently exists and it has not yet been accessed, or it doesn't exist at all. Is it that they're just specifically confined to drafting bills pursuant to maybe your directives or cabinet directives?
Historically, we have never had the facility whereby the drafting arm of the Attorney General Chambers offers its services to an agency exclusive of the government. And that is the position that currently obtains.
Thank you, AG. Honorable member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I direct my question is to
Mr. Duncan.
Attorney. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On the same line item, Attorney General, I think it was last year, there was a mandatory specialized units mandated for all government agencies to monitor and evaluate contract performance. Is that being catered for by the specific ministries, or that comes under your ministry and being catered for in this year's budget?
It's a unit that is established within the Attorney General Chambers, and it is constituted by lawyers in the chambers. Some of them are here, and they offer the services in collaborating with the different ministries. So we offer that service within the chambers.
Thank you, AG. Dr. Todd.
Unlike in other countries where millions and millions are spent on external counsel, we do the hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We.
Honorable Attorney General, I direct my attention to item 6321. I notice, and this is particularly pertaining to the Constitution Reform Commission. Can the Honorable Attorney General assist us with what out of this $218+ million, what amount will be going to salaries? And it's coming from the backdrop that this commission spent in excess of 119 million last year, and that there were no consultations done. And I do see and recognize that the projection is about 20 this year.
Honorable AG.
The chairman, the secretary, the administrator, and the cleaner are persons who get a fixed remuneration from the commission. There are 20 commissioners, one of whom is the Honorable Ganesh Mahipal, who receive a stipend monthly. I didn't say that. I said you are one of them. I didn't say who are the others.
Thank you, AG. Honorable members, I know. Honorable member, Ms. Amanza Walton Desir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, just a follow-up through you. Honorable AG, and this is just to have a clear understanding and for the members of the public who might be listening. How will the work of the commission proceed? Elections have happened, a new government is sworn in. I recall during the life of the last assembly, we passed a particular act. How is the work plan of the committee in this iteration of the government going to be kickstarted?
This year, the commission has already worked out its work plan, and during the course of this year, I know that the commission will invite at least two jurists of high regional standing to do two lectures, and the public outreach program will unfold this year, where the commission plans to hold outreach programs in every region in the country. Maybe more than one visit, but definitely before the end of this year, the commission hopes that it can visit all the regions.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Agency 52, Program 523, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Turn to page 543, honorable members, and I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 52, Program 523, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 52, Program 523, capital, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Can we please turn to pages 300 and 301? Honorable members. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 52, Program 524, State Solicitor, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 52, Program 524, State Solicitor, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please turn to page 543. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 52, Program 524, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 52, Agency 52, Program 524, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you so much, Honorable AG and your staff, for taking us through your
Thank you very much, sir.
agency.
Thank you, members.
And we invite honorable members to join the Honorable Prime Minister and his staff as we turn to pages 52 and 53. Honorable PM, Mr. Mahil Paul alone will be here for 4 hours. There are some other chairs on the other side for PM staff. Chinese. So look, it's like everything is over. Ready, Honorable Prime Minister? Honorable members?
We're ready, Mr. Speaker.
Join
Mr.
me
Chairman.
on pages 52 and 53, and I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 21, Prime Minister's Secretariat current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, 6116, we see an increase from 42 staff to 46, and a huge increase in terms of the salary from 187 million to 273 million. May I ask the Honorable Prime Minister if the 42 in 2025 is the same 42 in 2026, and if so, the additional 4, what are their designation and the remuneration package?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 4 additional staff are 4 joiners. Sorry, 4 staff coming on board. We refer to them as joiners, but they're not joiners. I can give the designations. Senior Personnel Officer, Personnel Officer 1, Accounts Clerk 3, and a receptionist. Now, we use the term joiner for people being employed and people who would have left the job, leaver in the manuscript. So those are the 4 appointments, people who join our establishment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So based on the answer provided by the Honorable Prime Minister, those are jobs that are within the public service establishment. And based on that answer also, the Prime Minister has indicated that for the 42 that existed in 2025 are also the same 42 that is catered for in 2026. Is that correct, Honorable Prime Minister?
Honorable PM.
There have been no change in the 42.
Thank you. So,
we have
Mr.
4
Speaker,
people who joined, so it moved from 42 to 46.
Thank you. So, sir, with the 42 in 2025, we paid 187. Am I looking at it right there? Yes, $187,284,000. And this 187,284,000 includes the 8% that was given in 2025, and that is why it is a higher sum than what was budgeted for as 183 million in early 2025. The difference, sir, is 86 million. Is the Honorable Prime Minister telling us that with these joiners, these 4 additional staff, that they're paid 1.8 million a person?
PM.
Mr. Chairman, we would have had to pay 8% salary increase for all the staff.
Yes, I agree, Mr. Chairman.
And then we also had to pay salaries to the new staff.
I agree, Mr. Chairman, with your respectful permission. I agree that the 8% was paid, and that is why we're seeing and increased to 187,284,000 reflected as the revised 2025. All additional increases, sir, as this entire house knows, comes from 6141 under the Ministry of Finance. So whatever is the fixed salary for your staff as of December 31st, 2025, that is the salary ought to be reflected in your 2026 estimates. And if there's any additional sum that has to come through salary increase, it comes from finance. So can the Honorable Minister say, why is there $86 million increase in this line when the additional staff are only 4 that are on the pensionable establishment that are being paid a lesser amount than 1.8 million a month?
This one here. Start from here, right?
You know, Mr. Chairman, I can read out everything here. It will take a lot of time, but I guess the honorable member will understand.
So may I ask, Mr. Chairman?
Let me read everything for you.
No,
Because
I was going to make the, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I will happily ask the PM if he would be kind enough to lay over the...
I prefer to read it, Mr. Chairman. This request salaries for 46 contracted employees. The increase is due to 8% salary increases. The people coming on board in the year 2025, project manager, with effect from the 7th of April 2025 at a salary of $1.242.226 million. Project manager with effect from the 17th of March 2025, a salary of $1,129,297. Project manager. And there's about 46. You want me to read out all?
No, I would prefer you
will
lay
have
it
all
over.
the variations.
I would
there.
prefer you lay it over, Mr. Chairman.
There's no need to lay it over. I can read it out for you. Is either I'm allowed to read it out or we go on with the questioning. Everything is here. I offer the explanation.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission.
If you have an 8% being paid to people from scale 1 right up to the higher scale, obviously you will have the variations.
Yes, it was done in 2025.
And it all
now.
It all amount to the money that you're talking about.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, may I move?
No, not as yet. PM understands the question.
Chair,
Prime Minister's offered to lay over all 46.
Mr. Chair, the same salary increases that were paid 8% in 2025, you have to continue paying the people in 2026.
Speak with the chair, because other people don't seem to understand. So we move on. Honorable Member, Dr. Campbell.
Mr. Chairman, my concern is quite similar, and I will try to lay it out much more simple than my colleague just did. On the line item, there were 5 employees in 2025. That number is increasing to 7 in 2026, so just 2 additional employees. The amount paid on the revised 2025 is $213,733,000. If I am to increase that by 1.0 to give it the 8%, it then becomes 230 million. The 230 million, but the budget has 307 million. So there's a discrepancy there of $77 million. That 77, a variance of 77. Okay, but you know what? I'll stick with discrepancy. And here's why it's a discrepancy. Because it is going to 2 employees. two employees are getting 77 million. And so my question to the Honorable Prime Minister is to, if you can identify who are those two employees that will be gaining $77 million.
Okay, I think, honorable members, please. We seem to be jumping around in terms of this whole head. As far as I am aware, we are speaking to 6116. Am I wrong, Mr. Maipal?
6111, sorry. No, I'm speaking to 6111 now.
When Mr. Maipal started out?
He started at 6116, contracted employees.
And we haven't moved from there.
Well,
Right.
he agreed to
Mr. Chairman, let me just use an example.
No, PM, just give me 1 second. I just want to be on the same page with honorable members. So when the honorable member, Mr. Campbell, said he wanted to explain further, you jump to the overall head, right?
Yeah.
Which has 213,733 as last year, right?
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. We have a little disconnect.
Well, the
So,
reason I did that
let
because
us get
there was
PM.
an agreement to lay over.
Let's get PM to
Mr. Chair.
because my calculation, the 8% is about 14 million. When you add that to the 187 there, right, you get 201. And people want to understand, honorable members, how we go to 273, right, Mr. Maipal?
Yes.
So there must be some movements within the salaries of the 4 to 6.
Thank you.
So maybe some persons, as AG said, change, and we got more skilled people, so the rates went up.
617.
And that is what PM was offering to lay over.
611.
PM,
Yeah, he did.
are we
Mr.
now on the same page?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, let me speak now so I could answer the honorable member. 6111, administrative. We've moved from 14.9 million to 21.3 million. Right, that's just 6111. You have 6112, right? Senior technical. Right? Then you have 6113, 6114. So there've been changes right down until you reach 6117, and the total amounted to the difference that carried us to 307.
Honorable
Right?
Prime
And
Minister, as the chair pointed out, there is a discrepancy. It'd be better if you just lay the documents over.
There's no discrepancy. If you add the salary increases, Mr. Chair, for each one, well, but you pay it in 2025, and you have to carry it over into 2026 budget. Comrade.
Honorable member, Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Chairman, if I have 10 employees, if I have an employee.
Okay, we are now going to repeat. PM has offered to lay over, right?
Mr. Chair, all I'm saying.
Mr. Chair.
Please.
Okay, Mr. Andrews, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I did not get it clear from the PM that he was willing to lay over the data so that it can be perused. He's offering to explain it, and he's not doing a good job at accounting for all of that money for 4 employees.
Honorable member, I think you should withdraw that the PM is not doing a good job at accounting. You're imputing.
In my mind,
right?
Mr. Chair, the people of Guyana needs an explanation. In 2025, we had 57 as the total employees, right? It's gone to 62 now. You have 6111, you're paying them under administrative, 6112, senior technical, 6113, other technical and craft skills, 6114, clerical and office support, 6115, senior skill operatives and unskilled, 6116, contracted employees, 6117, temporary employees. When you add the amount required for the 8% For all the different levels there, it amounted to the difference between 213,733 and 307,570. Is that clear? And of course, we have to increase, we have to cater for the 8% salary increase. That was
Mr.
paid in
Chairman, can I
2025.
beg that this thing be laid over the...
Is that easy? Is that
the
is that
nation
difficult?
is hearing us say...
PM, I'm listening to you and no one else. Thank you, PM. Anyone else before I put? Without repeating yourself?
Mr. Chair,
yes, sir.
Mr. Jordan.
6284. Could the Honorable Prime Minister disaggregate that sum? And while he's disaggregating that sum, sir, could the Honorable Minister say whether there is a senior advisor that is being paid under that line item or two advisors?
Honorable Prime Minister.
6284, a total of $396.5 million. This increases the allocation for consultants supporting the gas to energy project, including gas bottling plant and Amelia Falls hydropower project, $122,560,000. Advise on ICT, 48 million. Hire of consultants for the Honorable Prime Minister, 89,353,500. Consultancy services for design and development of energy strategy, 22,500,000. Consulting services for data on oil spill act and strategic review, 77,500. Annual subscription for human resource management system, 1,500,000. Purchase of items, authentic software, 4,520,000. Flash drives, hard drives, 1,200,000. Stipend for MTB members, 504,000. Items for the ORPM, $3,200,500. OPM, $9,750,000. Procurement of flags, labels, etc., 3 million. Procurement of t-shirts, caps, etc., 6,112,000. MASH-related activities, 15,200,000.
Thank you, PM. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 021, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 512. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Program 061, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6294, could the Honorable Member disaggregate this?
No.
Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's amount budgeted at in total capital expenditure for 2026 of $12,786,000. $6,707. And it says in volume 3, construction of natural gas-fired power plant.
Okay, are we at the same
This is
line
capital
item?
expenditure.
I think we had program 1. There's the Office of the Prime Minister. We come
061.
there eventually,
Are we
Mr.
not there
Chairman.
yet?
We're at 061.
Okay.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 6, Program 061, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We can now turn to pages 54 and 55. And I propose the question that the sum stated for we were at agency 2 just now.
Agency 2, yeah.
Sorry. Let's go back PM. Let's go back. Let's go back to pages 507. I was at 512. My apologies, Honorable Member. Yes, let's go back. I think Gail and I are suffering from too fine lettering. Yes, it is time to go home and sleep. (5:07 p.m.) We're at 5:07. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 021, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell. Honorable members, I now put a question that is any intervention from no. I now put a question that the sum stated for Program Agency 2, Program 021, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. We now go to pages 54 and 55. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 22, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 6294. Other, could the Honorable Prime Minister disaggregate that sum of $72 billion?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chair, the members asked for, honorable member asked for the disaggregation, and the disaggregation is as follows. 120 million caters for unplanned disaster response and relief interventions undertaken in support of affected communities and regional authorities. Re-roofing of 200 houses in Jamaica is included under there. Support for regional and local authorities for damage and needs assessment during times of disaster or complex emergencies. Distribution of potable water and water tanks to drought-affected communities. Provision of logistical support to regional and local authorities. Building materials for communities affected by high winds. Also, this provision supports the government of Guyana relief interventions. For example, catering for the one-off cash grant program. Some $72.5 billion will cater for that activity.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Minister say how many citizens does this amount cater for?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Yes, for planning purposes, we're catering for 716,261 persons.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, could the honorable member state when would the disbursement begin?
Mr. Chair, we are at this phase where we have a budget. As we pass this budget, the Ministry of Finance will start the preparation for the disbursement of this money, and the people of Guyana will be duly informed as to how soon we will start the payout. Our President, His Excellency, has already communicated to the Guyanese people that this money will be paid after the budget 2026 is passed. So we will be working towards paying this money as early as possible to the people of Guyana after the passage of this budget.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan. Thank
you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want to get clarity from the Honorable Prime Minister as to whether Guyanese would have to register again for this second tranche of cash grant, or what method will be used to do this distribution.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chair, this will be further explained by the Ministry of Finance. But the average Guyanese will know that we already went through an exercise where over 600,000 people are already registered, and we have that record of the people already registered. Obviously, it will be updated, and then we'll have to do an additional registration exercise to cater for the some 14,000 thereabout Guyanese who will likely to qualify. So we'll have to do a check of the list, update it, and also do some registration. Because, as you know, many Guyanese will now, around 14,000 by our estimation, will be joining the 18 years and above list. Obviously, there will be debts that you have to take off the list. So there will be a cleaning up exercise of the list.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the Honorable Prime Minister also state what analysis or studies were done to determine that $100,000 and that it is sufficient for all Guyanese?
Mr. Chair, a decision was made in 2024 to pay $100,000. We've promised the people that we will again pay the $100,000. Okay? So based on that promise made to the people by the PPPC government, we are feverishly working towards the passage of this budget and to start the preparation to pay the people of Guyana, including all of the members of the opposition too, the 100,000.
All Guyanese.
The people of Guyana, including all the members of the opposition, to pay you the 100,000 that you deserve and you qualify for by simply being a citizen of Guyana, 18 years and above. Shared prosperity. We promise that. We're delivering on that. All of us will benefit.
Mr. Chair, just to make two questions in one to make a point. I just want to ask the Honorable Prime Minister if he is included in the 716,000 Guyanese that will receive this 100,000 cash grant. And while he's doing that,
I cut you off. I cut you off because the Prime Minister.
Mr. Chair, I would like to answer that question.
I'll give you the opportunity. I told them the clock runs, so if they are going to make those statements, you have a good.
No, I would like to answer all the statements, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
My birth certificate and my passport has been listed as Guyanese.
And as far as the chair knows, you're 18 years or above 18.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Honorable
Chair.
Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you very much,
You're speaking to the Prime Minister. And there is a word that I learned from the honorable member Anil Nandla, noblesse oblige. When you speak to the noble, please have some respect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and likewise for all the members of the opposition. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that they would have made a promise that they would give the $100,000. But taking into consideration the high cost of living currently in the country and also the poverty rate, I asked the Honorable Prime Minister what measures or what analysis was done to bring them to the point that $100,000 is still sufficient for Guyanese in 2026.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'm disappointed with that question because the Honorable Minister of Finance stood here for over 5.5, I think 6.5 hours, and he elaborated on all the measures in the put in people force budget of 2026 that will bring relief to all the people of Guyana. Whether you're old, whether you're young, whether you're disabled, whether you're unemployed, underemployed, fully employed in the private sector, the public sector, whether you're a gold miner. Come on, Mr. Chair. This is just one aspect of the measures. And I particularly said this one here is shared prosperity. Kindly go back, listen to the tape, and there's several other measures that if I try to mention all, it will take the rest of the hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chair-
much, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think the Honorable Prime Minister didn't quite understand my question. I'm saying, what analysis was done by this People's Progressive Party civic government to determine that in this day and age, that the $100,000 is still sufficient for Guyanese? Why then, Mr. Chair?
Honorable Prime Minister, because I wouldn't allow him to
Mr. Chair,
repeat
may I
the
answer
question
him?
3 times.
He talks about sufficiency. The simple answer here, sufficiency is equal to $100,000 plus all the other measures in the budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Sir, thank you. I have one question on the same line. Is there consideration for the money, the $100,000, to be paid to public servants and others who are receiving their salaries via the bank system, so it can be easily transferred from the Ministry of Finance into their existing bank account, as opposed to so many paper trail with check cutting and the likes?
Honorable Prime Minister.
The simple answer is that we will take that on board. We already have been discussing that, right? What is the easiest way and the fastest and perhaps more efficient way of ensuring people get this money? And at the appropriate time, when the decisions are made, the entire nation, all the people of Guyana, will be so informed.
Much PM, Honorable Member, Mr. If I said correct, Hughes, Sharma Solomon.
Thank you very much. Under the same item, Mr. Chair, the distribution of this cash grant, and we see the eligibility of migrants who may soon be given ID cards. Is this going to be also included for those who have ID cards or born Guyanese?
Mr. Chair, at the time of registration for this money, once you can show that you're 18 years and you have Guyanese registration, that is a qualification. That's what we did the last time.
So then migrants are going to be paid.
You have to be a Guyanese, and you know what it entails to be a Guyanese. You have to be a Guyanese and you have to be 18 years old and above. Those are the only 2 requirements.
Thank you very much for that confirmation, PM.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, line item 6222, field materials and supplies. Could the Honorable Prime Minister just give me a quick indication of what that line item entails, and then I have a follow-up.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Field materials, 6222, field materials and supply, $25 million. The increase caters for the procurement of items. Community disaster risk management kits for all the 10 administrative regions of Guyana, 8,520,000. Warehouse restocking, 5,436,000. And the outfitting of community emergency response teams, known as CERT, and wildfire response teams nationwide in support of the CDC mandate. We have $8,044,000 there. And the list, for example, if I can go into some more details for you, breathable shorts, we purchase in a quantity of 60, and it's 5,000 per unit, and that will give us a total of 300,000. And basically is personal protection equipment for field operations, field safety boots, again, personal protection for field operations, 1,050,000. And we catering to equip or outfit 50 persons there. Safety goggles, 650,000. And we buying 100 safety goggles there, because if they're gonna go, when they have wildfire, they have to get safety goggles, they have to get the boots, they have to get the clothing, and they have to get possible oxygen tanks too. So I could go through the list. Tactical outdoor vests, 900,000. Safety vests, $240,000. Overall, $3 million. Tactical backpacks, $3.2 million. Camel packs, $1.4 million. Spades, $420,000. You might want to ask, why spades? But then if you're fighting a fire, sometimes in the forest you have to make fire breaks. And therefore the spades are an important tool for the firefighters. Pickaxe with handle, rakes with handle, the two of them combined, $600,000. Shovels, $300,000. Long boots, $400,000. Industrial safety gloves, $400,000. Headlamps, so they can work in the day and in the night, or during times of darkness. It may be day, but because of the overcast and combined with the smoke, the place can be dark, and therefore the need to use the headlamps to see what they're doing.
Thank you, Mr.
And there's another list I could continue. You were saying that you want me to stop there?
Yes, no, because I have a clarification to follow on. I think, Mr. Chair, it's quite appropriate that our first responders are properly outfitted. I have no difficulty with the explanation offered. Prime Minister mentioned field response, community field response teams. And I wonder whether we could shift away from CDC personnel and first responders to communities. And I wanted to ask, in the event of a mass casualty, a coastal disaster, let's say there's a major breach in the Georgetown seawall, I was curious as to what has the CDC officially designated evacuation routes, and where in the estimates is funding provided for identifying those routes, maintaining them, and all of the attendant emergency operations that are required?
So, honorable member, it's for me the question would be where in the estimates. It would be more. Are these included in this line item?
Are these included in this line
Thank you.
item? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, actually I'm not confused because I'm trained to do this type of operations, complex emergency. So that's an asset to the government. That's an asset to the government in that you have a retired army officer who became a general, but in his upbringing received training to deal with disasters and complex emergencies. And that is an asset that is being utilized by the PPPC government. So the long and short answer is that as part of your planning, you have what you call contingency plans that from time to time are developed, and then we write exercises and we exercise not only the CDC, because CDC is just a lead agency, all the supporting agencies, for example, the NDIA from the Ministry of Agriculture, the Guyana Police Force, the Guyana Defense Force. So when you deal with a disaster, it's an interagency approach. So we do have contingency plans, and part of the consultancy is to further develop additional contingency plans. So if I'm going to tell you, yes, you have a breach of the seawall, you'll see several things happening by several agencies, all coordinated by the CDC. I run the risk of taking an hour to lecture to you what it will entail, but the long and short of it is that you have contingency plans that you develop to cater for these emergencies and complex emergencies or natural disaster, whatever you want to call them, and then you pull together everybody. You run conferences or training sessions where you explain to everybody what their role is likely to be during such an emergency, and then you go to the next stage where you actually conduct exercises and so. So the CDC is on the ball, and they're doing that.
I guess I have one follow-up before we close this matter, Mr. Chair, and that is you have quite eloquently, and I'm happy that we have your expertise in this regard. What I'm saying is that as a citizen, this is Citizen Amanza now, if a breach happens in the seawall, where am I going as a citizen? What is the muster point? What are the routes for evacuation, etc.?
Okay.
Because
it's a good question.
Let me finish.
It's a good question. Go ahead.
Let me finish, please. You will notice that in some other countries, and Mr. Frank Anthony answers this question by saying to me that if the wall breaks in Kingston, go someplace else. But the Honorable PM has been gracious enough to acknowledge that this is a good question. Because what I'm asking, Honorable Prime Minister, is, for example, you travel around the world and you will see, for example, signage. In case of XYZ, this is your muster point. In case of XYZ, this is the community muster point. So you're talking about the plans, etc., and you've correctly outlined what you are doing from the organizational end of things. What I'm trying to get from you is, when will the citizen information trickle down so that, for example, if this happens, your citizens know what to do, what routes to take, what routes to avoid, etc.?
There is a flood management plan. Okay. Sharma Solomon, Honorable Member, just keep quiet and give me an opportunity to answer. Just keep quiet and give me an opportunity to answer. Just keep quiet and give me an opportunity to answer the Honorable Member. I am saying there is a flood management plan. All right? What will happen that will cause the seawall to breach? Several things could happen. You could have high tide, or something happened before. The point is the CDC has a unit that is monitoring all these eventualities 24/7. Once it reached a point where there's likely to be a breach and therefore there's a need for evacuation, we will communicate that to the people of Guyana. There's no need for you before to have signage right through the seawall. You don't know where it will break. You don't know where it will break. What is important is that you monitor and you have people in a state of preparedness. You have shelters. We already, listen to me. We already have, for example, schools are earmarked as shelters, right? If the seawall breach in that particular area, that area will be cordoned off and people will be diverted to other areas. Simple.
Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Chair. Following up on what the comrade before me highlighted, I was actually looking at the volume 2, where you have the strategies, impacts, and indicators. I note the impact that speaks to disaster responses effectively coordinated and executed. And the last one that says public is aware of disaster preparedness and response protocols. And then number 6 in the indicator, time taken to mobilize formal disaster response mechanism outlined in plan strategy. I would like to ask the honorable member, is there a public awareness campaign that is ongoing to educate Guyanese about the disaster's response? And secondly, what is the basic strategy or plan if you have a flood or anything like that? What information can you find there? And I ask this question because being in the avenue, Wolford Avenue, I've observed on several occasions a simple incident, whether it be a fire or something happening in the avenue. Instead of the traffic stopping on Vicinian Road, you would have the fire reel coming in, the parents driving in, and you have, all the children or plus the parents there. And I'm saying it is difficult for people to actually get in or out of the avenue. And, I believe, especially in those areas, some form of education should be done when it comes to dealing with things, disasters. So I would like to know, what are your basic plans?
There are plans, there are educational and communication campaigns that are ongoing, okay? There's a strategy that was devised and designed by the CDC, and they have people who will attend training, okay? Stakeholders will attend training, and during the time of a disaster, what you will normally see is the whole of government or the interagency approach in action. As you mentioned just now, yes, you may have a fire. The fire engine is coming to out the fire. The police will come and cordon off the area, okay? And you will have announcements being made to divert, traffic being diverted from that area, right? You will have people who are affected by the fire. The Ministry of Health is alerted, right? So hospitals are ready to receive victims, whether there is burns, whether there's smoke inhalation, whatever, right? The Human Services Ministry, right? They also alerted, and they will be working with the persons who are affected, informing their parents or whatever. So this whole thing is gonna unfold before you, and many times as an onlooker, you really don't see what is happening. But they have what you call an incident command system that the CDC is trained and they put into operation as soon as something like that happens. So you start with a simple response. You see the fire engine going down to the fire, but then they build on that. The cordon of the area, the announcement to divert traffic, alerting the hospitals nearby to receive casualties, alerting the human services to get the names of people who are affected so they could visit homes and all these things and so. Right?
Thank you, honorable member.
I'm enjoying this. I can talk all night about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Honorable Prime Minister, I'm glad that you have the experience in disaster management. My question goes more to, have you clearly defined what is a disaster? As I can tell you, and I'm following up just what my colleague had said in relation to your indicators. Almost 3-4 days ago, I think last Wednesday, you had 4 men died on vessel. Do you consider that as a disaster? Because it is a disaster. Absolutely no protocols were activated there. You had a post-mortem report conducted and their deaths are undetermined.
I want to start by telling you that is not a disaster, that's an incident, or if you want to call it an accident. Okay, it is not a disaster, right? You have an accident on the road, 4 people die, is that a disaster? You have children swimming at a resort and 2 of them drowned, is that a disaster? It is not a disaster. It's an accident or incident, and it is dealt with in a localized way. And you know how that was dealt with there. You know how the 4 men who died, how that was dealt with. Maybe if you had, several areas and several more people affected, right? Then perhaps it might reach a stage to deal with it as a disaster. Everything was localized and contained aboard a ship. The bringing out of the bodies, the people who went in afterwards, ensuring that they had the necessary protective gears and so, right? It happened, 4 men died, but what happened afterwards? It didn't spill out over, and then you had 100 men dying. Everything was contained, and it did not go beyond the death of 4 men.
Prime Minister, we're going to talk after, but you're completely wrong, but we'll talk after.
I know that I am completely right because I am schooled in this. I'm listening to you and I know that there's more you need to learn about this. So definitely we can have a talk so I can transfer knowledge to you.
Honorable member, Dr. Barker.
Mr. Chairman, with reference to line item 6284, can the Honorable Prime Minister indicate whether any of the premises funded under this line item are being used for the collection of personal data, including the taking of photographs of residents? And if so, for what specific purpose these photographs are taken, how they are stored and used, and under what legal or policy authority this activity is conducted for the cash grant?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is really asking a wide-ranging question there, and he talks of cash grant. 6294 other is cash grant. This has nothing to do with that. This is 6284 other, right? So the cash grant is already dealt with under 6294. This is 6284. And, you meant 6294?
That's what you meant, man.
So no, you can't tell me that's what you meant. He started by saying 6284. He started talking about photographs and all these things and so. So perhaps we could ask you to repeat the question so we could get some clarity for everybody here.
Dr. Barker, can you repeat for clarity?
Yes. So, with reference to line item 6294, can the Prime Minister indicate whether any of the premises funded under this line item are being used for the collection of personal data, including the taking of photographs of residents? And if so, for what purpose these photographs are taken, how they are stored and used, and under what legal or policy authority this activity is conducted in relation to the cash grant?
Mr. Chair, I'm trying to understand the honorable member. What premises are you talking about under 6294 order? Premise or premises? The only requirement under 6294 to take photographs is the people who have to register for the cash grant. And you know the last time we had to take photographs, we will have to do that again. For the some 14,000 newly qualified Guyanese for the cash grant, they will have to take photographs of them because there's a requirement for a photograph as part of the registration.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Go ahead, Honorable.
Just for clarity, can the Prime Minister state what legal or policy authority this activity is conducted under?
Honorable Prime Minister.
I want to answer that simply for you. It is voluntary. If you don't take your photograph, you haven't qualified. You haven't met the requirements of a registration for the cash grant. So it is voluntary. It's for Guyanese to decide that the requirement for the payment of the cash, listen to me carefully, the requirement is registration. Okay, registration. You have to be a Guyanese and you have to register, right? If that is a requirement, you could decide, and it's within your right, that because you have to take a photograph, I don't want to take a photograph, and therefore, I am not registering for the cash grant. Does that answer the question?
It's conditional.
Well, you're the one, you have the PhD in English language, so I will defer to you. But I'm telling you, no, it's not disrespectful. That's your opinion. We're not dealing with opinion here. We're dealing with facts. The fact is he has a PhD in English. What is disrespectful about that? You said it's conditional, but I am saying it's a requirement. Everybody who wants to get and to benefit from the $100,000 has to satisfy the requirement. It's in the right of the individual to decide that I don't want my photograph to be taken, and therefore I waiver my right to collect the $100,000. I'm not getting involved in that.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Barker.
So just for clarity for all the viewers, you're saying if the resident refuses to take a photograph, they cannot receive that $100,000. Okay.
Honorable Prime
Thank you,
Minister.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Okay. Mr. Chair, the citizens of Guyana are all listening. 600,000 plus citizens of Guyana went through this exercise. They had to take a photograph as part of the registration, and they were paid their cash grant. That remains a requirement. There's no change to that. All I'm saying, if some citizen, somebody in Guyana decide that they don't want to take a photograph, it means that they will not satisfy the requirement for the payment of the cash grant. And the people of Guyana know that. In order to be paid the cash grant, you have to register. and the registration includes taking a photograph.
Thank you very much.
You got your cash grant already, you're waiting for to collect the next one.
Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Go and tell the people in Linden that they mustn't register. They're going to laugh at you.
Mr. Chairman, under the same line item, a follow-up. Mr. Prime Minister, I'm a Guyanese, I want the cash grant, but I'm concerned about my data and the storage and the usage of the data, right? The question is, what safeguards are there? We understand the world we're living in, whether it's at home here in Guyana or internationally, that people can breach your servers and all of that. What guarantees do people have? Not only my ID, that my phone number is safe, that my address is safe, my image is safe. That's the question that I have.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I recall the honorable member being part of this House in the year 2023 when we passed Data Protection Act. Okay? The Ministry of Finance is the repository of these data that was taken for the payment of the cash grant. We are a responsible government. We are a responsible government. The information was only used to pay people the $100,000. Nobody used that for anything else than that.
Mr. Speaker.
And if you have any such information, be a good citizen of Guyana, take the information to the Guyana Police Force so we can have an investigation. Take the information, go to the police and make a statement.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to bring us back. We started with a nice energy, but I find we're kind of drifting. Mr. Prime Minister, I'm assuming regularity. I'm not assuming malice or anything like that. I'm assuming regularity. I'm a citizen. The same question you said, this legislation was passed. We also know, Prime Minister, that not only the data protection legislation was passed, the Digital Identity Act was also, the bill was passed in 2023. Neither of them have been operationalized. One of them gives rise to the Data Commission. Neither have been operationalized. So to say they were passed is one thing, but neither of them have been enforced. And by that same measure, Prime Minister, any citizen could be worried, not that the information is going to be used for electoral purposes, for any purposes. I'm not looking at that, divorce it from election and all that. The simple question I'm asking, and you have made a point, in the absence of the legislation being operationalized with all the protections inbuilt in the legislation, the guarantees that the data is safe and secure once given. And again, Prime Minister, I am assuming regularity, no malice, no breach on the government's part.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chair, there has been no breach of any data. Mr. Chair, we are in the process of operationalizing the act, and there's only one thing left to do, to issue the commencement order. We've already appointed the commissioner, and as soon as he finishes budget process, will be issued.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 022, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Page 507. And I propose the question that for Agency 2, Program 022, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for 02, Program 022, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to 56 and 57. Those are the pages. Don't know if Prime Minister needs to get his support staff in the well, the energy people. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 23, Energy, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 23 of Agency 2, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to page 507 again. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 23, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Mr. Campbell, the honorable member.
One second, sir. Line item 2610600, gas to power, supposed to be gas to energy project, but it says gas to power, and a sum of 10,716,732,000 has been provided for power plant and associated facilities. My first question to the Honorable Prime Minister, is this for phase 1 or phase 2 of the gas to energy project?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amount is for phase 1.
Follow up, sir.
Go
Can
ahead.
you say specifically what it will be spent on? Because I know a lot of money has already been spent on phase 1. So trying to get clarity on what exactly you're spending this on.
Mr. Chairman, in response to the honorable member's question, 10 areas or items of expenditure, and I will read it out now. EPC for integrated NGL plant and 300 megawatt CCGT power plant phase 1, $4,884,096,260. The EPC activities associated with the integrated NGL plant and power plant project are currently underway and progressing on an accelerated schedule with power generation to the grid plan toward year end 2026. Number 2, KPIL EPC for transmission lines and substations for integrated NGL plant and 300 megawatt CCGT power plant, $293,105,389, and that goes for the completion of the transmission lines and substations project for the integrated NGL plant and power plant, which is on track for May 2026 completion. Number 3, Cummins Electrical supply of transformers, $124,799,625. Completion, that's for the completion of the commission of the transformers. and that is on track for May 2026 completion. EIL is a project management consultant for the NGL and power plant phase 1, and the sum there is $1,160,964,193. The project management consultant is required to provide oversight for the integrated NGL plant and power plant as construction activities are ongoing. Number 5, project management consultant for transmission lines and substations, ENA plus SRKN and SEMCO. They're the project management consultants. Local for the transmission lines and substations and transformers. The sum, $61,434,878. The project management consultant is required to provide oversight for the transmission lines and substations and transformers as construction and commission activities are scheduled for completion in May 2026. Number 6, open systems. Supply, integration, installation, and commissioning SCADA. The sum, $643,861,470. And this will go towards the integration, installation, and commissioning of a SCADA, GMS, EMS, DTS, and remote terminal units for the Guyana National Control Center, and to ensure that it is on track for completion in 2026. Number 7, Power China International, EPC for GNCC building, $420,929,564, and that is for the construction of building for GNCC, and that is on track for the third quarter 2026 completion. It's on track, meaning the work is ongoing and is in keeping with the timelines and the schedules. So it's just a simple way of saying that everything is going as per plan, as per schedule, as per laid out timelines. So that's what we mean when we use the term on track. No. I'm not assuming because somebody asked the question about why we're using the term on track. Okay, let's move on. Number 8, DBAR, Consulting and Engineering Services for Integration of GNCC, SCADA, EMS, GMS, $31,295,453. And that goes towards engineering and consultancy services as required for the GNCC as construction activities are scheduled for completion in 2026. Number 9, Green Soul Engineering, consultancy services for the construction of the GNCC building, $11,048,450. And again, consultancy services are required for oversight until the completion of construction activities relating to the GNCC. And number 10, studies for industrial development projects. And every little boy and girl in Guyana now knows about the upcoming projects: gas bottling, fertilizer, NGL, and S&O.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
$85,196,719. In harnessing the gas resources, new industrial projects are planned for the Wales Industrial Development Zone, for which studies and consultancy support are required. And Mr. Chair, that gives us the grand total of $10,716,732,001.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 follow-ups quickly.
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Honorable Prime Minister, thank you very much for reading all of that for us. We're deeply appreciative. Can you tell us what costs are associated with having the pipeline that is, I believe, is all the way to Wales and unused at this time. But can you give me like an annual cost, maybe maintenance that you're paying in relation to having that unused pipeline because the project is delayed?
Honorable Member Mr. Campbell, the question got to be framed a little differently, relating to in the line item that you're going to identify if such costs are included and what are those costs for 2026.
Mr. Chair, there's no cost associated as I speak. So for the simple reason, the pipeline was constructed, it is filled with hydrogen, and it is not, sorry, nitrogen. It's filled with nitrogen, and when it becomes operational, in other words, when it's connected and the gas start coming through, then you will have operational maintenance related costs. But right now, there's no costs because it's just preserved until we're ready to use it.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the Honorable Prime Minister say what percentage or the completion rate percentage at this time is phase 1 and whether the simple cycle system is in operation already?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I would say it's 68% completion, and there's a reason for that, right? All the major equipments are in country and already moved to the site. The foundation to accommodate those equipment already cured, and the equipment is mounted. So it's just some additional work, and then you have the connections, okay, to be done. And the simple cycle will be operational by the end of this year.
Mr. Chair, the Honorable Prime Minister stated last year that the simple cycle system would have been operational by the 1st of November 2025. Could the Honorable Prime Minister say what could have caused the delay?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Well, again, you can recall that we had to go through a process of soil stabilization, and that would have involved the driving of over 3,000 piles and the moving of a whole set of sand, loam, etc., spreading out, compacting. So you had to do that before you move to another stage. Okay, so that took a lot of time.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Mr. Campbell, the Honorable Member.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the Honorable Prime Minister say the transmission system that is being developed, what capacity is that transmission system to take off 300 megawatts or to take off 600 megawatts?
Honorable Prime Minister.
The transmission system is designed and constructed to take off all the power from phase 1, which is 300 megawatts of power.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
And another follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Member, Mr. Campbell.
I've had a limited experience in construction, but I've gotten my hands burnt badly. I'm wondering how come you ended up with this big stabilization problem. Weren't there proper soil tests? Was there a failure in the soil testing that was done that ended up with you having to spend all this money ex post facto to stabilize the soil?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chair, I want to start answering that question by replying to the honorable member, Mr. Solomon, who talks about location. Anywhere along the coastline of Guyana, you have to do soil testing and you have to do soil stabilization. So whether it's Wales, whether it's Colligen, or wherever, or wherever, you would have had to do the same soil testing and you would have had to go through a soil stabilization process. That is the reality of the geology of the coastline of Guyana. That is the reality. All the soil testing that were done pointed towards the need for soil stabilization. You are not a geologist. You cannot say anything that I will accept.
Mr.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell.
Go and do your research. Mr. Campbell is waiting on you.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Prime Minister. Everything that's in the public domain, because I have personal experience, and to the east at 75 feet and 25 feet behind, the solid clay was hit at 50 feet. So yes, anywhere in this area on the flat coastline for that type of project, you would have to do soil test. But I believe
You are rumor monger. You are rumor monger. We are a responsible government. And if the project has to be delayed by 9 months or a year to ensure that when we turn on the switch, the people get stable electricity that is cheaper than what they're paying for now, we will ensure that we do it properly. And that is the fear of the opposition. The fear of the opposition is that this will be such a successful project that it will put you beyond 2031. You will be on that same side.
Honorable members, we are now, honorable members, we have now moved far away from what the questioning on this line item should be. It should be monies that are spent. What are the headings for which this money is spent? Half an hour ago, I think the Prime Minister outlined everything. You have a right to ask on the policy. We don't have a right to repeat it over and over and over again. At this stage, I'll put the question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 23, Energy Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. And just that people may understand, Prime Minister is supposed to spend 1 hour. Started at 9:14. We're now an hour and a half. But we're operating on a principle, and I'm reminding everyone, including members of the business subcommittee that met. The principle is if we have savings on one head, we can continue on the following heads till or until we use it up. And entering where the Prime Minister appeared, we have 8 to 6 minutes of savings. So those who are trying to tell me the Prime Minister hour is up, he has an hour plus 8 to 6 minutes to answer. Please, whoever wants a job, no confidence. Let us turn to pages 58 and 59. No, we have a principle. Honorable Prime Minister, you have your staff for the telecommunications and innovation. Let me thank your staff on the energy.
Be ready, Mr. Chair.
Honorable members, we now turn to pages 58 and 59. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 24, Telecommunications and Innovation, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipo.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sir, 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. And the organization here is the National Data Management Authority. May I ask the Honorable Prime Minister if under other goods and services purchased, if this is the line and this is the program that caters for the e-ID card system, the electronic ID card development and processing that is facilitating the registration, etc.
$6321, Mr. Chair. Subsidies and contribution from central government. In 2026, 7,525,048,000. The budget of 7.5 billion for subsidy and contribution from central government is broken down as follows. Employment costs, 1.6 billion. Materials, equipment, and supplies, 307.9 million. Fuel and lubricants, 50.9 million. Rental and maintenance of buildings, 120.9 million. Maintenance of infrastructure, 150.1 million. Transport, travel, and postage, 207.3 million. Utility charges, 226.8 million. Other goods and services purchase, 4.8 billion. Other operating expenses, 37.7 million. Education, subventions, and training, 26.2 million.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Sir, if you would permit me, the question was, does this program cater for the EID program, the Electronic Identification Program?
EID somewhere else, right? No, this does not cater for the EID. This is NDMA.
Pardon me, I didn't hear you.
This does not cater for the EID. This is NDMA.
National Data Management Authority.
Yeah, so can the Honorable Prime Minister disaggregate this sum here that is under other goods and services purchased, which is 5,135,129,000?
What's this?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Maybe then
47,969. Other goods and services purchase, we have 769,139,000. Okay. And we have the list of everything that it caters for here. But if you really want to know where the EID is funded, we have to go to Capital, and we'll get there soon. So let me disaggregate this for you if it is necessary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Prime Minister is saying...
Oh, Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal, please. The Honorable Prime Minister is speaking. He didn't interrupt you when you were asking the question. So let's be patient with him. We still have more than an hour more to go. Honorable Prime Minister, please, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, go ahead with this disaggregation.
He asked a question, you have every right to answer it.
$0.1 million, the disaggregation is as follows: 390.7 million for the continued expansion of high-speed internet services to 253 hinterland and remote communities, software license, and other goods and services. 327 million for real-time monitoring of maritime fleet cocos, canals, and pump stations. 38 million for the maintenance and servicing of equipment and infrastructure critical to support the expanded program for Safe Country. These include equipment maintenance for data centers, 781 IVS sites, 900 kilometers of fiber optic network, 55 tower LTE sites, and 1,200 node satellite network. 12 million for security service for new parking lot at DCC ground and 5 new sites. 1.4 million for cleaning and extermination services. 2.3 million for connectivity charges, internet connections. Right through? This is 5.1.
Right. This is the entire allocation. The
So-
variance. There was the variance that you
So read through, right? Continue reading. Right.
that was
2.3 billion for connectivity charges. Internet connections have increased from 1,282 in 2020 to 4,806 in 2025. That's the internet connections. We will add another 295 in 2026 to give us a total of 5,101 internet connections. 1.2 billion for public service digitization platform, 333 million for software license and other goods and services, 327 million for real-time monitoring of marine fleet, cocos canals and pump station, 887.5 million for equipment maintenance for data center, 781 IVS sites, 78.9 million for security services at 13 locations, and 83 million for cleaning and extermination services. That takes care of the $4,365,990,000.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipon.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, the Prime Minister, in answering the question, began by saying that the sum total is 769 million.
That's the variance.
And then I did not disturb the Prime Minister on your...
I'm sorry.
Sir, and then he went and called out some figures there, telling us that it's accumulating to $4,365,990,000. Sir, on page 690, Appendix T of the National Data Management Authority, the requested total is $5,135,129,000. So the answer, sir, began with a sum total that the Prime Minister claimed to be 769, ended with him telling us it's 4,365,000, but the requested sum is 5,135,129,000. Would the Honorable Prime Minister be kind enough to provide some clarification with this mix-up in numbers?
Well, Honorable Prime Minister, it's the imputations that come in the questions. He says it's a mix-up. So, Honorable Member, it might take some time to clarify the mix-up.
Mr. Chairman, can I answer?
Just 1 second. I just want to bring the House's attention to the time remaining for the heads. We have 146 minutes, including your hour. And right now, we are at 96 minutes. So we have 50 minutes more to go. You can answer now, Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, what I read out just now, and perhaps I must apologize if I did cause a confusion in the member's mind, honorable member. Everything that I wrote, everything that I read out there added up to 5,135,129,000. No, I said it all along the line earlier, but anyhow, let's go on. No, it's not a matter of line.
Thank
It's
you
a
very
matter
much,
of...
sir. That's clarified.
Yes, clarified? Okay. I'm happy to hear that. Well, let me apologize if I didn't call the figure, but the figure that I just called is the figure, and the disaggregation that I give is the disaggregation for that figure.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 24, Telecommunications and Innovation, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us now turn to the same program, the capital expenditure, which now is contained in pages 507 and 508. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 24, Telecommunications and Innovation, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Professor Dr. Hines.
Mr. Chairman, Project Code 121-9100, National Identification, Enrollment, and Issue System. I have a couple of questions for the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister. If you can kindly tell the House how many EID cards have been produced thus far.
Nobody was listening.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. To answer the honorable members, 7,500 were enrolled and 4,600 issued to date.
Thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Prime Minister. Can I ask a couple of follow-ups? What are the official designations of the officials in whose custody the data is being held?
Honorable Prime Minister.
The official designation is
Yes,
the,
of the
Data
person,
Protection Commissioner.
And how many? Just one person?
Honorable
Just
Prime
one
Minister.
official?
One commissioner and supporting staff.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Professor.
If I may, Mr. Chair, on what legal basis is identity data being collected when no commencement order has been issued for the Digital Identity Card Act and the Data Protection Act?
Honorable Prime Minister, I think I heard you answer to that earlier.
Well, he did answer, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Chairman, he did answer as to when, but my question is on what authority, what legal authority he's been proceeding on thus far.
Honorable Prime Minister, I just want to say to the Honorable Professor Doctor that I have some amount of comprehension. And I was speaking, and I don't like to be interrupted when I speak. Honorable Prime Minister.
I asked if the honorable members could listen, and I will read out everything here. Legality of the issuance of the digital identity card. The issuance of the digital identity card is governed by a strategy of phased implementation, ensuring the infrastructure is ready for the law before full activation. While both the Digital Identity Card Act 2023 and the Data Protection Act 2023 have received presidential assent and are validly enacted, the current pilot phase operates under the executive power to prepare for the formal commencement of these acts. By initially issuing cards to public sector employees, the government is conducting essential life stress testing. This ensures that when the acts are fully brought into force via the ministerial order, the system will already meet or exceed the rigorous standards set out in the legislation. Key pillars of this legal transition include: 1, informed consent. Because the mandatory provisions of the Act have not yet been activated, participation in this phase is strictly voluntary. Every card, and I want you to, all the members to listen to this part carefully, because it explains voluntary, strictly voluntary. Every card issued to date is based on the informed consent of the recipient. Secondly, data consolidation, not new collection. Again, listen, data consolidation, not new collection. The system currently utilizes data that the state already possesses through established registries such as the General Register Office, GRO, the Guyana Revenue Authority, GRA, and Immigration Office. The EID, electronic ID card, simply consolidates these existing legal records into a more secure, tamper-proof format. Number four, fourth pillar, active oversight. The appointment of the Data Protection Commissioner on January 2nd, 2026 confirms that the national enforcement mechanism is operational. The Commissioner's first mandate is to audit the pilot phase, ensuring full alignment with data protection principles such as purpose limitation and security prior to a national rollout. I think I should read that apart for them too.
Remember, Professor Haynes.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, and I hope this question is taken in the spirit in which it's being asked. Mr. Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, the 2023 Data Protection Act states that the Data Protection Commissioner must be someone who is of eminence in public life with wide knowledge and experience in law, science and technology, management, and administration or governance. Can you tell this House, Mr. Prime Minister, on what basis is the Data Commissioner, Mr. Anil Giddens, is of eminence in public life?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Anil Giddens has satisfied all the requirements outlined by the honorable member and beyond. And beyond. And therefore, we had no discomfort in so appointing him.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
May I?
Honorable Member, Professor Hines.
May I follow up? As the date, and again, I hope this question is taken in the spirit, Honorable Prime Minister. As the Data Commissioner taken with him a copy of GCOM's National Register of Registrants database in order to...
That particular question is out of order. I want to know under which line item, if he did that, if he had to pay GCOM $100 million out of this, whatever. You're out of order, though.
I'm guided, respectfully so. One last...
Go ahead, Honorable Member.
On the 20th of October, 2025, the Minister of Home Affairs, the Honorable Onage Walron, said at the press conference that the EID card would be used to gauge compliance with tax and NIS laws. How will this be done when the relevant tax laws guarantees confidentiality?
I'm advised, Mr. Chairman, that these systems are currently being interrogated as to how the card will be used to access those services that you mentioned.
Honorable Professor, a follow-up? Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up on the Honorable Professor's previous question, which was answered by the Honorable Prime Minister, referenced the Data Commissioner. So I'm now learning that the Data Commissioner was employed. Would you permit me, sir, to ask the salary and benefits of the Data Commissioner reference to the answer that the Honorable Prime Minister gave earlier?
Honorable Prime Minister?
The salary of the data commissioner is $1,320,000 per month.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any allowances attached to this? This is the basic salary, I'm assuming. And the allowances? Not equivalent to you.
I have be finishing if we use up the 6 months that we have.
The ones that
Okay. I already give the salary. Okay, the basic salary. The allowances, $50,000 per month, $30,000 per month, $50,000 per month, $75,000 per month, $40,000 per month, $125,000 per month, and these cover housing, entertainment, phone, and then you have a vacation allowance equivalent to 1 month's salary and a gratuity of 22.5% that is paid every 6 months.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr.
Ms.
Chairman.
Sarabu Hali. And then I have Q's, the Honorable Member, and Sherrod Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I heard the Prime Minister he read something that bothers me, because the reality is that the persons who received the EID, they did not volunteer that they were going to be part of a pilot. How I know? Because, anyways, I'm not responding to you. They were coerced into taking them because they were told that if they could not actually take them, then they wouldn't be able to get their cash grants. So it was not that they volunteered to a pilot program. So when I sat down and I heard that from the Prime Minister, I know he was given something, so I'm not saying that this was him, but there is there's some gap between what I have known to be what happened to a lot of those persons who actually had to take the to sign up for the EID cards in the public service and what I'm hearing on the floor here. So I'm just trying to bridge the gap between what I know and what I heard on the floor here.
I just wanted to clarify in my mind what you heard that is different from what I heard from the PM, right? So, because I seem to have a disconnect, but let PM clarify my confusion. PM?
Mr. Chairman, We have no report of anyone making any allegation that they were coerced into providing their information. And I think I would want to believe that if the honorable member came into contact with such information, we owe, or you owe a responsibility to this nation to point the people to the necessary authorities so we can do an investigation. As I oversaw this activity and interacted with public servants, none of them so far have complained about being coerced. But if you have such a complaint, take the statements or point them to the police or to the authorities or to us, and we will investigate. But I want to tell this House and tell the nation of Guyana that everybody who came forward, and I must congratulate them. I must congratulate the public servants who came forward and gave their information, because they recognize the importance of this card. This has taken us leaps and bounds into the 21st century, way into the 21st century. Many countries are still grappling, and they claim they're more developed than us. We are heading, catapulting Guyana into the future, making things more easier for people. With this card, it means that they can get many services that are available in the most efficient manner. I can only use my lived experience again. 25 years, 30 years ago, I did a course in America. And with a Generation 2 phone, I paid all my bills. I had card that I access services, and I'm happy. And I know many Guyanese are happy that we're finally getting this facility here in Guyana.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Prime Minister, thank you for confirming I wasn't confused.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, Q's Sharma Solomon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can the Prime Minister clarify for us if this card is going to consolidate existing ID cards from GCOM or our driver license? And if not so, we've already been told that certain government services will likely be using this card. How does that negate what we have with the single window that is already $6 million invested by this government? Can the Prime Minister clarify that, please? Thank you very much.
Honorable Prime Minister.
The simple answer is no. This is a separate ID card from the one that is issued by GCOM. This is a card that will open windows to you. A lot of services you can get from this card. When it comes to voting, you still have to have the ID card from GCOM to vote and to ensure that you are on any list for the purpose of voting.
And that is for the cards, but what about the single window of government services that you said, for example, will be used for e-health and services like that?
Honorable Prime Minister.
For the single window or general services, access to general services, the answer is yes. And you can recall that I think 2 months ago, we launched a center. We launched a center at Lenora. And in a matter of days from now, I think it's Wednesday. Where? On Wednesday, we will launch a second center at Fort Wellington. And we'll keep rolling out and we'll get to Region 10 sooner than you expect. The whole aim is Guyanese throughout the length and breadth of Guyana will have the opportunity of signing up and getting this card issued to them and to start reaping the benefits associated with having this card.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On the same issue, line item of the ID card, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to ask, based on everything the Honorable Prime Minister has said so glowingly about the facility of this ID card is the card of the future, what then has been the impediment to having the legislation go hand in hand with the all that has been said? What is the impediment? What has been the impediment to date?
Prime Minister, all I could say is that the honorable members love to hear your voice. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to assure the honorable member that there was no impediment. You passed the legislation, you have to...
2 years ago.
All right, it's a process. It's a process. You have to build out the system. You have to staff. You have to agree on a structure. You have to staff it with the important people. You have to now, as part of the operationalizing, you have to do some testing and adjusting. This is a highly technical project. And perhaps if you were more interested in understanding what it entails and not lean on your own understanding.
You're imputing, sir.
Right? Not lean on your own understanding. You would have been able to appreciate what I'm saying here. It has to go through a testing phase. In order to take it through a testing phase, you have to issue cards to people. You have to issue cards to people and then test. And then when you make the adjustments and you finalize everything, ensure you have the commissioner in place, everything in place, then you issue the commencement order because you're now ready for operation. You're now ready for operation. And project management follows that. If you have a project, you're implementing something, you have these stages to go through. So I wish to assure you that there's no impediment. What there were are points that we have to work through, okay? To get to where we are today.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
I have a follow-up.
Sure.
By the same token, Prime Minister, the legislation that was passed 2 years ago, it envisaged a data commissioner who we have employed. The legislation is also, and you said it's going to be operationalized very soon. The legislation also envisages a data protection commission. And the question is whether the 2026 budget has that fiscal space for the data protection commission being operationalized.
Honorable Prime Minister.
There is a provision for that. And of course, there's another step. There's another step in the process, and I can assure the honorable member that we will get there and we will have that commission. Okay?
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
So I take it as a yes, there is a fiscal space here to operationalize it.
Honorable Member, Mr.
There is fiscal space. If you don't see it here, we will provide for it.
Thank you very much.
Okay?
Thank you very much. My final question on this issue. PM, I've welcomed all that you've said about this card and all that it promises. I welcome that for Guyanese. The question is, Prime Minister, do you have one of these cards? Do members of the government, the ministers, have one of these cards?
Two things here. If
you're in possession of one.
Two things here. And Mr. Solomon, please give me a chance to
Honorable
answer.
Prime Minister, I'm giving you that chance.
Please give me a chance to answer. Please give me a chance to answer. I want to correct you and change a word that you use. to the word benefits. There are a lot of benefits that will be accrued to the Guyanese people from this card. And regards to your second answer, yes, I do have a card. I don't have it on me here now, but I do have a card.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I know you still have a follow-up. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 2 Program 24, Telecommunications and Innovation Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn to pages 60 and 61, honorable members. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 25, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Line items. Should I hold for the staff to be seated? Yes.
I think they're ready now.
Honorable member, please.
Thank you, Mr.
can
Chairman.
Go ahead.
On the line item 6284 and this allocation that is here, Mr. Chairman, Stabrook News is owed about $100 million by the government. Is payment of that sum featured in this allocation here?
Which line item?
6284.
6284.
The simple answer is no. It's not catered for under this line item.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
On the line item 6321, is it featured there, Mr. Prime Minister?
6321.
Through the chair?
6321.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure that we buy fuel and lubricants from Stabrook News. Is it 6231 you're talking about?
6321.
63. 6321. No, I did this. I was a accounting officer for a number of years, so. Here. It cater for here? It cater for here, right? 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. We have $970,192,000 there. And it caters for the increased allocation provided subvention for the National Communications Network in the amount of $490,192,000. Department of Public Information, $480 million. and for salaries and daily operations.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan.
Follow-up. So the answer is no. In this 480 million for DPI, it's not there. The money owed for Stabrook News, $100 million by the government.
It caters for operations, staff payments, and so.
Mr. Speaker, through the chair, Prime Minister, is there any intention to pay Stabrook News what is owed in this fiscal year?
Mr. Chair, we're talking about the budget here. And if we look at what obtained in 2025, there were several instances in the media where Stabrook News and other news agencies claimed that they had money outstanding and they were paid. I have no reason to believe that in 2026, this government will not find a way of paying them what is owed. It don't necessarily have to be here, but we could find a way of paying them.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
We are a responsible government.
Prime Minister.
It's not allocated under the subhead, but doesn't mean that we cannot find a way of paying them.
Thank you.
Y'all found a way of paying many things in the past. And I don't want to go there because we're talking about 2026 budget and the Office of the Prime Minister, ministerial responsibilities.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Q. Sharma Solomon. Past honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 2.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Duncan, honorable member.
On the 6321, Mr. Speaker, two reports came out quite recently, the European Union Election Observation Mission, and then we had the Commonwealth of the same nature. And both spoke to uneven playing field created during the last election. And one of them was the access to the media. And I wanted to know, in this dispensation, what guarantees does the 6321, can the country have that the opposition will have equal access to the media, state media, which we're funding?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, 6321 talks about money being allocated for the operations of the state media and the payment of the staff.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
So I don't see the basis for the question under 6321. No, but you're talking about something totally unrelated to the budgetary allocation for the agency.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 021, Government Information and Communication Services, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to page 508. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 25, Capital Expenditure, now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Agency 2, Program 25, Capital Expenditure, over to tomorrow, 11 minutes. And so those who are keeping time can check. Let the assembly resume. Honorable members, have a safe trip, and staff and all the support services staff have a safe trip home. We resume tomorrow at 2 p.m.
A natural way to stay ready, baby. 'Cause I'm ready for you, Mr. C.
The ultimate male supplement, Men's Total Wellness Formula, packed with essential nutrients for men's health.
She'll call you Mr. C.